Are we sure no one wants to play another pub game? Maybe we're ready to go? I think we're ready to go. What is up, one and all? Welcome back to the Elite Classic 3. That's right, green screen's down, sweat mode on, because this is going to be an interesting day. The final day of the group stage here in Elite Classic 3. Crackety, we've still got so much to play for. In fact, this first series of the day, in particular, Puppy Paw versus DeMu, will decide which one makes it through to the playoffs.
Yeah, definitely. The stakes are high. They couldn't be higher at this stage of the game, of the day. And man, we're starting off with DeMu versus Puppy Paw. Honestly, I didn't expect that these two would have to fight for a spot to make it through to the playoffs. So definitely going to be very, very exciting between them.
Yeah, it's an exciting one as well because genuinely, I think no other series should in theory matter here. It's a 2-point differential between them that would decide the qualification. Cat is behind DeMu by 7 points, so impossible there. Anatan ahead of Puppy Paw by 1. So in theory, whoever wins this, will knock the other out. Anatan should remain safe, I think, regardless of his outcome. We do, of course, I think still have some other sets that could still see a flip. For example, in Group A today, we've got CSO and Lucifron both on -1 point. There's only one spot up for grabs there because Vortex has third in with 8 points. So definitely some interesting series. And then we have, of course, got things like the BC versus B series, which in particular I think is going to be an exciting one. That's going to be how we round out our day. BC, of course, leading the group with a very big point lead. B can not knock him off of that, but it would be a big statement play going out of the group stage saying, look at me, I can beat the current reigning champ in EGC's tournaments.
Yeah, definitely. It has to be the set that most people are looking forward to today. B versus Beastie. And I mean, B, he was kind of like the player where it was kind of unclear how much preparation he really had during the last tournament. But this time around, he's been partaking in plenty of the KPMMs and just overall has been showing very, very solid performance overall so far. So I'm very excited to see how he's going to be facing off against Beastie.
Yeah, I mean, B, he already cracked the records of the KPMM, has the most wins now, is on his way to the biggest win streak at this rate, and every time he just turns up with something new. It's incredible to witness, but this set today, to start off with, Puppy Paw versus DeMu, is going to be an intriguing one, Crackety, because I feel like, in terms of skill level, similarly matched, playstyle and where they feel comfortable as well, kind of similarly matched. If I had to wager on the longest series of the day, I think this would be the one.
Yeah, I mean, both of these players are, I want to say, a little bit more laid back when it comes to their approach to the game overall. Puppy, I would say, would probably be a little bit more active in the mid game when it comes to raiding. DeMu, I think, he typically is like an all-in macro player where he can realistically look at a game and just lay back throughout most of it and still be fine with just macro play throughout of it.
Yeah, sometimes you see the different approaches, something out of a pub game that you would have seen in the first week of A4's release. I'm always reminded when he plays English and he has this habit of building 80 longbows before even being Imperial Age. Of course, we won't see that from him, English on the other side, but for the most, you are correct. He just likes to lean into that comfort zone. Once he hits that vibe, late game arrives. I feel like if you had to list players' pub stats and look at their game averages, I imagine DeMu is easily in the top 4 amongst pros.
Yeah. Looking at the draft, though, we do have our first map and the picks here. We're going to be seeing Ayubits versus French. And, man, KP, I got to tell you, this can be an incredibly, incredibly frustrating matchup for French should the Ayubit decide to go with an opening consisting of the Culture Wing with 2 Dervishes and then just mass Desert Raiders. It is so tough to get rid of the Dervishes because they got the same movement speed as Knights. So in order to catch them, you're going to need Horsemen. But Horsemen don't do any bonus damage and they get debuffed. It's just incredibly, incredibly frustrating. Now, if it was EMS with Ottomans, you kill one, the other one suddenly has a lot less value. With Dervishes, they heal themselves. So it's very frustrating. It's very hard to play against them. And we could find ourselves very quickly in a situation where we could see a checkmate if DeMu doesn't decide to tap into Spearmen.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's kind of wild that they've existed still the way they are with the Dervish play. I mean, I've seen games just end because someone has double Dervish and a single Desert Raider, and I'm talking pro level. It's that obnoxious and oppressive. The irony is that Imam play on the other side you talked about, very highly technical, very hard to execute, and if you make one mistake, you just die. There's a lot of civs you don't want to do it against, like the French. Almost feels like okay, crazy idea of an ability here. Like, maybe if dervishes only had the AoE heal if they deployed, give them, like, the camel sits down and then everyone nearby heals. I think that would be reasonable because you've got a cavalry moving religious unit that will eventually pick up relics. In the meantime, he heals everyone. He can target heal one individual. It's a lot. And yes, you do have to go for a wing choice to get it. But I can't think of a single better healing strategy in Feudal Age than the Dervish.
Yeah, I agree. I think there just needs to be a trade-off. As you mentioned, mobility could be a very reasonable trade-off there. Overall, I think just mounted religious units are kind of really, really good. When you think about it, like even when it comes to like, the Relic game, it's not as prevalent with Ruse just because at least the warrior monks are pretty expensive. But still, like they pick up a relic and they move with 1.22 tiles per second of movement speed. Like even spearmen have a hard time catching up to them.
Yeah, it's quite depressing to watch sometimes. I mean, in some ways, dervishes take that to a bigger extreme because their ability to just heal off the damage as you go. So if there's any sort of disruption, maybe a scout comes in, pulls your spears away, all of a sudden it's Eternal Sadness. And, it's going to potentially be Eternal Sadness in this type of map. The thing about Sacred Grove is that exposure point very early on. So if you find yourself defending, you quickly find yourself losing here. We've seen it time and time again. And the reality check is if you have to do anything but open knights as French, you already feel like you're kind of off your game plan.
But I think that's probably what we're gonna have to look at here. I don't think you can reasonably just go into a Mass Knight opener, because then you might find yourself in the situation that we mentioned earlier, where Desert Raiders are pretty good against Knights. 5 melee armor, that's a pretty high number, and they don't take any other bonus damage. Not that Knights really need to do bonus damage, they do have high base damage, but then you have the debuff aura there as well, healing whenever they get pulled back. And you don't have healing immediately, but we're going to have to see which opening Puppy Paw is going to go for, whether we are going to be seeing that Culture Wing opening here. Going to see in just a couple of moments, as the game should be starting any second now. And indeed, there we go, jumping right into it. Game number 1 of this fine Sunday here. Spawning in, we got Puppy Paw in the color yellow, playing as the Ayubids. His opponent in the color purple, playing as the French, we got Liquid DeMu.
Yeah, and we might get some nanny later on the series because we have got things like Japanese in there that are quite popular at the moment. But they will be reserved for somewhere else. Maybe somewhere like Relic Row makes a lot of sense. But these picks, I want to say the French one, 100% you expected. The Ayubid one feels like a bit of a curveball. I think that was a great read by Puppy Paw. We've talked extensively about the value of things like the Dervish opening. But Ayubids isn't necessarily a civ you would immediately think of Sacred Grove for, considering this map was added to the game amidst the Pro Scouts meta. So instinctively, most players relate this map to French, Jean, Order of the Dragon. You're looking at Delhi, Chinese, and Shushi.
I'm kind of sad that Ayubids didn't get explored too much in the Pro Scout meta. I remember there was a build that MSN made with the fast age-up wing, the advancement wing in Feudal Age, into an insanely quick Pro Scout build with Ayubids.
I remember.
I'm not sure. I don't think anybody like really kept doing that like multiple times in a row and see how many times can he pull it off, even if your opponent knows about it. I just saw it like 3 or 4 games. It's not something where like everybody started doing it, where I think people could have really started adopting that.
Yeah, so I remember I saw it, it's like, oh, that's kind of quirky, and then I watched it lose, and like, okay. And I think the response from most pro players was, wow, that's kind of cool. And then you asked them about it a day later, like, nah, it doesn't really work. So it feels like one of those strategies that very much requires your opponent not to anticipate it, It's like the idea of a certain extent to the gamble wing for the Ayubids. That's a combo element, though, of requiring your opponent not to realize you're doing it, but also you to get good luck there. So I think there's certain strategies that kind of lean in that way. Maybe it's just you need a very specific map, but it does feel like you sacrifice a lot. If you think about the alternatives, getting Feudal Age healing is huge, getting free villages so early in the game is absolutely phenomenal. Those 2 landmark choices alone just eclipse it. Sometimes you see the Desert Raider because, once again, tempo control. And even if you do find your way into this advancement Pro Scouts type build, the problem is what you do with the stables afterwards. It feels like if you don't scale Desert Raiders quickly and straight away, they don't hit critical mass in Feudal Age.
I low-key disagree with that, since Ayubids in many situations is at heart a Castle Age civilization anyways. They hit most of their strengths in Castle Age. And the Pro Scout, that's like kind of the situation that we saw with the Pro Scout meta in the first place anyways. Like most civilizations that had a pretty strong Castle Age benefited from pretty much being able to skip Feudal Age. with safe resource underneath the TC for the most part.
How about now, though? Like, that's the thing, though. Do you really think you still get away with it? That idea.
No, now if there's now if your opponent reacts to it, now you can't really get away with it. That's why I'm kind of sad about not seeing it explored that like much more. While we still had that main meta with the Pro Scout meta, now it's kind of shifted again. Even French, they don't like to immediately go for Pro Scouts, though I could imagine DeMu could be greedy enough of a player to immediately go for it. Though he did queue up wheelbarrows, so I think it's more likely going to be a delayed Pro Scout, if at all.
Yeah, we'll see what he wants to prioritize going into this, because the logistics wing, did he actually scout it? He must have seen it by now, right?
I mean, it kind of makes sense. Yeah. Like, in this matchup, you would really just... yeah, he didn't see it, but in this matchup, I would be surprised if DeMu anticipates anything other than logistics wing.
We do sometimes see the Dervish still, weirdly enough. Like, there's a few players, I think Mio Micah in particular is a pristine example. He'll still go for that. Even though a lot of people aren't that crazy about getting a free Desert Raider now and then. But we are going to get the Deer Shove. This is just growing popularity. I've seen a few players molding about it. I think most are content with this being part of the game currently. There's definitely some that have been very vocal about their opinions with Deer Shoves.
I mean, it kind of depends, right? Like, Deer Shoving... It's definitely very polarizing because you have potential safe resources. I think what could be really cool is if it wasn't possible with like 2 deer packs, because like here you can see, okay, now you got 2 free units. Now you can suddenly do it with 3 units, and it becomes really easy to even shove in a second deer pack. I think something that could be done to mitigate this a little bit is have like replace one of the deer camps with another type of Gaia food resource. Maybe like introduce chicken to the game as a resource that couldn't be shoved.
Well, I think like with chicken, you just do it differently. Like when units come nearby, they panic run in a random direction. Very chickeny thing, you know? And then all of a sudden you actually have...
Yeah, but could be different interactions.
Yeah, I think like the chicken makes sense to that. I still think elephants, giraffes, there's a lot of possibilities. I do hope we see that with the second DLC.
Yeah, we need a lot more different wildlife.
Yeah, because it also leads to divergent strategies, different things you can do on the openings of games, right? Which keeps things fresh instead of like what happened last season where... I think most of us kind of got sick and tired of Pro Scouts. And here we can see we're looking into the past, Season 9, hence why it was kind of, you know, old filmy style there. Back in those days, people interacting with deer all the time. Hasn't really changed.
We didn't have color back in those days.
No, we didn't, no. I mean, I think camels, like maybe that was just camel vision. Maybe that's how they see. Everything's a bit sandy.
We didn't have the biome there, so we had to add it manually in After Effects.
Hey, can we do...
And look at this Desert Raider. Oh, no, please. We do already have it in the game, but it doesn't feel good to look at.
Yeah, well, I mean, I just want to create a map that's simply called Flashbang, and the only condition is you have to play on that biome.
It's like Saharan Desert. Like, when it came out, everybody was like, oh my god, it looks so cool, it looks so cool. And at some point, everybody was like, man, my eyes hurt. I look at this map too often, my eyes start hurting. Well, like that. But damn it, you guys are actually going for a 2TC play now.
Yeah, I've seen a few French players going back to this more recently, but it makes more sense, I think, when your opponent is just hunkering down and being greedy. Whereas Poppy Paw is clearly going for an aggro timing. And my concern here is Desert Raiders. You think the TC will be able to keep them at bay. The Dervish healing, like, you
I'm not sure if it's I mean, we can tell that it's not an aggro timing, right? Like, Puppy Paw, he has put up an outpost on his gold. He is mining a lot of gold. He is stacking up food. He's not adding any additional production buildings. He doesn't have that many villagers on wood, if at all. I think he only has, like, 1 or 2 villagers at most on wood. So it kind of gives us the message, okay, Puppy Paw's next play is Castle Age, which, mentioned earlier, makes a lot of sense, since at heart, Ayubit is a Castle Age civilization.
Yeah, if he went for the Desert Raider contract choice, he could have went, wing choice, he could have went into some Siege on that second TC. But without that play, like, obviously, I think this is one of the number 1 issues with Ayubids on an all-in timing attack in Feudal. It's like, well, if I didn't go Desert Raider wing, I don't have the ability to build Siege, because there's no way I'm adding in that much infantry early on these days. I feel like almost every prolonged Ayubid Feudal play almost entirely centers around Desert Raiders.
I mean, if you're going for like a prolonged feudal age, Desert Raider is definitely a really good unit to have there. Just kind of starts falling off pretty massively. around like Castle Age, and then they start becoming really strong again in late game, as every ranged cavalry unit does.
Yeah, very polarizing in that regard. And DeMu, we have got man in horseman. I wonder. I mean, is he aware that it's going to be a tech up? I'm not sure if you're going to attack quick enough for this. Maybe just a guard?
He will at the very least have access to knights early on, so it's not the biggest issue here. The issue is that Growth Wing for Puppy Paw is going to kind of make the economy somewhat even for a good amount of time. And that buys Puppy Paw a huge timing window to then push in with a lot of units.
Oh, look at that. Good old Dervish heals. What is losing units and how do you do it as Iabids?
It's going to become really tough here in a little bit. DeMu, he is starting to mess up archers. The issue with archers is that they don't do any bonus damage to the Desert Raiders. They don't have any pierce armor, but they have a lot of health, relatively speaking. So it's very easy to just pull them back, heal them back up again, and be fine.
Yeah, the idle time alongside it that's going to be frustrating for DeMu here, especially with the fact that Growth Wing's on the way in just a minute. It's not going to be able to eclipse the entire eco difference, courtesy of French being quick with TCs, but it's going to make him competitive. We already see he's stockpiling plenty of resources in reserve. He needs a few camel lancers out to pretty much dispatch this entire army. DeMu, he's trying to sneak around the back. That is going to be a scout lost by Puppy Paw, so a little bit careless, but the Desert Raiders aren't exactly blind, so it should be easy to make his way out of this.
The Dervishes are separated, so maybe the Horsemen could get us around in here. Archers being very slow behind it. They can't really catch up here. And at one point, Puppy Paw, he might just be able to... Yeah, I mean, the Desert Raiders.
That's much, that's much more feasible. It's like when you're like, yeah, he's going to catch the Dervish. Like, yeah, of course. We've seen this before with ponies. Now you can't even get the Desert Raider kills.
Yeah, that's not happening.
Maybe one? Because he's not stopping the chain heal. There we go. Wait. Okay, when you stop to chain heal for like 1 second, you're actually just griefing with body blocks.
Oh, maybe he's able to... not quite. Almost able to block one of them out. Doesn't quite happen there. And now Puppy Paw ages up to Castle Age and has enough resource to almost go Castle Age again. Immediately, we see the triple Q of the Camel Lancers. And Camel Lancers, this is where it starts becoming really, really dangerous for DeMu, because nothing in his army can deal with Camel Lancers at this point in time. And there we go. Barracks is coming in now.
So we'll be stuck on the edge a little bit longer, but should think that that's fine in his mind considering he's 2TC. The problematic element is being present on the map because, as we know, with those dervishes already in the field, primary objective number 1 is now going to be those relics.
Yeah. And relics, we already do have 2 religious units for it. Granted, DeMu's doing a great job here, chasing after one of the dervishes. Does have a scout, so does have line of sight of that as well.
Well, those going to be forced straight away, so that is going to be a denial on the east side. West side, a bit more problematic. He didn't leave enough troops there to stop a dervish. Or is that the Desert Raiders? Oh, wait. Yeah, he's bringing back the safe relic. Yeah.
Desert Raider is going to harass on the sides. Camel Lance is going to make sure that dervish is going to be safe. He just drops the relic and runs away.
Smartly done. It's kind of pricey to go back into more dervishes at this stage. It's all about momentum with the Camel Lance account. Okay, this is just toxic.
He's just healing himself. Oh, he's getting him? Maybe? Potentially? Yeah,
he does, but he takes a lot of damage in the process.
He does, but I mean, at least you're getting rid of that dervish, right? And that also really slows down the relic gather speed. Grand Puppy Paw's already got another dervish in queue.
I mean,
coming in next. We have 4 spearmen. Is that going to be enough to hold, though? More in queue. This might be a rough timing, but
he's quite
think
wide.
DeMu should be fine.
Yeah, I think wheelbarrow plus the extra garrison spot will save most. Maybe you lose 3 or 4 villages.
Pierce armor for Puppy Paw.
Yeah. Funnily enough, actually, Puppy Paw goes after those archers instead. So yeah, doesn't even fish for the villages, which is good for DeMu because he has just snuck out onto the berries on the left side. Oh, sorry, the boar on the left side.
Villager is going to lose some, maybe 1 to 2. No, Textile. Okay, Textile's doing a really good job there.
We've got to curb our expectations. These camels seem to be a little bit blunted today. Maybe he can find the boar on the exit, but it doesn't seem likely here.
Pierce armor now being researched for Puppy Paw. Pierce damage coming in a little bit beforehand for DeMu, so there's going to be a small window where these units take 100% more damage from these archers. Good timely reaction from DeMu as well. Pulls the villagers from the wood line away. Should be able to keep most of them safe.
Well, lose one or two. Spearmen are starting to arrive now, but the Camel Lancers maybe just commit before the upgrades can come through. Arbitrary have been queued up, so doesn't seem like Spear's the priority. I mean, we have to remember these guys are wielding plastic. They are Dark Age Spearmen. And with the Lancers heavily outnumbered, can they stand here for much longer? There's reinforcements coming in. This is ridiculous. Puppy Paw, just turn it into a French sandwich. Weirdly enough, that would make him the bread, when usually the French would be the baguette. So it does get in there, comes out the other side. And all of a sudden, DeMu's eco lead, not looking so impressive anymore. Only 6 ahead.
It's a classic DeMu move to not pull the villagers away when being raided. Just using them as an extra meat shield.
Yeah,
which makes sense if it wins you the fight.
Yeah, he's like, oh, we need to leave, please. Like, the next boat leaves when we win the war. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've seen it work out quite nicely for him when he has textiles. I've seen it burn him really bad if he doesn't. But it does give him the extra food pump he would need. I think, realistically, the only problem is, like, was it food you needed after all? Because the thing that was struggling through that dive was that there was 0 gold gathering happening.
Yeah.
Oof. And that gold's
might
important
still
for
be
that.
an issue here. Drops off.
That was good micro, actually. Puppy Paw.
Single Camel Lancer.
Yeah, he drags everything.
Distracts a lot of the army.
Oh my god, DeMu, what is going on?
He wants food. He's got food in reserve. You need gold, my good man.
Hungry. It's a night out on the town. More Lancers are arriving. Reminded that he's queuing more spears, but they still are in the Dark Age.
And Puppy Paw behind us. He's got a good amount of archers now as well. This is the army composition that Ayubids love to go for in Castle Age. Mass Camel Lancers, mass archers. And always remember, like, mass spearmen, they're good against most knights, but not that good against Camel Lancers, as they do not get stunned into a brace.
Exactly. To make matters worse, like, they are just doing pathetic damage. The Arbitrary are really the win condition. It seems like you're just focusing on getting cannon fodder.
Oh,
but that's becoming expensive.
The villagers seek shelter. They go to they go to the wrong building.
It's 20 worker kills and climbing. Like, at what point do you wave the white flag? This is out of control.
Man, seek shelter sometimes is such an annoying command. Like, they all were like, let me in, but it's already full. Just go somewhere else. And GG comes in. DeMu realized he's just lost way too many villagers. And that means game number 1 is going to go over to Puppy Paw. Nice counter pick here and plays out very well for him.
And that just felt scramble brain towards the end. Poor DeMu. I mean, food being the highest priority, I can see it to a certain extent. But the goal was always the problematic element there. Puppy Paw just Keely identifying that if he actually is fighting him over food, then it's actually a win-win situation. Got that transition in and made this look oh so clean. Reminds us why this is a tough matchup for French, but also does so in such a brutal fashion. Actually, questioning is maybe Puppy Paw just a little bit more switched on today. I mean, DeMu, he has been streaming for a few hours, and he did just come out of a very long and fatiguing game on the ladder against Beastie. But hopefully for him, this will be the wake-up call, because reminder, this series incredibly important, as it will decide which one makes it to playoffs.
Honestly, I mostly just put this off as a matchup loss at the end of the day. Like, DeMu, he was kind of forced to try something different here, going for that 2TC play. Maybe it could have worked, but it's still in a very rough position at the end of the day. Like, typically, as French, you'd love to stay in Feudal Age for a bit longer. You get access to knights in Feudal Age, your opponent doesn't. That's quite a good condition there to stay in Feudal Age for a longer time. But Ayubids, they got all the tools that they need in order to deal with that. And DeMu kind of felt forced to try something else here. Didn't work out in the end.
Yeah, and you just see that kind of suffocating nature of this map as well. Like, when you're stuck in your base, you're stuck in your base. It's not like maps where you get the TC in the corner and it's safely walled, right? Like, it's very high effort to try and actually insulate yourself of walls, outposts, etc. on this type of map. Which is why we usually see things like French, like Ayubids. You know, we see a lot of Jean Delhi coming out. Just civs that don't necessarily sit in their base. But credit to Puppy Paw. Very, very clean execution on game number 1. And absolute massacre for the French economy. Look how many villager bodies are on the ground there. Oh,
Coming up next, we got Relic River with Mongols for Puppy Paw and Ottomans for DeMu. So that's going to be also a very interesting one. So Mongols, I think they're in a pretty good spot at the moment. There were some matchups that they kind of struggled with recently that kind of got buffed a little bit, I want to say, like especially when you were looking at the Byzantines matchup. at the beginning when Byzantines came out, Mongols was very good against them. Then they buffed Cistern, so you can get like your first one pretty much immediately.
Yeah.
Then was really bad for Mongols again. Now we're at a point again where it's really good for Mongols again. But we're up against Ottomans, which in theory have really good tools against Mongol early aggression. But then we're in a meta where Mongols can also play late game. Interesting to see how this one is gonna go, especially on Relic River, where I think maybe we're gonna see DeMu. At least the idea is to, like, with the Ottomans, you can kind of move out early onto the fish because your docks are very heavily discounted. But then you're still up against Mongols, and they also like to make units early. And yeah, it's gonna be kind of like a trade-off here. Who's gonna make units, and how are you gonna react to it?
Yeah, that's the thing I love about Mongols here. I feel like of all the new maps, this was the one made for them because of that river that you just mentioned. It's the fact that whenever we see Mongols picked on maps like this or Himiyama, the other person won't fish because they can't risk it, right? Like if they're wrong and their opponent built a Rax, they're going to lose the dock, they're going to lose all the investment, their opponent's going to get paid. It's atrocious. It just feels game losing. So what Mongol players got really good at doing is they started going, why am I trying to do this really difficult to do outpost rush when I could just go and fish and have a better economy? So there's a lot of interesting play in the opening for the Mongols there. That's why it's very important to scout them early. If you do get a prolonged Dark Age, though, in theory, this Ottoman pick is very valuable because of the things like the Imam or meta points that just give you the big one-up in Dark Age fights.
Yeah, exactly. Once you get to that Vizier point, I'm not even sure if you want to like go for the Imam point immediately. Just because the Imams, they have to travel quite a while, and becomes in like a timing where I want to say, okay, maybe Matter is the way to go. You get the +2 armor, suddenly like the Matter is a lot faster. Also buffs up the movement speed of your other units, if they're in formation, mind you. But maybe the timing's a little bit better there. We saw it on Canal, where it was a meta point where fights were just happening before the Imams arrived.
Yeah.
10 seconds left, though, so very soon we'll see what exactly is going to be going on, whether we're going to see some Dark Age aggression or not here.
All right, well, let's kick into it. Relic River for game number 2, and the potential for a lot of Dark Age bloodbathing here. Puppy Paw in the blue on the Mongols. On the left side of the map, we're going to have Team Liquid's DeMu in the purple as the Ottomans, and he will be the one fronting the aggression. Immediate Rax drop into a double spear queue.
Oh, and it makes so much sense. Look at the map for Puppy Paw. His Uvu, it's in another stratosphere, dude. It's so far away from his base.
Oh my god, look at his deer as well.
You can barely see it. You can barely see it on one screen with his GC.
Do we need to get one of those extra zoom out mods? Like, Vodka, have you found those camera hacks, please? we may need it to see resources for Puppy Paw. This is rough. The other interesting thing, by the way, is if you look in the center, it's double deer pack spawn, which is sometimes a good thing like that. But when you're the defender, which is seeming likely here, that can actually be a huge negative, just meaning little to no food access. I hope for Puppy Paw's sake, he gets a good sheep rotation. DeMu. Whoa, boy.
Oh, he noticed it.
Whoa,
okay.
boy.
Okay, you can see the instant garrison. Puppy Paw was like, oh yeah, come to Papa, but no way. Nah, they will realize it in time.
Yeah, and we do
Sees
now
the barracks as well, and we already have 3... Oh my god, I love
goal
this.
flappers.
He's immediately luring the deer.
So this is, we talked in game 1 about the complaints. This is what players are complaining about because there's a lot of
It's
civs.
so quick.
Yeah, and you know what the best part about it is, Crackety? The civs that are doing it most are the ones that were considered trash just a few months ago. Ottomans and Japanese are leading the pack on this play.
It helps a lot when you pay a lot less for your barracks.
Pretty nice, yeah. Like, oh, wow, what's that? You were going to pay 450 resources for pro scouts? Pass. I'll just pay 90 wood, and then I'll just pay 240 resources for troops, and well, I'll get the whole deer pack. That's good enough.
This is fine. And now,
Hey,
Demo, you can just shift the villagers around a lot. I mean, sometimes the deer go crazy like that.
No, I'm thinking more the fact he's adding in quite a lot of spears. I thought he was just going to do like 3 spears, maybe bait the reaction. He wants to go full.
He saw the placement of the Uvu. Puppy Paw's mirroring the play now. He's also going for that deer lure. You can tell, like, Demo, he wants to maybe go for some aggression after this as well. Go for the Uvu. I mean, it's pretty much a free kill from his perspective at the moment.
Think about the pacing of this as well, is like that Imam point could prove very valuable. We were talking earlier about how it usually arrives too late, as in the Imams themselves, but because he's sitting in the base right now, waiting for an attack to come to him, getting the deer shoved in, Could have a
There is
level
a
of
timing
value.
here still. I think DeMu is missing out the timing. I guess maybe he doesn't want to move out.
I don't think he thinks it's a deer
Because
shot
Puppy
from
Paw's getting... I mean, he's gonna see... He has to see it through the fog of war. Yeah, he stopped making spearmen. No, never mind. He's continuing. Maybe he just didn't have enough wood.
At this point, maybe it just feels a little bit too late to make that dive in. So yeah, it looks like he's...
Yeah, this is the point, right? Deerson's coming in now.
So what did DeMu really get out of this? I mean, this is a lot of spears that are about to get counterplayed.
He has to move out to gold now.
Maybe move
Indeed,
out
there
for,
he is.
for a pond?
Yeah.
Or would it be too late for that?
I think he just ages up now. Just stay in your base, age up.
Kind of a tricky one then. So Puppy Paw, he did at least use some of the stone early on, so that's upside. What would we likely to see here? I feel like this matchup, Sapahi, obviously not going to feel great in Keshik's one-on-one, but still feels like a pretty good unit to go towards, even against Mongol Heavy Cav.
That's the question, right? Like, there are multiple ways to approach this matchup in general, or just to play Mongols in general at the moment. If your plan is to go for something like a fast Imperial Age play, which we've seen recently just overall become really, really strong, typically you just want to delay your opponent. The best way to do that is with Mangudai, actually, just because they're a mobile raiding unit, where with the movement speed arrow from your Khan, it's going to be very tough even for horsemen to engage on your Mangudai. And you can just keep your opponent in their own base while you buy yourself enough time to go for Castle Age and then follow up with Imperial Age play.
And he does have the safe tree line to try and camp down like that. It's just going to be a case of food, right? Like, the gold isn't too bad. Normally, you want to like have a nice back gold. Unfortunately, on Relic River, you do not get that benefit. I mean, I guess in a way it's a back goal, but it's not in the corner. It's always pushed north, I find. And speaking of pushes, yeah, this would be enough to get you all the way to Imperial Age. He's going for both deer stacks.
Interesting. DeMu should potentially see that now. Twin Minute Address coming in as well, so he's gonna age up to Feudal Age soon here. An upgrade already on Spearman, so it's pretty tough for DeMu to deny the luring that's going on right now. And can we take a look at just how quickly you're able to lure the deer in with 6 Spearmen? Like, you're just able to fully surround them on all sides and just herd them.
It's pretty speedy.
I guess he's not paying too much attention to it at the moment.
Yeah, like, it can be very fast. Might want to steal a little bit south, though.
APM for it.
I wonder what else he's doing right now.
I mean, he's just looking at the scout.
Okay, DeMu actually sacks the scout, though. Not ideal here. He has got the hardened stats now come for the spears. And we have to move out into stone. So likely we're going to see military school scaling. DeMu not looking for like a super aggressive timing here. Sometimes we just see no military schools into Sapahi. But it looks like he's going to take a more gradual approach to this.
And no second dealer here for him. He does have the Twin Minute Address now, which is great for food income. First military school in, already gathering up enough resource for the second and then the following ones. Matter coming in now as well, but Puppy Paw, he starts scaling into the archers, and we don't really have a response to that yet.
No, I think DeMu is still just focused on that gradual scaling. So, you know, in some ways, I guess this can be good for Ottomans. Just prioritizing the military schools lets you feel out what your opponent is doing before reacting. I think we can see quite obviously what the plan's going to be. Funnily enough, Puppy Paw actually just kills the deer early. But with this macro...
I think he's fine having them next to the beer. Berries.
The beer? All right, German. But,
yeah, deer, berries, it kind of just... It mixes together and becomes beer. The beeries.
I'm concerned if the ingredients in your beer is berries and deer. Also, what part of the deer? No, I mean, I don't know if I want that fermenting. Anyway, we have got military schools set up. Archery range to follow as well. And the Sapahi passively being queued in. So, I mean, DeMu,
this is a worry of some timing now.
Yeah, like, I don't know if there's a window here right now for Ben.
Oh, this is going to become really ugly now. There's also already so many archers here from Puppy Paw just because he's able to double produce early on. And now DeMu sees. His wood line is just not really defendable here. He needs an outpost.
Yeah, he has no Sapahi coming either, by the way. That almost full bar is the meta. He doesn't actually have even one anti-range unit to kind of harass them away. Not that I think you'd want it right now, the Spearman knocking at the door.
And there it is, just castle. It's immediately the castle age separate out coming in now.
He might even get the military school while teching here still, because right now, DeMu seems hesitant to try and defend it.
This is the issue with the Ottomans now. The ramp-up time is just so slow. DeMu invested a lot of resource into those military schools that have not nearly paid off yet. And the step out could just propel Puppy Paw. Like, this bit of delay here that's come in so far might be enough to allow him to go all the way up to Imperial Age after this.
He has to dive in to defend himself, but that does mean that the archers will be able to counter out the spear blob. Will at least get the repairs in, but pulls a lot of villagers to do so. And it still feels like it's a fight he's losing. Wait, what the hell was that spearman pathing? they try to refund themselves into the military school.
Coming in now.
Okay, so
he will start being able to heal up units.
Yeah, and this is where he should eventually be able to push Puppy Paw away, but the problem is you're now stuck an entire age behind.
Still difficult to get that fight in that he really needs right now. Spearman's still doing a good job. Just doesn't have the units there right now.
No.
And this H-up is going to hit him hard. Puppy Paw has already got 1,200 food in the bank. Yeah, this is just going to be a fast Imperial Age transition behind this.
Hey, you know, like, Puppy Paw experienced this yesterday, and I think he got a reminder of just how giga broken it can be given the right circumstances. So, let's call it inspired. 13 minutes should be his target. And with the step readout, that is entirely realistic, especially with the deer gathering to also help.
Yeah. I mean, this is so tough. I mean, theoretically, in this matchup, DeMu should now just, like, hard commit to Feudal Age. The issue with that is, as Mongols, you also have the option of, instead of going fast in, you just don't. You just make some men-at-arms, and then it's gonna be very, very tough for your opponent to dive you while he's still in Feudal Age. And Puppy Paw, he's just gonna make a couple of men-at-arms, probably like maybe 1 to 2 batches of double-produced men-at-arms. Doesn't need anything else, and look at that, he's already halfway there.
Yeah, Dim is like, no, let's just go castle. This is the problem as well. Like, to that whole idea of, like, full sending it, the men-at-arms, yes, you're correct in that being the solution. The other problem is Dimmu just doesn't have scale point. Like, getting the supply out quick enough would have taken way too long because of the build already done. It was an archery range opening, not a stables opening. So, you know, so far the supply we've seen has been a passively produced one. I think he has now added in stables to get extra out, but the time is just not going to be there. What this gets really toxic is for Mongols, it didn't even necessarily need to be double produced men-at-arms. It could have just been outpost spring order emplacements, and that also would have been good enough to stop the attack.
Yeah, we were thinking could snipe the Khan there, but never mind. Mongol Khan, I think he goes from, like, what is it, 100? No, like 80 HP to 300 HP.
Yeah, he goes to 300, and then I think it's either 450 or 520, something like that. I think it's 400 or 450 for
it's a crazy increase from Feudal Age to
Castle Age. It really is. Yeah. I mean, this is why, like, if you really want to make them feel bad, you just almost kill the Khan, and then they get the age up. Like, I'm powerful. It's like, yes, but you now have 20 out of 300 HP. Why?
And the thing is, if he goes Imperial Age, it's not just the HP that goes up like crazy. He goes from 6 base damage to, like, 24. Like, he can two-shot villagers.
Yeah, this is almost like we've skipped 4 seasons forward in the anime trope, and now he's just, like, world boss again. I still remember the complaints about that in the other days.
It kind of paints the history as well.
Yep.
It was a way more gradual scaling at the beginning when the game came out with the Khan. It just kind of paints the whole picture of just how broken the Khan was at release.
What do you mean giving him like 20 damage at age 2 was a bad idea? Nah. Yeah, it's
he was able to shoot while moving in Dark Age.
Yeah,
I think he already did like 3. I think he already did like 3 base damage, up to like 5 base damage or something like crazy like that.
And I think it was like, was it up to
Dark
8?
Age to Feudal Age.
Yeah, I think it's like, it might have been 8. I can't remember. It was so high at the time. And
it was absolutely crazy.
We had full Kurtai outpost rush commitments in those days as well. The outpost rushes were ridiculously strong because the Khan was able to shoot you down so easily. Just a vile time, but I'm not sure what's dirtier actually at this point. I mean, this is starting to feel dirty. For the second time this weekend, I'm going to be seeing it. It's going to be a pre-13-minute Karganet Palace.
Yeah. Now, DeMu is happy. He managed to catch up in the tech timing without really losing too much, but he's about to be behind in tech once again. And the issue with the Karganet Palace is that it pumps out units with crazy speed.
What's the issue?
You're getting roughly 700 to 800 resource per minute, depending on the unit that you get.
What's the issue?
700 to 800 resource per minute worth of units. Ottomans get free units as well.
Yeah, but
not at that level, and they're all elites immediately. They're even going for a second. Is that a second? No, that's another military school.
So just to clarify, we're saying that Mongols are good Ottomans.
They're different. They're built very differently.
In this game, it feels like good Ottomans.
It is 24 damage.
It's a casual
The Khan can just kite the entire army from DeMu. And with 450, yeah, he's even got armor now.
This is full Optimus Prime mode. Just take them all on, right? And like behind this, we have got the Roost Knights first.
Down.
Oh my god. The pain is there's going to be the Roost Knights first as well with the pole axes. So 4 spears is not really going to keep you alive here. It's not. Yeah. I'm trying to think what the giga busted RNG in this game would be, because yesterday we had Anasand roll Nesta Bees 5 times in a row when you needed them the most.
Sometimes these things can happen. It's a lottery at the end of the day. You never know what you're gonna get. Sometimes you get like 5 times your power when you're being all in. All in. Those situations don't feel good either.
No, but it looks like this is a great start for Piper. So he gets the heavy cav, which will scare away Sipahi. And the follow-up is going to be a Magadai bomb.
Sipahi can't kill the Khan.
No, I mean, like, why would you think you mere mortals could beat the great Khan? He who shall ride the skies and mount the moon. Don't mess with this guy.
Getting upgrades on Magadai next up, and this is the scary part. Magadai, ranged cavalry unit, and all ranged cavalry units become kind of broken in Imperial Age. There's a lot of upgrades they can stack on them. Magadai become giga broken.
You know, the truest of Gatling guns here, and this pressure point attempt by DeMu is going to get a little bit awkward, because Sipahi, no. They're not even attacking into the Magadai. They have to waste their time on the superior knights. Army is now going to get wiped.
Gone.
I mean, even the Springald
on the Springald
here for moral support, I guess. That's going to be demoralizing. He does at least get a relic home, but now it feels like DeMu is going to be stuck in his base.
Yeah, we're getting elite palace guards behind us now as well. 5 of them immediately.
Another
batch right behind that. That's going to be so much Pierce Armor frontline now for DeMu, who's starting to go into mass Janissaries. That could be a saving grace until Nest of Beast starts coming out.
Do you ever feel like it's actually very hard to not get good RNG with this landmark these days? Like, it's literally just Hui Pow. Anything else, you're like, oh yeah, that has a use. If it's Nest of Beast, like, okay, I'll just wait in my base.
Power have a use as well. Like, if you get Yu Pow in like the 10th rotation, you're like, okay, now I got an army, now I need siege to push in. That's when the Yu Power comes in.
Oh, got it. Yeah. But at the start, I guess you could snipe infantry if they stand still long enough, you know? Maybe you see them building a ram outside your base, you just Hui Pow it down. Unbelievable. And now the wolves.
Yeah, this is.
I don't know how you hold this. Like, maybe if the Janissaries don't get micros.
He doesn't have a vizier point for like the Janissary company. Maybe that could have helped, but the Janissaries, they're also being sniped down by the archers right now. Most of them already down.
There's only 3 left.
Not ranged yet.
He can't get through the choke point to actually counterplay them. There's just 2 men at arms here holding it all back. And now it's starting to flood over. Villagers have to get involved. They don't want to participate. We have got Sprills coming out. It's mostly Magadai left alive. The Sipahi. Hold on a second. DeMu. Yes, got a little bit of healing there.
It's a lot of idle time, though. There's not enough Sipahi out there. 10 in the queue, but not enough production for them. And there it goes. Gigi comes in. The Mongol Fast Imperial. Honestly, it's pretty good.
Yeah, like I give it 7 out of Khan. I think that's an official ranking. You know, like
don't sleep on Mongol Fast Imperial. It's legitimately a really, really solid strategy at the moment.
It's impressive.
Few civilizations can hit a timing where they can really punish that. It is so difficult to punish. Like, if you don't have early knights, good luck. If you wait until you're castle age yourself, you might not have that timing left anymore.
I mean, this is the thing, right? Like, I don't think there's been a Mongol build since release that would invoke the Star Trek Khan reaction out of a person as much as the Imperial Mongol build we're seeing right now. Like, it is very hard to actually hit into, especially with a good spawn. And on top of it, like, you know, we've heard from top players, like, legitimately, your only option is you have to sense this happening and have to all in them. But you were talking about earlier, it's where the Magadai come in so handy. They buy you so much time if there was meant to be pressure. They force an opponent to defend. Yes, Mass Magadai can be a meme in the early phases, but just 4 or 5 gives you full tempo control if need be.
Next up, we're going to be seeing House of Lancaster coming in for Puppy Paw and Juji's Legacy for DeMu. This also doesn't feel like that good of a matchup, I want to say, for Juji's Legacy. It doesn't feel good when you put up your Feudal Age landmark, and let's say you get a really good spot. Let's say you get a really, really good spot. You get like 105 resources per minute.
Yeah. And that's like, wow. That's a mana. Yeah, wow.
That's
one
a
whole
mana right there.
But that's fine, because the manas are the landmark for the Lancaster, right?
Surely that's the... Yeah, I mean, it has to be, right?
I mean, that's how balance works. I mean, come on. Because, think about it this way, right? Like, that's a lot of resources. And for English to get a town center, they have to go landmark. You can't just passively give out so many resources, right? It has to be a landmark. Yeah, like, we're not Oprah. We don't have that type of resource to give out for free. It's a tough one for sure, though. I think Lancaster...
You get a mana, and you get a mana.
And then there's just the 10th guy is like, me. Oh, sorry, we're all out of prizes.
Nah, 9
Next
only.
game. It's ridiculous, though. I think step 1, I feel like I'm just like Ted's talk on design and balance at this point. But step 1 is genuinely the Lancaster castle needs to be refought. At the heart of the problem of Lancaster, it is that building that stops people actually punishing the greed. I would at least like to see if manas could be allowable in their current format if Lancaster Castle wasn't keeping them safe at 2 minutes in.
I like the levy ability. It's just in combination with the bonus HP and the arrow slits. It just feels like it's going to be a little bit too much. But we're going to see just how much it's going to be, because in the next 5 seconds, our game number 3, potential match point for Puppy Paw, is going to start. We're going to be jumping right into that. Maybe not. Maybe yes. Maybe yes. Yes. No. Maybe.
I don't know. Can you repeat that? We're going in a game. It's time. Puppy Paw leading by 2, and it could easily be a clean sweep, but DeMu has dove deep. While Puppy Paw goes to the House of Lancaster, DeMu has had someone walk into the room, massage that fine, rounded skull, and channeled the truest of bold. It's going to be Shushi's Legacy on Dry Arabia.
I mean, these are... I'm not sure how to rate this matchup, honestly. It's mainly like when it comes to the push attempts, Juju's Legacy can get some really, really nice pushes in, like timing-wise, because in theory, like Clown Car is dead, but it's not dead against House of Lancaster because they can't garrison their villagers inside the Lancaster castle. So here, it's actually a really good strategy, in theory, depending on how much House of Lancaster greeds, to go for like Jugunu, very fast ram push, and you just get in the ram, you just sit in the ram, and you just take them down as they get put out.
Yeah, I think fundamentally your issue here is Shushi. You hit it on the head, right? If they go full greed, you can assassinate. But I think if House of Lancaster only builds 3 meditation gardens, they can start scaling Yeoman. And it's kind of reminiscent of, you remember English versus Shushi when Shushi was first added to the game? Like, people were like, whoa, this is a hard counter, because he builds Chug and I just build Lombos. Yeah. But imagine if you had an archer with more range and more movement speed. It's actually the perfect counterplay into Chug. So
yeah, exactly.
And like, what's the alternative? I mean, you can't really do early Palace Guard against all those manas. That's not going to work out very well either. It feels like you're forced to go fast castle in most situations here.
I still don't like fast castle up against House of Lancaster. I've done a good build order there myself, where you can hit a really good fast castle age timing with Demi-Lances to harass the opponent, with like 6 mana into fast castle age. It's really rough. Like, you're really going to have a very niche window there to make use of the fast castle age.
Why, oh why, do we always have to have a stone spawning next to a gold on Dry Arabia? Why? We don't care about this. This is rookie numbers. No offense to DeMu, but I'm more interested in the elegant placement of Puppy Paw's mana, which is going to generate more resources than that meditation garden.
Oh, never mind. Look at DeMu again.
Oh, you moved it? Okay, so we're getting double gold now. Yeah, there we go.
No wood, but double gold. That's still pretty neat. A lot of resources going to be coming in there. I mean, that's not as much as a manor, though, at the end of the day.
No.
It's double gold. You're getting 86 resources, maybe a little bit more if there's like a single straggler tree connected to that as well. Getting 50 gold per minute, 36 food. It's not as much as a manor.
I rate that like what 8 out of mana. Yeah, it's just not as good.
It's a good meditation garden. It's just not as equal as the manors.
Yeah, you know, this is like one of those those depressing conversations someone's gonna have once at least in their life, where you know you break up with someone.
The deer.
Of course, because why not? It's like that moment when they break up. It's like, you know, it's not that you're not a cool guy. It's just he has a BMW and biceps, right? Like that's kind of the feeling when you compare the passive resource gem between these two. It's like, look, Crackety, you've done as best as you can as Shushi. But do you have a 401k and inheritance fund and also happen to be 4th in line to the Dutch throne? No? I'm dating this guy.
That's right. That's it.
This is where you're like, yeah, I can't afford a BMW. I can afford a BMW.
Dude, I mean, that recently has become like a hot topic, I feel like. How is it pronounced? BMW or BMW? Because in German with the alphabet, it's not pronounced W, it's V.
Oh, yeah.
We call it BMW.
I mean, so this is a weird one as well, because, like, it is Adidas, right? But I don't know why. The plenty of people in England, when I was growing up, always called it Adidas. And it's weird.
It's a German pronunciation.
Yeah. So we were right. So it's the Americans that are wrong. Because it's Das. It's like, it's the most German way you could pronounce Adidas, you know? But
Cal makes an excellent point. It's Volkswagen, not Volkswagen.
We need to find other pronunciations in game like this. Like what have we got that does? Yeah, Chuganu, because I've heard like 4 different pronunciations of that. Chukanu, Zugnu, Zugnu, Zugnu. I think the Zugnu person was just a Warcraft person, to be honest with you. You know, full Zug. I think we should just call them Zugzugs, by the way. That's a good throwback.
Zugzugs?
Yeah, the Zugzugs are coming. it sounds like almost adorable.
Yeah. Going back to the game, it looks like we're not actually getting any early aggression coming out from DeMu. Instead, it's going to be a pro scout play.
Yeah,
Which, I mean, Puppy Paw's already, like, lured his starting deer halfway across, so that's, like, minus 2,000 food for DeMu right there that he could have stolen away.
I mean, you wouldn't expect it. Like, this is just greedy Puppy Paw. Like, this is like the obese little puppy that has to roll to move.
Wait.
Why do you need
He's already
food?
killing them.
Wait, why is he...
Now they could still be taken.
I guess he feels like he needs to go look, but that's going to be the ironic part when he scouts the enemy base and goes, oh, it's pro scouts.
Oh, just because I see this in chat, no, this does not excuse you from your Duolingo lessons. If you do not do your Duolingo lessons, the bird is going to come for you. I can speak from experience.
That's right. It's very important that everyone knows how to pronounce lunch. Yeah. How do I do? 8 out of 10? I feel like I've done an 8 out of 10 there. All right, we've got more mana spam coming. What a diverse build, Crackety. I love how every time a Lancaster game starts, they always do something different. Like, sometimes they place the manas on the stone. Sometimes they place the manas on the gold. Sometimes they place it on the wood. Just so many different builds out of Lancaster these days.
Well, yeah, same for Juji, though. Like, DeMu didn't really invent anything new there. It's a classic. But, you know, if it works, why change anything? The question is, will it work? Because Puppy Paw now, is he actually, like, he's still on steroids. He's going for...
Okay, this might be getting
I'm not sure if he's going to go for 9 manors here. No, I mean, he pulled a lot of villagers over from wood to food. I think now this has to be Castle Age.
He's got survival techniques coming in. It's a dead giveaway. Like, he understands it's too greedy.
He needs Castle Age now.
The question mark is whether he'll be forced into the defensive option here, if DeMu can actually be quick enough. Maybe if he had some PG coming out, that'd be a little bit of a threat. I feel like the Lancers, it might be a little bit too slow to force Puppy Paw into a white tower.
Yeah, I don't think you really need white tower in most situations anyways, right? Like, when you get the Demi-Lance, it kind of acts as a good enough meat shield, but DeMu, look at that. Triple stables coming in. There's going to be a heavy aggression play.
Yeah, I mean, it needs to be. He needs to constrict the map quickly. And in fairness, like, there's something interesting to think about here. You know, Puppy Paw, he really wanted that shiny golden stone together, but think about where that means the Lancaster Castle is. Think about where that means all the villages are. they're further away from the base. So in theory, this Lancer timing, if he just wraps on the sides, he can stop them getting back to the TC entirely.
Demi-Lance is coming in. Barracks being prepped for Puppy Paw, so he will have Spearmen coming in for him. And he actually cancelled the Demi-Lancers, so is going to have enough gold for the H-up very shortly.
Yeah, smart play there. I mean, you'd be building Demi-Lancers against DeMu Lancers, and you is stronger than I, so it's going to be the
white tower on the gold.
What? No? What? Ooh, okay, there we go. He's just going to place it deeper.
Yeah, he's going to spawn 3 Earl's Guards with that for free as well, so a little bit of extra bonus there to immediately have some units.
Yeah, and they do come with a nice little get off my lawn ability, which can always scare Lancers away. They really do look like an angry old man throwing like a stick at you, you know?
Oh, Scout's getting caught. Maybe not. He gets to live another day. I want to say second, but then the other Scout also turned away.
This is where the Lancaster Scout's like, I don't even know why he needs me. It's not like it's going to come out of the base. Did he get
food now already gone here?
He really ate it all that quick. Yeah.
Like yeah, he's a quick... Wait, there's another one there.
Okay, I don't want to know what those two deer were dying.
Food, that...
we're doing
700 food is still good value there to be taken. Yes. Jiangnan Tower coming in for DeMu, so now he's thinking about economy with Song Dynasty.
I guess you have to here. Like, it's a relic race, and then you have to hunker down the same. Let's be totally real. Breaking the mana base is going to be difficult, especially the White Tower. But really, like, all you're looking for is a timing out on the map, so you can take those valuable relics away, and then just turn greedy.
Drop the deer!
It's my deer. You're not... No, you can't have... Okay. Don't. I'll start doing it. We'll be like Minecraft in a minute. So the fort
David
here...
at the moment doesn't really have a counter to this mass infantry play yet.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
He also didn't commit, like... The crazy thing here is he made 3 stables and he produced a total of 2 knights.
Yeah, and that's what I'm scratching my brain about right now. Like, I think he was expecting yeoman and was going to pump horsemen.
I guess he was like really ready to punish greed if Puppy Paw went for greed, but Puppy Paw kind of cut the greed short, so good call there by Puppy Paw. The question is, what's the follow-up going to be for DeMu? We do see the second TC now being added in for him. He does have a good amount of resource in the bank. Will have to transition into units next up, though.
I wonder if we actually just see him go Chug. Like, the Zogzogs are actually really good here. If you think about it, they got crossbow spears, only a few Loyal's Guard. So yep, there we go. Arch ranges are going to be built. Like, it's a very efficient way of dealing with this, especially for Jushi that get access to the bolt magazines. The bonus damage against spears.
A couple of Shuganu and crossbows are definitely going to be needed as well, as we do also see Puppy Paw scaling into the Earl's Guard, but that could be a very viable composition here for him.
And soon,
most relics are already there for DeMu.
Yeah, this is the only one being blocked out. There's 2 more on the way home.
Yeah. And he might still be able to get that one. He has 2 Shaolin monks. Maybe have 1 to distract and get it with the other one. It's no longer in like the comfort zone for Puppy Paw to defend that relic.
And also the other problem with Puppy Paw is like he doesn't have a way of punishing to the other side of the map in a rush here. Like this is a very immobile comp he's chosen to go towards. Yes, I think that guy did just get hit in the face by a dagger.
Yeah, yeah, that has to be daggers. Like I didn't see what hit him.
They are so subtle.
Over?
He's like, oh no, I tripped on my own ankle. Yeah, it's so hard to see sometimes. There we go. Death to scouts.
Me when I visit London subway.
Look, if you just give us a wallet, it won't happen. All right. I could never be a mugger.
Yeah, he didn't have his wallet on him.
No, if I was a mugger, I'd be like those Elsguard when they're 4 tiles away. You know, where it's like, just throw the dagger, and they start charging. Like, no, just, and you walk them away, and then you realize you're out of range. Like, I don't know if you've had that yet. Elsguard feel very clunky to find the sweet spot for dagger throws.
DeMu really needs an army now. I don't know. I think he was like too busy microing the units inside the base of Puppy Paw. He's got no army. He's got the resource, but he's got no army out at the moment, and he really needs army at the moment.
I mean, this is kind of DeMu in a nutshell, right? He likes to do these things where he can stockpile a lot of resources and then pump what he finally needs. Almost like he's trying to like reel you in to be counterplayed. And in fairness, Chuchi are a very good civ for doing that due to the supervised production. Problem is he doesn't really have the resources in reserve to get the army out fast enough here. Yeah. Frontside gets hit. He has got a nest of bees out here, but that's a lot of spears and a lot of Earlsguard.
Spearmen are going to be diving in first. Nest of bees in the back there. First shot comes in.
He doesn't really hit what he needs to there. Nope. Shaolin Monk's going to try to hold the entire world back. They have activated the body of iron, so a lot of crossbow bolts being wasted. Nest of bees shot is still not going after the crossbows. What? So the siege is just going after Earlsguard here.
Makes a lot of sense since he doesn't have any crossbows here, so the biggest damage, best damage that he can really do to the Earlsguard is with the Nest of Bees.
Oh, this is looking ugly though. They've reached it. Repair crew is going to come through. Crossbows will need to retreat, so we will be able to keep the Nest of Bees alive for now. But the Demi-Lancers are on the way to deal with DeMu, and on top of that, we have got the Shire Levy now being queued up. Not the most efficient at 6 manas, but in the meantime, a bloodbath on the tree line.
The Demi-Lancers. Yeah, I mean, there's no way out, right? Like, Puppy Paw, he can just kind of stand inside of DeMu's base now. 1 TC, even if it's a Chinese TC, it's just not going to be enough. DeMu, he doesn't have any more food left. Not enough resources now.
It's always them.
Well, so many villagers.
It is always those Lancers. Demi should make them sound inferior, yet they are always the superior force, time and time again, in practically every single Lancastrian matchup.
And suddenly there's 19 yeomen.
Wow, where did they come from? Well, you see, when a mummy yeoman and a daddy yeoman. Anyway, it's ridiculous. The rate at which you just replicate armies out of this Lancaster castle, like you were saying earlier, it seems like a cool ability, but the reality check is the tempo you get off of this in conjunction with the defensive play and the economy build.
Ooh, good.
It feels like too much. Yeah, but the Nest of Bees being chased away.
Don't do any bonus damage on to Siege.
Who stops the Palsguard? Who stops the Earlsguard, rather? Like, who's volunteering for that role in this army? Because that sounds like a crappy job.
And SP's having a rough time with that. Another Nest of Bees in queue, but no other unit at the moment right now really coming out. Some crossbows now being queued up.
And he's not even attacking the Omen. He's forced to try and kill the melee with the Nest of Bees, which just doesn't feel very practical here.
Wasted some choke point, but yeah, now the Nest of Bees are down, and it's like there's no way out now. Down to 2 military units out on the field. Yeomen closing in, and the villagers, they're no longer safe. No way out, and
no, this is wave white flag territory.
He's got to call it.
GG comes out. It is going to be a clean 3-0 by Puppy Paw, and that means he will make it through, guaranteed, to the playoffs, while DeMu will not make it out of groups. Well, that was more one-sided than expected.
I mean, there were a lot of like really, really tough matchups there. I want to put that one out there.
It was also a lot quicker.
And we know the situation that DeMu came into, like with the drafting, right?
Yeah, you know, maybe in a little bit of a rush. I don't know if it would have been helpful to have a little bit of prep time beforehand, as DeMu was on the ladder literally minutes before this series began, in a long game against Beastie. But yeah, kind of a tricky one. I think, you know, Puppy Paw, he leaned into what I think he can do very well. I talked about the fact that he seems comfortable in the mid game, but we've talked about how DeMu likes being in that mid-late game situation. And Puppy Paw has proven capable of these aggressive timings in the past. I think that's what he played towards as a huge advantage here. Just didn't ever allow DeMu to thrive in that environment, which is his signature play.
Yeah. Man, honestly, I'm just looking back at the Civ drafts here. I think it's just really unfortunate civilization matchups here that we had for him. Like Ayubids versus French, that already hurts. Then you get like Ottomans versus a fast Imperial Age Mongols with the ramp timing. That one looked really tough as well. And then in the end here, yeah, I feel like maybe an all-in play could have been the way to go for. But like you saw how well Puppy Paw positioned his landmark there as well. Like the manners that he had, or rather the first mana that he put up when he knew what DeMu's game plan was right next to his TC.
Yeah, it's just tricky because the reality check of those Lancaster Castle builds to the mana, especially with the White Tower follow-up, when you see it, it is so hard to punish it. Your reaction usually has to be, okay, so how do I be greedier? And there isn't really many civs that can be greedier than mass manners, if you think about it. Like that's the tricky part. I was talking about this with Myriad on the broadcast the other day. If you think back to the 2TC meta days, when someone would build a second TC, you're like, okay, that's fine, I'll build a second one as well. You can't do that when someone builds a manor. You can't say, oh, I'll build a manor as well. That's a Lancaster exclusive thing. So it creates a very polarizing eco-scale point for this new civ.
Yeah. Well,
so
next up, though, we do have another very, very interesting set to look forward to. We just saw Papipo versus DeMu. Next up on the block, we've got Lucifron versus CSO. And that's going to be a very exciting one because, we know Lucifron as, being the goated player when it comes to Night Civilizations. But I think somebody who's very, very close to him when it comes to just being known for being really, really strong with Night Civilizations has to be CSO.
Oh, absolutely agree. It's the way he plays. I remember when I was first seeing him in tournaments, I went, this is Chinese Lucifron. And that was legitimately the words out of my mouth. I think he had this phenomenal game. Was it against? Was it Marine Lord? I can't remember, someone like that, where he played Rus, and he played the most all-in Rus I think I've ever seen in the history of Rus. So he's definitely got the temperament, the capability, and we've seen that he leverages that very well. You know, you've talked to me before about how he just has Louis MT's number because he understands how to unravel that enigma in the early game in a way that most players cannot. So really exciting series, and you can already see how important it is.
Stats.
Exactly, yeah.
They're
going
so
into
close.
this,
They're next to each other.
This is literally just a rinse and repeat of what we just had in terms of the stakes, right? Papipo and DeMu were like this on the board. I think it was just 2 or 3 points maximum between them. This series will decide once again which one of these two makes it through to the playoffs of the Elite Classic 3. Crazy to say that as well, because I think for a lot of people, Crackety, they either had Lucifron or Wham easily pegged to take that 4th spot. Maybe some people had B a little bit lower. But I don't think that many people saw a world in which Wham could be easily facing elimination here, and CSO would be the one going through.
Man, just looking at that first matchup that we're getting here, we're getting Cliffside with China for Lucifron against Japan for CSO. Japan and CSO, these two, they're made for each other. CSO, he plays Japan to such a high level. He makes excellent use of the Honor Geisha as well. And Honor Geisha, I feel are a really, really underrated unit, especially against civilization like China or against Zhuji's Legacy, because Zhuji's Legacy and China, their backline struggles with mobility. Zhuganu crossbows, really slow. And then you have those Honor Geisha, which can just be anywhere at the same point in time. It's the same reason why China can somewhat struggle against Malians as well, against Mass Musafadi and Sofa raids from both sides. It's the same reason. And Honor Geisha, you can just flood so many of them out there. It can be really tough for China to react to that.
Yeah, I actually like the idea of something like either Honor Geisha, Horseman was a classic, but I think even nowadays, Honor Geisha, Yumi might be more viable, with the Yumi buffs in particular. Maybe run some early plays. I still remember there was a certain legend, you might recall him on the ladder, Neptune, who discovered the all-in feudal Honor Geisha Horseman spam, where he just ate everything off the map. I haven't really seen anyone able to replicate it.
That was a very specific game. Yeah, I don't think we're going to see anything like that, just because it's such a, I want to also say, map-dependent playstyle, depending on, if your opponent has a forward gold, I think you can do that.
Yeah.
I think that was the game against BC where BC was playing French and he had the forward goal, so it was really tough for BC to mass knights in order to deal with that. I don't think you can really do that comfortably in every single matchup, every single game. But this one in particular, I think just the most bare bones but effective army composition is just the Mounted Samurai with Mass Honor Geisha. If your opponent spams Spearmen, the Honor Geisha just absolutely shred them. And the Mounted Samurai, they just tank so much and are so great. Once those Spearmen are gone, even if your opponent has mass crossbows, the Mounted Samurai just absolutely shred there.
It is an insanely expensive food comp, though. That's something to be conscious of. It can be quite tricky these days, especially when you're not a pro scouting civ, especially against ones that would. But let's see how it's going to play out. Elite Classic 3 group stage, the final day, and a series that matters oh so much. Lucifron and CSO, both on the cusp of qualifying through to the playoffs. And this series would crown one. Lucifron kicks us off in the green with the Chinese, and CSO on the west side will be playing as the Japanese in the orange, and we are getting that good old-fashioned Dark Age rush.
I think Dark Age Rush just makes so much sense in the current meta up against Chinese as well, because we've seen China time and time again go for the no IO opening. And when you go for a no IO opening, you don't have any other way of getting the gold in, right? But Lucifron, he's already got 4 villagers on gold. I think maybe he thought that something like this could be happening.
Yeah, it makes sense, right? Because like when you think about the gold location, it is front facing to a certain degree, so you could get exposed there. It's not really worth taking the risk. So very smart call. Means he doesn't have to be threatened by the potency of this opening. CSO can still get some reaped reward from this though. Like something that is of course popular is the deer shove afterwards. So once he sees that the gold's been gathered and there's no pressure point, he could just look to find the enemy deer and lame them, or he could just come home and push his back deer into the base.
There we go. Spearman now gets revealed, but at this point in time, already enough gold gathered. Granted, Lucifron, he's now going to be lacking on food for a while, but yeah.
I'm trying not to laugh.
It's
almost like the Spearman's just like, well, I mean, I came all this way, I might as well stab someone, you know? Like, when in London. So it gets that one little shiv out, but obviously there shouldn't be any worker kills to this.
I'm already here. I already bought the souvenir knife. I might as well.
Look, I bought a very expensive London tourist black hoodie, okay? If I'm not mugging someone today, I am outraged.
I'm doing something wrong.
And then, you know, as often happens, there's no one to mug, so you take the train out of London and you go deer pushing, you know? It's like cow tipping, just much more difficult. Huh?
Deer pushing now also coming in on the side. And I think like Japan with deer pushing, there's like some really, really good synergy with that as well. Like just having so much food available to you underneath your TC. You mentioned it earlier, like the army composition is going to be very food heavy. That deer push helps a lot with that.
Absolutely. You know, it opens the door to those more premium type lineups. Like I consider Unobligation to usually feel premium. The big reason we just don't see them anymore is because of how hard that transition is. But Lucifron is on point with the timing here. And this is where maybe sending that spear across the map feels a little bit greedy. Yeah, because...
Yeah, if he had him here, he might have been able to deny that, but now there's no denial of the denial.
But then what if we deny the deny of the deny by going pro... I'm not even going to finish that statement. There's no way you want to do that to Japan. He does, however, have all that food scattered amongst the berries. So nice thing is you can eventually plant the farmhouses. It's just it's going to have to be an earned play.
I'm wondering what Lucifron's game plan is right now, because he actually isn't going for Pro Scouts, at least not the immediate Pro Scouts. He's going back out to Wood now.
Wait,
maybe he's going for the late Pro Scouts? Yeah, I think he just pulled villagers over to gold again. I think he realized that he's going to need gold a little bit quicker.
By the time he does, the deer are going to be really far away. Can we look at the northern deer? Because I think the spearman has been shoving them around.
He's been busy. Oh my god.
Be free, little ones! Be free!
Yeah,
be freed in the afterlife.
Typically it's called a herd of deer, but this definitely is not a herd.
No, the only thing that can be heard around here is the death screams. That does sound very depressing when you listen to it quietly.
Yeah. If there's nobody around to hear that, do they really scream?
Yeah, if there's no one around to hear a murder, did it really happen? Now, a detective would say yes, but a detective is not a doctor.
All right, up to 3 Imperial officials now, so Lucifron is getting some good economic scaling here, courtesy of just being China. And, you know, Texas, there's something that we all... Like, it's similar to cave diving. We all have to do it at some point in our lives, and we all have to deal with taxes.
I'm trying to figure out how taxes can get you stuck and killed. I guess if you have to take, like, a loan out from the mob. So I'm pretty sure...
You know, they do that to people.
Oh, that's when the mugging goes wrong. That's the thing that people need to like realize. It's kind of like that moment in the Marvel movies when you hear Force say all words are made up. Like your life changes when you realize that taxes is just a legal form of mugging.
I'm not sure how it is for UKP, but you know how like the algorithm at some point suddenly starts spamming you with very specific topics? For me, it was cave diving. And I am now of the firm belief that there's no inevitable scenario where I do not have to go cave diving at some point in time.
The problem is, Crackety, you're an office lad, and and all I can now picture is like, you know the Office scene where they do parkour? It's like a version of that where
Yes.
your ass is just hanging out of like a vent on the wall.
KP, I'm stuck.
Like, what happened? I'm cave diving. Oh, God.
What's going on behind this now? So CSO is starting to get closer and closer at Castle Age. So going to be a little bit away, but does have good food income. Lucifron, he is going for that pro scout play. More scouts coming in. Already has survival techniques, so good food income going to be there for him. But he had to invest a lot for that good income. So CSO should have a good head start here.
Mm-hmm. And on the opening, I mean, I'm becoming more and more of a fan of Yumi. I don't think we're going to see it. It's just going to be class and Mount Samurai. They are too desirable. But it's fair to say at this stage, Yumi has anchored itself as the secondary tier of that comp on the majority of Japanese games, and in no small part due to that insane 10% discount buff.
You think so? I don't take CSO really as a Yumi gamer.
You don't think so? You think he's going to be
stick...
Ona?
This is the kind of guy that, if he were to face off against Ayubits, would still go for mass.
Oh, you're
mass
right.
knights
Yeah,
as French.
That's true. Like, he's the person that even if the whole game was like you shouldn't build desert raiders, he'll build them. We have to remember that this guy studied a lot with Louis MT, the guy who would build more Japanese samurais than anyone else on horseback. It's quite possible you only see one unit. Like, you know, I should have known better. What was the rest of his draft? Did he get French, Russe, Jean? Like the pattern?
I don't remember off the top of my head, but yeah, there definitely must be a pattern there. Could also have Mongols. I do know that he also loves the occasional Mongol.
Once again for ponies. Yep. Do you reckon if we ever like meet CSO online, he'll be wearing like a My Little Pony shirt?
I'm just gonna put this out there. He does have like many times when I see him on ladder, he always changes the name of his account.
Mm-hmm.
His names do always invoke a certain theme.
Do you reckon when he sees 194, the Great Unicom's name, he reads it as unicorn?
I mean, that many do.
I have a feeling like everything in his life is stallion themed, you know? Like, yeah, you know how most of us talk about units moving at tile speed? He's like, yeah, this scout, when it carries a deer, it has 20 horsepower. It's not a lot of horsepower.
It's all about the acceleration there, right?
So it's like, I mean, in a way, getting hit in the back by a sword should technically accelerate you. Just food for thought.
Makes sense.
Yeah, it's just
Sure.
It's physics. So, looks like Lucifron is aware of what's coming, by the way. So it's going to be prepped archer rangers for attack up and crossbow spam up the wazoo. That does mean CSO should just be able to nibble away at the relics for free, though.
I'm not sure about that. We already have a good amount of spearmen out for Lucifron. He is patrolling around them. Age up is coming in pretty quickly, as, you know, is tradition for Chinese. They do like to build their buildings rather quickly. You know how they, like, build a hospital in, like, a week or something like that?
Yeah.
That's pretty quick.
It's also just confusing because I feel like they usually don't age quickly. So it's like it's a contradictory thing, but we'll let them be.
Dude, it happens like from one day to another. You see like a 60-year-old Chinese person and they still look like they're in their 20s. Then the next day you look at them and they're like, oh my god.
Yeah, that's true, right? It's like
How they stop looking their age.
The immortality potions ran out at the local 24/7 store. So firstly, Marin.
Spearman coming in?
Let's get out of here. Well, it does lose the scouts. That's nicely done. It's going to force a reinvestment. That's going to slow down his timing with the digital samurai. But Lucifron, of course, this is the upside of playing pro scouts against this. Like, you just don't leave your base, so you don't tend to get friend. At least, that's the way it used to play. Of course, in this game, we've still got him with a lot of deer to get home.
I think there has to be a transition now soon into, like, the mass on a Geisha. You can't just go with your head against the wall in this matchup, or rather against this army composition from Lucifron. If there were, like, 15 on a Geisha here right now, like, Lucifron would have to hard pivot.
You're really fixated on this big Geisha today, aren't you?
I mean, on a Geisha, definitely do not underestimate them. Grant, there's also a little bug there at the moment where when you have two Bannermen, only for infantry, by the way, the Bannerman aura affects them twice if one of the Bannermen is dead.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can have giga attack damage on a Geisha in fights.
So what I'm hearing is we need a Burgrave rush for the Japanese, and then it's just samurai flooding in with the bodies flopping on purpose. We'd have to rush Daimyo level 2 though. It's the only challenge. I guess
Yeah,
it's probably
you
gonna
gotta
see
get
it.
that like 700 stone for it. Oh, nice little raid here, potentially coming in for CSO. Most of the army from Lucifer is on the left side. Right side is completely open here. He sees the units, holds them back.
Okay, very scared of the two spearmen. Will run away. I told you, CSO, he loves his ponies too much. He's like, no. I've already named him. That's
Reaction is there,
Maribel.
though. Lucifer's pulling the entire army back.
Now, it's going to create a little bit of space to sneak out to the relics. Number one just got picked up.
Now I just want to start seeing the Honor Geisha.
You really...
Oh my god, that was so close with the relic.
Come on. There's another one further out.
Spearman though. They see
Nope.
him, and they go away.
The problem here is you've talked about the ladies so much that even those spears are now looking for owners instead. They are going to turn around. But by the time they realize it's happened, the Shinto is close to home. So, good start here. Good pacing for CSO. In some ways, I think...
Shinto inside?
Nicely done.
Wait, he died. Did he
Wait.
die? He died.
Yeah, he did. And he
He died,
dropped
but
the relic on his side.
He dropped the relic on his side, yeah.
Wait, does CSO... Please tell me CSO knows. It's so
I
subtle.
hope he did. You can't see it on the mini-map. You can't
No,
see the relic
you-
on the
you
mini-map. Like,
legitimately
it's so
can't.
hard to see.
And like every little Maz right now, because what happened to the army counts? Like this is not a good Japanese mounted
Oh, he's
samurai
going
game.
into Yumi's now. And how Lucifer's coming in to steal the deer.
Okay, so Yumi is the solution to everything that Lucifer's doing right now, but you need a lot of them, and it feels like
There
you
is
may
an
already
answer
be
to
too
that
far
as well.
behind.
Yeah, but Lucifer, he's already got the Siege Workshop with the landmark, the Clock Tower. Nest of Bees are now going to be coming in. And I still don't see no Honor Geishas.
Nope, there's no time for ladies here. We're true gamers. CSO is just in the basement grinding 24/7. He's only got eyes for knights. Apparently,
That's a
Yumi.
lot of archer ranges.
It has to be. He's so far behind.
Yeah, he's really leaning into that now. I mean, yeah, I agree. He needs the units. I just wish it was a different unit.
You're trying not to say the name again, aren't you?
I'm trying not to repeat myself. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's hard for me as well.
Like, it's hilarious because you with Geisha this game is like me historically with Yumi. Like, this would be a great Yumi game, and that never happens. But you just keep
This is a
saying
great
it.
Geisha game.
Exactly, because if you keep saying it, when it eventually happens, that one game, everyone
Maybe we'll
thinks you're a
get an
genius.
Imperial. I'll die on that hill. Honor Geisha is a heavily underrated unit.
Agreed. Always has been. This is worrisome, though. I think of all the maps to be forced to do Yumi from behind like this may be one of the worst maps. These choke points are going to give fantastic value to those Nesta Bees.
I'm saying this as well because I played this exact matchup against the exact same player on the same map with Japan against China.
That's a lot of sames.
And yeah, a lot of sames. And Honor Geisha just, they do a great job. But CSO, he's got out a lot of Yumis very quickly here now.
And, you know, the thing is, it's going to clear the spears quickly. The crossbows is decent against them in the trade-off as well. It also just means Mount Samurai can back you up finally. Or maybe what it really means, Crackety, is that you will have the perfect storm to then transition into the Ono.
Into the Honor Geisha. There it is. There it is. We're going full circle again. But yeah, I mean, the really good thing about the Yumi archers here as well is you have a lot more mobility than your opponent. Like 1.38 against 1.12 from the crossbows. So you can kind of like dictate the pacing here. Like Lucifer, he's going to have to put up walls. If there aren't any walls from Lucifer, he cannot move out of his base. And you don't often see Lucifer making walls.
And this is the tricky thing, right? Like the reality check on top of that is you went Nesta Bees. So you need walls because you need time to actually react with the really threatening element of your comp.
There it is. He's going on the double side now. Now it's going to be very tough for Lucifer to react to two sides at the same time. See, so he's going to attack on one side, and the second Lucifer moves his army over.
Oh, I
He'll
love
be on
that.
the other side again. There's the stone.
Yep. Pokes over at it. Does force him off. And that was interesting. CSO started off by sending in one Mad Samurai to probe a reaction. didn't get it. So Lucifron, very good discipline there. If he'd started shifting towards the TC and over to the tree line, would have been 3-4 worker kills from the Yumi dive. So just great little read there by him.
He needs a stone. I'm not sure if you can go for walls now. I think maybe he just needs a keep, maybe on the berries, secure some resource with the keep. And maybe then he's able to react to one of the sides. But right now, it's just going to be very oppressive for him to have to react on 2 sides, back and forth, back and forth.
Going to get more scary as well because of the DeMu upgrades. All of a sudden, both armies will actually have the aura upgrades.
Yeah. Barbican of the Sun now coming in. Doesn't really help you a ton here. It gets him to Song Dynasty. But can we quickly check out CSO's TC? Does he have a Yorishiro inside the TC? There's no Yorishiro inside the TC. So this is going to be still an advantage. And he still hasn't picked up the relic next to his Crystal House.
What relic?
The invisible relic. Yeah, I don't see it either.
You can see if you look from that very particular angle.
It's plain as day from a very specific angle.
Like, I mean, come on, CSO. Like, if you just look at your tree line and then look at the Kura storehouse, you'd see it. It's not hard.
Just take 5 seconds to look around there. Wait, you don't have 5 seconds? Okay, that's too bad.
Let's make more time.
There it is. Like the circling around. Ram's now on one side as well.
Stretching him, and also on top of that, the village on this side. Some infrastructure that you can target down, and you're seeing Lucifron starting to get a little bit impatient about this. He does not like how much this is stressing him, so risk of an overextension here. And there's a risk of CSO maybe going up to a 3rd group to raid from the south side.
Yeah, he's being pulled apart now. SFB is also a little bit far outside now. Zone base. Ram starting to attack as well. Yeah, this is really, really devastating now. He's starting to lose a lot of infrastructure.
I think
he doesn't have a lot of protectable wood lines. He's actually putting up a keep now all the way in the back.
Yeah, and I wondered if he's going to do this, because technically, if you think about it, Lucifron can shift his whole economy to the east side of the base. He's got trees there, he's got food there, he's got gold there. So this can work. Unfortunately, the timing, not ideal. He's going to get forced to delay that build-up. With the army here, should be able to tick that box. Did get the Barbican on the south side of this tree line, so a lot of safety in that area. The primary has basically been forfeited, which, I mean, in theory, what he's done here is necessary, but now the trade-off could just be a complete loss of your production.
All sacred sites locked in. CSO, great food income, great gold income. Looking at the income from Lucifron, not looking nearly as good here for him right now. He's going to need to do farm transition at some point as well. He does still have berries in the back next to the Barbican, but these can run out super quickly.
Do you remember in this game when Lucifron had 45 military and CSO had 10?
That feels like a far-gone memory now.
Like, was it even the same game? It doesn't feel like it was. It's 63 Yumi now. You just see how quickly this army zergs up.
The raid in the back. The second Lucifron moves out at the front side. The raids come in the back. Oh my god, it's a great shot, though.
Big hit. And the Mount Samurai.
And Lucifron, he's aware on both sides.
He's got him on both ends.
Good fight.
Beautifully done. And now the Nest of Bees uncontested. It means they can just camp here. The spearman line is fitting, though. May need to get some more reinforcements over here. But right now, he just stands his ground.
This is an excellent fight. The best fight Lucifron could have ever asked for, honestly. And here we see Clock Tower Nest of Bees. They don't die easily. And suddenly, CSO, his army is more than halved.
So this is crazy. You have to look back at that moment and wonder, what the hell was CSO doing? Why did he throw? He didn't. He gambled there. There's a small stealth forest. He hid the Yumi inside. The Nest of Bees technically did not have line of sight. Hence why they walked all the way up to the stealth forest. The problem was he didn't have enough Mounted Samurai committed to the west side to win that type of engagement. So CSO got a little bit too big brain for himself, and Lucifron's orderly fashion here leads him on through to take control of the game again, and now look for a counterattack.
CSO, he still has a lot of resources, and I'm still looking forward to seeing maybe on a Begeisha, but I'm starting to think that they might not be coming in anytime soon. I'm starting to think that CSO doesn't have on a Begeisha on his mind. He's even adding in a second TC at this point.
And I'm sure after the 4th TC, he'll think about Onubageisha.
Has to be eventually, right? Like, it's only a matter of time.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, if a game goes 2 hours and he doesn't build every unit, right? I mean,
yeah, would be weird, right? Would be weird.
There's no way CSO just has an eye for the bald guys instead, right? There's no way he's just going to rush Imperial now and build.
Lucifron still can't move out.
Yeah. He's going up to 11 Nest of Bees.
He's got no food. He has to. He's got no other resources, right? Like, he's got no food. Nest of Bees, the only thing that he can afford, really.
Oh, right now it feels like the only thing he needs.
Yeah, are those berries? He is going to the berries at the front of his base. So there's the one in the back. Ooh, nest of bees. But he does have one mounted samurai there, which is gonna let never mind. No alert! It's gonna lose everything! Where did the Yumi go?
They are with your pet hamster right now. They're not going to see them anymore, but it looks like CSO, he's making the best of the situation to force a full switch. He's going full mounted samurai. But Lucifron, I mean, he has to be aware of it, right? Yeah, but
I like that. He's so far ahead economically right now because he knows that Lucifron has no farms. He is 100% aware of that.
Okay, but Lucifron has got stone. He's dropping a keep next to CSO's base.
That is incredibly daring, and it might pay off. There are so many nests of bees, like with body blocking. I don't think CSO can really deny that. And immediately, this could work. This could work.
I think what you do, you build small walls.
Can work.
Just build small walls. Like, take a leaf out of Louis MT's book. Just wall this little area, create a little forward palisade, and that'll force the Mount Samurai to dive and bulk for nest of bee shots.
Oh, that's gonna be insane. Like, honestly, this keep opens up a lot of avenues now for CSO.
So he does know about the gathering on the east side.
For Lucifron. I'm sorry. Right. For Lucifron. Castle of Crows now also coming in. Okay, so Imperial Age is coming in. I would have preferred it to be the Tanegashima Gunsmith just because, like, Siege could be a necessity here.
You need
like
so many,
just
though.
Really wants a defensive base.
Yeah, the problem is it's going to be Clocktown SBs, right? So the bombards don't even clear fast. And now, the good news is good guy Lucifron is going to kill that Kura storehouse, and then CSO will notice the relic. Always helping people out.
Good guy Lucifron.
What a nice guy. I mean, he's killing you, but what a nice guy.
Very nice guy.
This is like when you're dying to the perfect-looking Chad. You're like, he's killing me, but I can't help but admire his perfectly chest. Oh, wow, full
honestly,
dive.
I deserved it. I had it coming, man. Like, looking at him like that, I think I was the bad guy here, honestly. Oh, not another shot!
He does back away in time. I mean, the TC is not looking too good right now, though. The dive comes in the back. The Mount Samurai.
Not looking good, though.
They avoid the fight.
Great Knight raids here. And we're immediately getting all the upgrades in on the Knights here.
Just needs to hold on the front side.
Now, but
I mean, this is the thing. The Cast the Crow.
He will be fine.
The Cast the Crow saves him. That's the thing right now. Like, Lucifron, he was ready to continue the dive, and all of a sudden there was a giant, big red stop sign. He at least sieged the primary TC, but as we know, someone that maybe Lucifron doesn't, there is a second town center behind it. So it's not like CSO is going to be stagnating if he loses that primary. In the meantime, with the elite upgrades, this is going to turn into a bloodbath. Lucy can't afford to come home.
Yeah, he cannot. He needs a market now in order to get more of the trebuchets out, but yeah, it's literally going to be all about the trebuchets now. He needs the landmark victory. There's no other way around it. The issue is there's so many mounted samurai now building up. There might be a point where CSO just has enough with the tech advantage where Lucifron cannot hold. But the farms are now idled out for CSO. There are no more berries out on the map for him to get the food from. He might also have food issues now.
Yeah, to make matters worse, he just got Damaru arm on those. So those are now raiding at the speed of horsemen. Really important for the initial point of connection. It seems like a meaningful ability because you only get extra movement speed if you have the deflective. But the whole idea is for rotations, it makes you incredibly fast. Speaking of which, he's fishing. We do have the bombards now. And Lucifron has really got no army to dive with. He's going to try to move in quick enough. But it should be impossible to get those kills. Luckily, Castle of the Crows sucks against Siege.
It's not that great. It does still a decent amount of damage. CSO, he's committing. Might this be a little bit early? Where's the archers? The archers are going for raids here, actually, behind this. But this is a very all-in play from Lucifron.
Yeah, and the bombards, the bombards are starting to clear up the siege of the thing. Good hits there. Lucifron actually hit the RNG. The trebs were connecting, so we'll slow it down again. I mean, the reality check here, though, is Lucifron is at 0 food income, about to get hit in the base again. He doesn't have a farm transition. He doesn't have time to go back. And it is so difficult to execute what he's attempting here. Like, this feels borderline impossible to pull off.
This is such a crazy opening to the set as well. Like, you would never see something from this from players like Puppy Paw, DeMu, Beastie, or Marine Lord.
It's true. And also, you know, most people wouldn't expect Lucifron to usually be in this type of full Queen's Gambit type situation where you have to take such a ridiculous risk to win the game.
More bombards coming in now. Landmarks, there's still your sheer landmark there. Rams now coming in. Archer starting to dive. Got enough HP to survive at least one volley from the keeps.
The bombard account, he just queued up 4 more. He's like, oh, I'm a little bit light on food too. Yeah, this siege idea seems pretty good.
And Lucifron, he cannot make any more units, so these bombards being able to one-shot the backline, the crossbows, almost one-shot the spearmen, it's starting to hurt him a lot.
Yeah, it
feels
feels
to reach the point where he can one-shot the siege.
Exactly. I think he's slipping a little here. You can just feel it. Like, you just can't get in for the trade anymore. It's impossible.
Villagers are being pulled. Everything's being pulled. Everything is being pulled from Lucifron now.
Now, hold on a second.
There is still a way.
Yeah, but there's 2 landmarks. He needs to rush the floating gate before the villagers arrive. Otherwise, it's obvious.
He's doing it.
There is a decent amount of Mount Samurai still.
Yeah, there's only 14 crossbows left. He needs greatness of B-shots, but he's getting decent ones.
He needs to kill them now. The trade out. CSO stands his ground with this, so he's going to start splintering. But if you don't have Nestabes anymore, it's just going to be villagers diving to death. And the Yuumi, I think this is where they're going to make a break for it. They have to rush home to defend here. So Mount Samurai, they are clearing it.
There aren't that many Mounted Samurai remaining.
This is it. He goes for the wall low. That's going to get denied. The villagers now trying to go for the body block, but the torches are out. Full garrison force here. And the bombards, I don't know if they'll be able to kill them quick enough. Lucifron with so much torch power. Trev's now being sniped. Bombards, they're reducing the damage output. He's got 400 wood. It just all disappeared. He's queuing up mangoes now. He has gold that he could trade across to keep the wood repair going. But it feels like as close as he's come. Lucifron does not have the horsepower to ride this beast across the finish line.
It is just barely not enough. Now the Mangonel is coming in as well. AoE to the villagers, and that is going to be it. Lucifron losing the villagers. The landmark does not go down. And game 1 is going to be going over to CSO.
A phenomenal effort at the end there from Lucifron. Unfortunately, it felt like the writing was on the wall. Great quick pivot by CSO and calm in the face of impending danger. He takes an early lead against one of AoE's finest. And CSO starting to make a little bit of a statement in people's brains, in people's minds with plays like that about maybe he should be in those playoffs. Because with the way he's opened this series, Lucifron has to be feeling like he's going to have to dig deep to beat this beast.
My God, what an intense game. Lucifron, I mean, looking at the resource gathered, it looked like CSO was in a very, very comfortable position, but Lucifron, with that forward keep pull, with the mass siege, it looked still so close. And when the villagers got pulled, honestly, KP, I want to say, like, if he went with the villagers and killed the bombards, kept the trebuchets alive, I want to say there's like maybe 5% more of a chance that he wins that. But honestly, it was such a crazy game. I'm happy no matter how it turned out in the end.
Exactly. I mean, it was tight as well because CSO, at one stage when he started queuing up the mangoes, he had no wood left. Like, there was actually a growing risk there. And he didn't immediately pivot and trade through to get the extra wood. So definitely threading the needle in a dangerous way. I mean, it would have been hilariously epic if that wall lock at the end actually had triggered and that had been the difference maker. That relic that's been lingering here the whole time. But yeah, can't fault either player, man. This was an entertaining beginning to what I think is going to be a set that delivers. And I'm curious to see when Starvation's on your brain, what happens when you take it to the extreme on a map like Carmel. Because we have got that French sushi matchup coming up next. And I mean, that one on Carmel, I feel like it's one that can go either way because of the gold issues that exist in the game's dynamics. All I'm knowing for sure, all I'm certain of, I think we're going to see a lot of raiding from both players again.
Yeah, 100%. I'm thinking at the end of the day, like, which civilization needs gold more? I don't know, honestly. Like, it's an interesting dynamic there once again because you do have the ability to just go mass Abeletria as well, to a certain extent, or mass horsemen. That's always good for French in the face of danger. And there's a ton of food. There is an absolute ton of food. You're also incentivized to get a keep up early. as the French to secure some, like, the big gold in the middle. That'd be very interesting to see how exactly that one's going to be playing out. Like, Carmel is such a, I want to say weird map because there's just so much food. When you think, okay, surely my opponent, he's got to go for a farm transition. Any moment now, any moment, there's got to be a farm transition. Joke's on you, farm transitions on this map happened like 30 minutes into the game.
I agree. I think the craziest one I had is when Carmel first came out, and it was, I think it's Lucifer versus Wham, actually. And it was 38 minutes into the game, and Wham was trying to have some like 2,000 plus food income. I just assumed he had farms already, and I was like, this has to be it. I mean, there's no way Wham's just going to pump a new wave, he's going to win. And then you just watched his income go from like 2.4, 2,000 food income, somewhere around there, down to 200. I was like, what happened? 38 minutes into the game. That's how long it took for the food to run out. Now, it has been nerfed. There's now 2 less tiers. So 36 minutes in the game, they'll run out of food. But let's get ready to hop into it. Carmel, a map of gold starvation and 2 civs that love their gold. They thrive on it, but they're just as eager for the food. Lucifer from the French in the green and CSO to the east with the shoe sheet in the orange for game number 2.
Honestly, KP, I'm very happy. I'm very happy what the developers did with this map, introducing a new type of gold mine with less gold.
Agreed. Like, I think it isn't just this map either. Enlightened Horizon is such a blessing because of this vein. They took the folly and the errors of the creation of forts, and I think they fixed it with Enlightened Horizons. And a big part of it was the addition of these smaller gold veins.
Yeah. Not only do you run out of gold quicker, it also means that if you fortify a gold vein, it still doesn't last that long. Like, you're going to have to go from gold vein to gold vein to gold vein within the span of 60 nights.
Yeah, and it has that Regions feeling. So if anyone's watched Regions, they'll remember that map. Once it was figured out, once you got to the mid-late game, the outcome was always decided by who got a keep drop on the central gold. Well, this one can be similar in that regard, considering there is only one big gold vein, and it is an 8,000 gold vein in the center of the map.
A lot of resource there, definitely, to fight around. Like, that 8,000 gold vein, that's pretty much the same worth as, like, 6 of these smaller gold veins. So, almost worth as much as all the remaining gold veins in the middle of the map.
It is a ridiculous
Sometimes
haul.
you even see, like, the small gold vein right next to a large one in the middle. Then it's even more value.
Yeah, I think the most common configuration is like 1 gold each side of them. This time it seems to be a gold one side and a stone one side. But in terms of picks, you know, this is interesting. I think this is a map where I would usually favor Jean over a French pick if you have it, because of that gold detail, right? Like, for French, it's about having more economy so that you can gather more stuff and produce more stuff. The problem with that is because the gold veins are small, there's less to gather. Whereas for Jean, you discount that gold, use it well. Same logic as why Chinese and Shushi are theoretically so good on this map, Roos as well, is when everyone else is running out of gold, they can just afford to, you know, remortgage the house, get themselves a new Mercedes-Benz, and still have enough for retirement.
Yeah. The score is getting flipped in just a second. It is 1-0 for CSO at the moment. So CSO did win the first game.
Wait, CSO won the first game? Oh my god, what a set. That's right.
Oh my god.
What a god. All right, so we could talk about unit compositions in this matchup, but let's be totally real. CSO. I think we know what he's going to build. Right?
I mean, CSO isn't playing French here. CSO's playing Shushi's Legacy. We could... Oh my god, that's a sad meditation garden.
I mean, it's like 25 wood, 50 gold. Is
it 50? I think the small ones only give 20 gold.
I thought they were 25. I could have sworn, because like the bigger ones don't give more.
They do not. I'm not sure now, actually. Oh my god, that one would have been perfect, but it's a long distance to walk with your villagers.
So sometimes you can get the broken one. If you have a look at Lucifer's northern ore, you'll see.
Yeah, that's a good amount. Now that's a manor if I've ever seen one.
Mm-hmm. Yep, a full food manor. And I mean, I think it's weird because on this map, it looks broken, but then you remember you have 58 deer on the map. So, like, is it really that important? And I should have known. Lucifer has been doing this. He done it in the KPMMs he played in. On Carmel, he's a really big believer in 2TC French.
On this map, yeah.
Yeah.
On this map, I can definitely see it. Like, securing the boar, for example. Like, look at that. You can secure a boar. You can secure, like, double deer pack with a TC. Yeah, it's just crazy value. I can definitely see why you would go for that.
And CSO is going to be
He's
doing
not even
standard.
being too greedy about it. He's not even being too greedy about it. He's going to put up, like, not just 1, but 2 knights, I feel like, before he's going for the second TC.
Makes
or is
sense.
He? Never mind, he's going eco upgrade.
Okay, wait. Yeah, I was about to say, we're at least getting the 1 knight. Because you want to be able to try and play blocker towards the pro scouts. You're anticipating it's going to be happening. Another thing is by going for this knight, you can force CSO to react with spearmen. That's usually what happens. Which is advantageous if you're going full greed behind it.
Yeah. Something else to keep in mind, like, we had so many good nerfs, reasonable nerfs, I want to say, on pro scouts. Look at how slow this scout is going to move now while carrying a deer. It used to be that you can kind of like trick around. Oh my god, look at that.
So slow that the boar might just eat his face off. It's like, oh, whoa, you're going to kill my best friend Bambi? Hell no, get out of here. Like I'll lose from
check meditation garden. I think
we must educate.
And it is 20 gold per. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. No, it is
it's
actually
25,
50. Okay, then maybe I just looked too early when I built next to it.
This has changed everything. Yeah, it's so I think,
everything but nothing at the same time.
If you remember when Meditation Garden first came out, it was one of those things where it was never true, but you think it was. There was a time where a lot of people thought that big veins gave 35 resources or something, or even 50.
It was all the same.
Yeah, it was always the same. Like it's always been the same.
You were able to get like 200 plus gold per minute on Golden Pit.
Jeez, don't remind me. I mean, it was a lot of gold. So I would say in those days, it was a bit of a want because usually what you want was food. Like, right, before Pro Scouts meta, I think for Shushi, food was the #1 priority on a meditation garden.
Yeah. It kind of like decided on how greedy you can go with for Fast Castle Age, depending on how much food you get at the beginning.
Yeah, because like the thought process is the sheep will run out before the gold vein does and the wood does, right? So like if you have additional food surplus, then you are safer than your opponent. You'd have to take risks as early. But these days, because Shushi always do Pro Scouts, food almost feels like the least valuable resource.
Yeah, at least for like the first 15, maybe even 20 minutes.
Yeah. I think stone has also got up in value just because the semi-fast castle builds where you, by the time you've picked up relics and thinking 2TC, you've pretty much got the stone, or even in matchups like this, just for hand cannon slits is incredible.
That's true. In many situations, though, I feel like Pro Scouts can also lead to a fake, like kind of fake way of feeling of security when it comes to your food economy. I feel like plenty of times we've seen players just run out of their deer underneath the mill and have no backup plan. Like it's like one of the main skills that we see at the high level, a smooth farm transition. And that just doesn't happen when players go for Pro Scouts, or it rarely happens. Like players really have to pay attention to that.
Yeah, it's kind of like when it's kind of that idea of having like an auto builder in a game, and you're like, well, this is great. It's doing everything for me. And then you realize, wait, why have I got like 180 villagers? Why have I got 15,000 woods? Like, you trusted the system. You have to take command of it yourself.
The system failed.
Yeah. This is how Skynet is born. Stop it. So yeah, I agree on that. Like, I've seen it so many times because even more so nowadays with how hard it is to get those deer home. Before, there was a reasonable assumption you would get the deer. Now it's so frequent that we see this reality check of, oh, I actually got like nothing.
It's like when you're playing on console and you have those like little resource split wheels where you can decide, okay, the AI has got to take over your villagers and send them to different resources.
Hey,
and I don't know, but for me, when I tried it at Gamescom, it never really worked for me. Like I had like, oh my god, I put everything to food. Why are they still gathering gold?
I mean, like I'd be there and I'd be like, I'd select the wood and go, I'm gonna do the Marine Lord build. 2,000 wood later. We'll make this work now. I will never make it work as well as he does, but there are some players. I mean, we had DeMu earlier today. I think DeMu is infamous for that, where he likes to overgather a resource and then switch. So I would say, for those that are playing on console, there is a way you can make that work. It's going to be very different than if you follow, say, like, Beastie Cuties build orders, but it can be good.
I gotta give DeMu like a good bit more credit there, because he never really overgathers resource. It's more like he's a master of switching his workers around to have them working at all times. Like even if a resource is under attack, he switches around the workers to at least gather up a resource. Even if it's not the most optimal resource that he wants, he's got them working and he can use that later on.
Agreed. It looks like an overgather because you look at the UI and you're like, he's got 2,000. What's the point? Like, I think there's some players, like, for example, if you were to cover the nameplates and you saw a guy on Castle, but he had like 3,000 or something gold, like DeMu's the guy I think of for that. And it's never a bad play because
that I'll have to say. Like DeMu, he loves gathering a lot of gold, but
he makes it work. It's an order.
Age is expensive.
Exactly, that's the thing. Like compared to anyone else, when he hits that Imperial Age, you have more techs coming in than anyone in the history of pro play. It's crazy. It's impressive. These two are a little bit more lean because of the fact that they both love to just pump constant aggression out into the field. And will you look at that, Crackety? It is a Mass Knights build coming from the Shushi.
It is. Lucifron, he did manage to get the H up in behind that, but now his second TC is about to get fully idled. And, you know, I've done the quiz. I've done the Angelica quiz a while ago, a good while ago. The answer is 4. 4 knights to kill the secondary TC.
Oh, well, luckily for Lucifron, there's only 3. Whew, dodged a bullet on that one. The villagers, however, are much easier to kill. I think the answer for that is 1. It takes 1 knight. And a little bit of a problem here because with Guildhall, yeah, Lucifron does the right thing. He can't play knights because Shushi can actually beat your knights due to the Dully horses.
Asterisk.
Oh, you're going to do we have to be standing still and not running around circles.
It always depends on the charge at the end of the day. And Candle Saddles is not exclusive to the landmark.
That's true. Well, it's an extra 30 damage. I feel like you have to cycle charge, though, because the 20% extra increase is going to be an extra 4 damage per strike. So you're going to get about 10 strikes in. That's going to be, across the fight, an extra 40 damage compared to Cantle Saddles that is an extra 30, right? So it's close, but in theory, Dully horses should still win. But I think we've talked about this before. Like, melee attack speed is really a lie. It's not as good as you think it would be. And it's why Ghazi do better than Horsemen. Because everyone's moving.
They don't, everyone's moving. You're never really going to get full use of your attack speed in most situations. Unless you're playing with Knights, I feel like the micro behind Knights is just let them do their thing in a fight for the most part. That's when they're the most effective, the most efficient, just due to their wind-up animation or whatever it is. I feel like whoever over-moves their Knight in a Knight-on-Knight engagement typically loses.
No, I agree. It makes sense if you're trying to get a breakaway because of, say, French, you're trying to go for the charge. Lucifron, he's just fully focused on his arbitrary. CSO is fixated on that second TC. He may have taken the quiz as well. It's like, whoa, if I have 8 lances, that means I can kill 2 TCs. I think that's the way it works.
Lucifron is getting a good mass of arballetry behind it. The front line isn't looking too strong. He is adding in more spearmen behind this, but CSO, he's getting in a lot of relics. 2 already secured, 2 Shaolin monks already moving into the next 2 relics.
Yeah, and
he's about to get the closest one to Lucifron. This is an early engagement.
Yeah.
Lucifron outside of his comfort zone.
Yeah, wait, what was this archer range extension? He hasn't created any choke points with this. He's just been linearly moving out to try and protect the TC. You'd think his HRE trying to get E repairs. No.
Hey, wants to get the cheaper units in with a keep there, boosting up all of his production buildings. He does manage to thin out the knight count, but he did lose a great number of arballetry there.
He did, and I'm not sure how I feel about this monk play by Lucifron. It feels like the timing is late. We can see with God Vision that he's not really like to hit anything.
It's already 4 relics gone off the map.
Yeah.
There's only 1 relic remaining, and Lucifron's not going to get it.
Yeah, it feels unfeasible to be able to reach over. So instead, now the monkey boys are just here to try and heal, which definitely isn't the real reason he went for them.
Villagers going down. Lucifron does still have a good amount of villagers in the lead. Just the issue of getting them to work now.
What do you mean? They're just at the end of a fishing rod here. They're bait. That's the work.
Where are the arballetry? Oh, the arballetry went to the other side. They're trying to go after the spearmen, but
what?
The knights are the real issue here.
Okay, so I think Lucifron can afford some losses here. 2 TC, French, is just the nature of things, but there is a concern, the idle time, and also the leak over. Wood is starting to dry up a little bit on the south side. You would have thought Lucifron would be further away from this French threat. Instead, his wood gathering is right there.
He's got no more food access, KP. It's all about the berries here. How much food is in the guild hall? I think he's already taken it out. There's just too many knights. KP, I think he's dead. I think he already took the food out.
CSO has out-knighted the knightliest Civ. Let it be
He does still
known.
have 600. There we go. Now he took it out, but it's too late.
This man knows one style, but it works so well. I think I may have been mistaken. You know, year and a half ago when I referred to CSO as a Chinese Lucifron, I should have said a Chinese Zern.
Chinese Certain, really? I don't think Certain would have done that.
Well, yeah, no, that back in the days, you remember, like I think I used to call the full French Knight build the Zerton build because it was him every single game.
Really? Did you do that? Okay, I know Certain more like a player that still likes to like play it slow, but the way I always know that it's Certain when he's smurfing on ladder is when there's like an outpost at on every single gold mine in the game.
Oh yeah, no, I'll agree. The pacing is different, but the strategy of I like knights maybe a little bit much was like where I always thought was Zerton for that. And I mean, CSO's just taken that and then added in the aggression, right? He's just the professor making the perfect Powerpuff Girls here. Instead of it just being the little ponies, it's also a little bit of aggro that leads to this. And all of a sudden, we have a scary situation for Lucifron. He's back up against the wall. If he loses this, he's out. He will not qualify. And also, a win like this, I believe, would actually then guarantee that Wham could not qualify.
Ooh, I don't like this next civilization draft here, KP. We're going to be seeing Jean against Malians.
Please don't go range Jean. Please don't go range Jean. Please don't
want to. Yeah, I would not want to be Jean in this situation. That is a very, very tough matchup.
Yeah, and I don't know if you've noticed this. I've recently seen players going range Jean against Malians. It's weird to watch. I think the thought process is to try and deny pro scouts a bit cleaner, but the reality check is you're just going to die to javelins every day of the week.
That's the thing, right? Like that's what makes this matchup just so tough to deal with. Like as Jean, what can you really do in order to put up pressure? Whenever there's a fight, like mass Donzos already take out one of your knights pretty much immediately, and the cooldown on the spear throw is very short.
Yeah, 15 seconds, not too bad considering, especially if you get it going early, you can just snipe. I think the scary thing for me here as well, if this was French versus Malians, you could actually just scale, tempo, feel good. Jean's different. Jean is economically weaker than French at the start, but over a long distance of feudal better, right? Because the discount adds up and also the safe resources. But you can't really afford that long feudal. I don't feel like you want to have a super long feudal against Malians because that's going to lead to a lot of Donzos and a lot of javelins. And we know what a lot of javelins means these days for Malians. That means Farimba is on the menu.
And Farimba is very scary. You're basically allowing your javelin throwers to work as a pseudo like archer unit, like fast archer unit, while also being tanky enough to dive defensive structures.
Yeah, it kind of feels like they're a pseudo everything, right? Like they're decent at dealing with armored units. They're obviously an anti-range. They're a raider against villages. The only thing they don't do is siege buildings, which, I mean, I don't want to give the devs ideas, but considering how strong Javelineers are already, it may already have gone on their
give them the
whiteboards.
torch damage.
Yeah, just give them flaming javelins, you know?
Dude, it's so unrealistic. Donzo's got torches, but they throw spears. Javelin throws spears, but they don't get torches. Man, this unrealistic game, dude.
And Malian's such weak civ. Why Donzo have shield but not be able to take range damage?
Dude, I looked at the win rate on every 4 world, and did you know in this specific elo bracket, Mali actually has a low win rate?
Whoa.
Dude, that's how I can already see Reddit right in front of my eyes.
Wait, you done that too? I looked and AoE4 World told me that Jean is OP. I checked some gold replays and she's like just winning every game. We should probably nerf her. Maybe remove her legs.
To be fair, I do that too. I go over on AoE4 World, I'm like, okay, which elo bracket has the highest win rate for Delhi? And I'm like, oh my god, Delhi's so broken. Like, look at this.
Oh god, I can already just see the people doing that with Ottomans as well. It's like, this civ. Look, he had 30 great bombards. It's not reasonable. We might get to see that, by the way. Lucifron have the Ottoman pick for later. I'm always gutted when Delhi's on one side, not on one side and Ottoman's the other. Because I think Ottoman versus Delhi is one of my favorite matchups in the game.
you got to look at win rate and game length correspondence there.
Oh, true.
The longer
yeah.
the game goes, the better it is for Ottomans. After 30 minutes, dude, that's when they really start popping off.
Yeah, it's like Order of the Dragon, very OP. I found out in low-ranking games because they only build 40 villages, so the army size is actually pretty good. Anyway, we are getting into game number 3. We knew Luciferon had to get creative, he had to get different. Well, how about this? It is going to be Dark Age aggro from Jean into CSO's Marlians.
CSO, oh, this could be really good up against CSO because you look at where the golds are. Pretty much all of his gold is on the left side of his base. There is one on the other side, but it's very far away. CSO, he is already playing with the idea of going for Dark Age barracks. Wait, did he open up? Are there no straggler trees on this map? There must be straggler trees.
There
right?
is. No, we definitely put straggler trees in. He just chose lumber
He
camp.
went for the lumber camp.
So he wants the pit mine and he wants the spears. That's why. It's very different, man. I haven't seen many people do this, but it makes sense.
That delays the timing so much, though.
So I think I understand the logic here, though. This is a Jean-specific thing. Because normally what you can do with the Donzos, you scale 4 or 5, and you just snipe the villager, right? But that doesn't work against Jean. She has 150 HP and heals. So you actually need constant presence here if you want to try to contest her. I think it's good.
Yeah, the bonus HP is going to be very good there up against the Donzo Spears, but I think CSO, he's kind of handicapping himself there with this play. Is Jean already moving across? She's not moving across yet. I don't think he can go for only Spears. I think you really do need that outpost from Jean.
I mean, I'm waiting for him to pull her.
Yeah, the thing is you only need like 3 Donzos and you just put them on stand ground and they're going to automatically throw their javelin whenever it's off cooldown.
I mean, even if they melee, they've got melee armor. They mitigate 15% of your damage. So, like, you're going to lose in a straight numbers fight as well. There we go. So, Israq's now built. First Donzo coming and Jean's being pulled. So, CSO needs to be fast about this. Like, this feels slow because of the pit mine, but I don't think you bait your opponent into committing Jean if you don't have that pit mine is the problem.
These 2 houses, they're going to go down. So CSO, he's going to get forced to rebuild houses inside of his base. Not where you want to build them, but, it's necessary.
Good thing I built the lumber camp. Swag glasses.
I mean, he still has 450 wood around his TC. Like, I feel like at this point we could have already been at 3 Donzos, since he only built 2 of the 2 cabins.
Your mistake is assuming he only wants 3 Donzos. He wants 30 Donzos.
It doesn't stop you from going for the lumber camp later on.
No, that I want as many Donzos as possible, all right? And I want them with no breaks, crackety, okay? Like CSO.
See the outpost?
CSO and his Donzo spam is going to be like that person in chat. It's like, why is there an ad break here? No breaks. He's starting to poke, but like, this is... You can't stop Jean. I don't know. Like,
yeah, it's not possible.
There literally wasn't a scale point for Donzo, if we're being realistic about this. Even if he'd done the straggler trees, I don't think you get enough to stop her doing this. You have to dive her.
Oh, I think you do.
You have to dive her, though. You can't poke her.
Yeah, but that's fine. Like, diving her is fine. If you had, like, 2 more at this point in time, you could dive her. She doesn't have armor at this point in the game.
And she builds this so fast as well. So dive comes in. It's just... Wow. Wait.
Now it's delayed.
You call that a slap? Oh, God.
There we go. Outpost is up. And he's going to stick around. Okay. Yeah, I mean, just stick around. Okay, he's going to chop some wood, get some experience that way.
He's like, I guess we're all just
cool
building Dark Age lumber camps, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is, by the way...
The thing is, like, just chopping wood and then you go over to gold, reset the amount of resource that you have.
Yeah, you farm XP, yeah. Because you're going to have to walk home, so you're just going to miss out on so much anyway. You might as well be here for the aggro point.
Yeah. Or, KP, or we get the forward school of cavalry.
Please stop. Why would you do that when you've got a perfect trade route from here? Just walk into the corner. Yeah, walk to the north corner. You build a chamber of commerce. CSO will never find it. Boo! Boo! I mean, come on.
Oh, man. No proxy conk.
Disappointed in him for not just cramming that cock in the corner. So instead, it's going to be a sock back at home. John is still running around, wondering what her role and goal in life is. I think he actually... Is that a place then was a house he built, not a lumber camp? At this point, it feels like a lumber's not that valuable. There, yeah, house. Built where it can't be seen.
Kind of dangerous, because he's got to burn down the house. He's got
built where it can't be seen. Definitely built where it can't be... Oh, no.
Oh, no. Yeah, he's going to have to rebuild that.
But it was XP, at least.
Yeah, luckily this is not Mongol, so at least no bounty gain, but it's 50 resources, right?
Oh,
Look
yes.
at that. CISO, great play. CISO, he's got enough units to easily just go over to another gold vein.
2-8 goals. I think it needs to catch up. We're up to 12 Donzos now.
He surely at some point is considering feudal age, right?
No!
Right?
Kill the outpost!
No, he's going for it.
Full divide!
Oh, and Jean just went away. Jean can't repair now.
Spears are going to come out to play, but not really able to do any damage here. If you time it right, you can ungarrison stab, get back in and get a shot, right, between the attack speed intervals, which I think is what Lucifer's trying for. But it's just too many spears, so outpost will go down. And he even tosses the torches across on that poor little spearman.
Tried to get the scout. Didn't work out.
All right, and now you just get them all low.
Just coming in.
You get them all low, and then you let them run out of range, and then you hurl a giant javelin in their face.
Now you would think that Lucifron's in a great spot because CSO invested a lot into this, right? Wrong. Donzos are still, like, at any stage, they're a good meat shield at least to have.
Yeah, and it's like...
Up against John, which wants to make cavalry anyways.
Exactly.
Like, this is the worst situation to be in right now if you're Lucifron.
It gets worse than that, right? So, like, if you want to go pro scouts, that's now blocked by Donzos, and it's even worse than that. Crackly, if you saw 11 Donzos, you want to go range on really badly, don't you? Like, you can
Actually,
feel
no. Like, if you see
hovering
11
the button.
Donzos, you want melee Jean for the cleave.
You reckon? You don't think they'll just
100%.
kill it?
No, melee Jean is all the way to is the way to go there. 100%.
I mean, I think he should go melee Jean. I agree, but the more Donzos you see, the more temptation
optimal.
comes in, right?
No. The more Donzos you see, the more you want to go melee Jean. Legitimately.
Not scared of all those javelin throws?
Not really. Jean, like melee Jean has a lot more armor than range Jean.
That's true. She has got the 2 ranged armor, 225 HP. And there we go. Melee Jean in. Lucifron has not fallen for the trap. Thank God. Like, this would actually just be a 3-0 if he'd gone ranged.
Yeah.
And I don't... I see it so
might
often.
be. Like, this matchup is so horrendously tough. Like, look at this archer here. The Donzos might just one-shot one of the archers with their spearman throw.
Yeah, you're probably going to have to wait until you're at least, like, 6 archers in to feel good. Because the other ridiculous part is, you think, wow, that's a very long spear, Crackety. I mean, a spear that long, it's got to be very heavy. You couldn't really, like... There's no way you'd be able to throw that further than, like, someone with a bow with, like, tensile strength, like, whittling an arrow, right? Like, there's no way. And then you realize... Like, then you realize, for some reason, they do throw it further than you. They throw it 1.5 tiles further. They throw it further than a javelin thrower. And that, to me, just sounds like false advertising.
It's kind of crazy. Yeah, I mean, I get it. You want to have the spearman throw come out before a cavalry charge hits. But just make the spear throw quicker and give it less range, right?
Yeah. Like, let's at least dial it down to 5 range. I wouldn't even mind it being at 4 range, like, and then they just go, Bloody crazy.
CSO, though, he's in a precarious spot right now because he doesn't have any food remaining inside of his base. He has to go for berries and cattle. He is getting pro scouts in now. Question is, does he have enough of a timing here? He's only just now getting his first javelin in there. And Lucifron, he's also going for pro scouts, and he's catching up in the archer department.
Definitely feels like he's losing the race right now. There's a risk that the central pass is just going to get blocked by archers. And that means that 2 deer stacks will be going to your opponent, right? So that'll be a 3-1 split. So CSO definitely needs to start posturing soon. Otherwise, it will just turn into a food game in which technically Marlins don't lose because they have got Cal. But all of a sudden, Lucifron can look to scale to that night point that Jean so covets.
Alright, just hovering around that gold vein together with the scout. He's not gathering anything right now, so it's all just passive income for him. Which is good. Like, passive income, Marley, that's synonymous. But it's not going to be enough for, like, very, very fast Javelin production. And now there we go. Pro Scouts coming in. Lucifron, he's getting confirmation on that, and the Archers are following up right behind that.
Yeah, only 2 Javelins to contest, so should be somebody you can potentially poke at. Unless they, I mean, you could sack a Donzo to get the Scouts home. Actually seems like it'll work out quite nicely. So yeah, we'll pretty much reach the TC. Maybe 1 Scout down. Oh, nice bait. Forces the cleave on nothing. That's like defense mechanism. Like, please don't touch me.
Yeah, one of the Scouts going down here is actually pretty big for CSO because these Scouts are food expensive, and his food right now is very expensive as well, since he is relying on cattle. Next tier pack, moving on to. Was front following up.
This is such a bad spawn. I mean, we talked about the gold, but the deer spawn there as well for CSO. Like, there's no reason for Lucifron to split east and west on this map.
Yeah. If he had villagers out right now to, like, get another outpost up here, it would be very tough for CSO to stop that at this moment in time. Mm-hmm. There are some javelins out there, but not enough yet in order to start one-shotting. That's the important point here, the important turning point.
Yep, javelins barely inching away alive. I have to remember, Donzos are premium spears, so worth more XP as well.
Yeah. Once again, deer getting denied, and now the forward deer, or the front deer from CSO, nothing that he can really get there because Lucifron, he just took them away.
I mean, this is a worry on this map. Like, you know, Pro Scouts has been nerfed to the point that I don't think it's every single game is that on Sacred Grove, but that central lane is still just a critical part because of the double deer spawn, and it's a guaranteed thing, by the way. It always happens every game, double deer there. So, I know a problematic detail. I think CSO has so many Donzos, but it just feels redundant here. I mean, you could argue keeping Lucifron away from mass knighting. I don't think that's the case, though. I think instead, Lucifron just has to change the script, right? Focus on just raiding the sides.
I don't think Donzos are necessarily redundant. I mentioned this earlier. Like, at either point, they're great to have as a meat shield.
Yeah.
Just having a lot of them. And also, like, Lucifron will want to eventually go into mass knights with the archers, but it just makes it very tough for Lucifron to do so.
Does mean you're potentially feeding a lot of XP across the genre, though, is always the concern with this type of approach.
Yeah. Ooh, now we're getting siege engineering, so Lucifron looks like he wants to go for a push onto the pit mine here. But CSO, he's got more military. I don't think he can realistically go for a push there. He's got a lot of gold, he's got a lot of wood. And now with the deer that has been ferried back, he should also have a lot of food. Oh,
what did he discount, by the way? He must have been discounting the archer ranges.
TC.
Okay.
No, TC and
the stables. Okay, yeah. Just felt like the stable protection was weak for that reason, yeah. So that's the thing. Compared to French, you know, French would have felt a lot better with this type of build because the archers, you don't really want to have to discount on them. It doesn't feel worth it. But you'd have more villagers instead when you're French, right? So, like, this is what I meant with the other game. It just feels a little bit harder to navigate for Jean compared to Originator Civ. Especially in this matchup.
So he's getting to the count where it's starting to get really dangerous with the javelin throwers. You're almost able to split them into 2 groups and one-shot archers once you get to 16 javelin throwers.
He's posturing again. Needs to be careful because...
Look at that. This is the point with Donzos.
I say he needs to be careful. I should have been asterisk that. Needs to be careful in terms of playing out into the open field. Usually Marlians feel most content in their base because of those hybrid attacks.
The issue is, at this point in time, you won't be able to take a fight that is not underneath the TC from CSO. So you just gotta kind of like continue scaling more and more.
Oh look, another pony wants to die.
Almost. This one survives. Slither of HP, but that's just because not all of the javelins have been thrown yet.
Next hill comes out. Even pins too. Nicely done there. John getting a bit of XP out of the engagement. Javelins start to target her, but not ideal. Don't get that bonus damage, of course, and it means the archers remain uncontested.
And Lucifron, he's trying to get enough archers out to be able to get the...
Okay, you don't see that
farms,
often.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, that you don't see that often at all. I mean, that's the issue, right? Like, Lucifron took the majority of the deer here, so CSO, he definitely does struggle when it comes to food. The issue is, like, what Lucifron just did there is he tried to snipe out the javelin throwers with the archers. There we go. Guildhall is coming in. Nice play. If he gets the veterancy upgrade up on his archers, that's when he can start doing these fights where he can start picking off value units from range. But he can start actually picking off the javelin throwers with the archers. Because you suddenly get a lot more damage out of your archers with veterancy.
Yeah, and
go from 5 to 7 damage.
And that's the thing, right? I feel like the veteran arching timing is, in particular, super effective against Malians. The Donzos, obviously, the javelins don't mitigate as much damage. Also, the difference in attack speed means archers are favored. And then that leaves you with what? Counter solution being to go your own archers, which you don't tend to scale in Feudal's Malians, or go sofas, which takes time and a lot of resources. So definitely an opportunity here for Lucy. He is going to back up understanding the dynamics of a tech choice.
Veterancy coming in.
CSO, he is going to look to march in here. Gold would be a premium target.
This is going to be difficult.
Yeah,
Lucifron. But Lucifron, he's gotten enough gold, and like Lucifron right now, he can just wait until the veterancy upgrades come in. He's got the benefit of having another gold on the other side of his base. He can move out there. He doesn't need to stick out to this gold.
And the problem is you're using an immobile army as well, full of infantry here. CSO, I mean, there's no signs of a tech up either. I think he understands he needs something for what he's done here. He can't feel good about the idea of just walking home and aging up himself now.
The issues as well, he kind of is needed back at home. I'm not sure if he has enough Donzos back inside of his base to defend if Lucifron were to go for like a night push now.
And this has to be a Farimba. I mean, Javelin just seems like the optimal. I don't know if
you don't have cattle, so it needs to be, yeah. I mean, you're not getting anything out of a Grand Villani Corral right now, like, at all. So it needs to be Farimba.
I don't think there's...
No other choice.
Yeah, I don't think there's any value in Freeborn here, right? Like, I don't think you can go Freeborn at all.
Yeah, I think Lucifron's done it. He's made his way through this matchup now.
Let's see if he can close out now.
Getting Men-at-Arms in. High food, low gold cost unit now, since he doesn't have that much gold income at the moment. Just got idled a little bit from the gold.
Yep, has all the archers to counter the Musafadi counter play as well. Now, if you get a full punt here, you should be able to kill Jean with this many units. It'd be important.
Yeah, but Jean's so close to aging up.
You get the snipe. He actually goes for the ponies instead. He's going to retreat into the base for Imbo. It's 25 now, building it up. Nice initial hit there. But this XP is clawing its way up. Jean, just 50 XP away now. Vrimba, he built it right at the back, but Lucifron seems to suspect something. He's pushing exactly that way. Javelins, this is starting to turn into a bad trade. The Archer's attacking too quickly. He has to commit now. Jean almost dead. Doesn't get her.
Lives. And she's far enough away, and now the experience is going to come in. There it is. And that's it. That's it. No way out.
This is over. Melee cleave time.
Damage.
And the divine restoration. I mean, there's no escape from this. CSO, he may be looking at the upgrades, but he simply has no time. Lucifron says, stop, halt, I'm back in it. He gets on the board.
My God, this was such a difficult matchup for Lucifron. Honestly, I didn't think it was possible. I honestly didn't think it was possible. Even halfway in between, I was like, okay, there's no way that's like Lucifron can win this. But the pullback at just the right point in time, just enough archers, age up comes in when there wasn't really a big military lead for CSO. That was crazy. I honestly can't believe that Lucifron managed to thread that needle in so well.
Elegantly done, and it kind of fits, right? You know, French is the signature Civ, Jean kind of a mutation of that, so Lucifron had to be feeling comfortable going into this one in terms of Civ pick. But you're right, like this matchup, time and time again, I just see it look very, very rough for the Jean side of things, but a critical turning point potentially here. We have to remember, like when we looked at the points at the start of the series between these two, you know, you had Lucifron and CSO, 2-point differential between them. I think a win overall here still would be enough just to knock Lucifron into qualifications. We'll have to get confirmation on that. But it is tight between them. At least he now has some hope, an opportunity here. The CSO is going to have to dive a little bit deeper into the set. And that's an interesting matchup. Mongol versus Delhi. I believe that's Mongols for CSO. And Relic River in particular, a very intriguing matchup with these two civs.
Yeah, exactly. And honestly, like, Mongols we talked about the Fast Imperial like being really, really good, but there's one civ where they can kind of struggle with up against when playing for that Fast Imperial Age, and that is Delhi. If both players get to Imperial Age, both Imperial Age landmarks produce units. Mongols produces units worth 700 to 800 resources per minute. Delhi, on the other hand side, more like 1,000 to 1,200 with 4 scholars inside. Since it's not just like a normal elephant, but also has like 2 hand cannoneers on top of it.
It's pretty nuts.
It's a bit better. Yeah, and it's not the only thing. Mangadai go up to 16 damage per shot with all upgrades. Ranged elephants, tower elephants go up to 14 pierce armor. They don't care about the mass Mangadai.
And then, I mean, you can technically play hand cannoneers with the Khan Hunters. It's not too bad against the elephants. I feel it's like your only move to make. But tricky if you aren't setting up for trade. And I feel like Mongols aren't rushing to set up trade these days. And the gold veins are intentionally pushed to that north side in a way that you have to urgently rush out your base on a civ that struggles to get those strong defenses up. So yeah, it feels like for Mongols, you have to play fast in this matchup. And usually I'd say that's great because Relic River, you've got the fishing. But Delhi can actually outplay you on that detail, courtesy of the fact that fishing boats come with a bite.
I want to say if both players go for fishing, Mongols can still go for like the all-in Dark Age play onto the fishing, with Spearmen. Because if I remember correctly, like the fishing ships got nerfed. I think they used to do like 5 damage per arrow shot without bonus damage, and it got nerfed to 4, either from 6 to 5 or from 5 to 4.
So I think it was 7 at one stage, went down to 6, but then they perfectly hit. Then it got nerfed to 4, specifically in Dark Age, and scales up to its normal rate in Feudal. So yeah, they definitely hit a lot lighter. But we have to remember also things like the village can hang around to repair in a weird way, because you've got the Scholar that you can ungarrison to save him with. So there are some potential plays there. I've yet to see a Delhi player try something like adding in a racks near the dock. It sounds crazy, but like in theory, could work as well because of that Scholar.
Yeah, it's also like an issue, like having the Scholar out there, because that's your starting Scholar.
Yeah.
If you lose that one early on, that really puts a dampener on your tempo.
Yeah, and you miss out on key tech. So like very important things here. Piety, the Skull's not going to be tanky in Feudal Age. The most important one, whenever you see this type of play in the docks by the Delhi, they're essentially sacrificing military efficiency. So they're very slow off the mark in Feudal Age.
It's going to be an interesting one, honestly. Like this matchup in particular, this is also a great map in general for Delhi. Like you've got like some very widely spread out sacred sites, and it's very tough for your opponent to like have units on every single sacred site.
And that's
them with you.
That's why the play onto the pond early is so important as well. It plays denial or secure, depending on which side goes for it. But let's see who's going to be feeling secure in this one. Relic River for game number 4. CSO still a match point, but Lucifron finally breathing life back into his series hopes here. And he is going to make a breathly rush for that south side dock.
Yeah, he is indeed moving out for that one. Like, CSO, did he scout that? He did not scout that.
No.
Does he suspect it, then, is the question. Can we take a quick look at his villagers? Is he gathering wood, or is he already on the sheep next to his TC?
He's covered sheep. Yeah, he hasn't touched wood.
He's sheep, okay. Yeah, he's not touching wood right now. I mean, he went for 1 drop-off from the wood, but yeah, this is a fast age-up build.
That's kind of wild. So Lucifron's going to get the jackpot.
Where is he going? Yeah, fast age-up. He's going up to gold immediately. That's really good for Lucifron.
I'm kind of shocked. So this is the thing with Mongols. Normally, the assumption is your opponent can't dock because what we talked about, you can just burn it down. Like, I have Spearmen, lol. But the reality check here is usually what Mongols do as a result of that is they go and dock themselves because no one else is going to do it due to the threat of racks and the burn down and paying them off. CSO has kind of contradicted that logic here by rushing Feudal. I'm curious as to what the value point is. It used to be you do this for something like Silvertree, but Silvertree has completely fallen off, and I don't think I'd ever recommend it against Delhi.
I think he might not be too aware when it comes to the to the fishing aspect here on this map at all, because this is how you would play this matchup on like a normal land map. Because you can't really outpost rush Delhi anyways, because they still get the upgrades in for free, and they got a scholar to heal up, can pull villagers and then heal up. Like, that's the thing as well. They get textiles for free, scholar, and just heal up. He is at least laning the deer, but I mean, speaking of upgrades for free, Pro Scouts is free too.
Like, thanks. Now I know exactly where they're going to be in a few minutes' time. Oof, that's a relief. Does Lucy still open Ghazi here? Because one problem I see in this matchup now, because you didn't have the military efficiency timing, Keshiks can just completely outblob you.
That's true, yeah. He's going to have to wait a long time for that.
You know, I just realized you can obviously run up that river, and you can go right up that little crack ravine in the north corner. So, a mega, like, not mega
Can
ram,
you
sorry.
run up the river? Like, sometimes you can, sometimes you can't.
Don't ruin my dream here.
I don't
okay?
think you can here.
Next time you've got a free-for-all tournament.
You look at the minimap. You look at the minimap, and if you see like the water pulling all the way through without the cliff, then you know that you can run through. But it looks like there isn't a way through.
Oh,
like
you mean
blue is not like a straight line?
Oh no, I'm not talking about the waterfalls. I'm talking about like absolute top north, like because I think you can run up the side of that tree line.
Oh yeah, you can. Yeah,
so
imagine being Knights Templar up there and just gathering wood there.
Or my fault was you're playing a free-for-all regicide, right? Right, they're never gonna find you. Mongols pack up
you
the
just hide
landmarks.
your Mongol landmark there. Yeah, you got to survive until the end. I'm not sure what you get from surviving up until the end there in a nomad
Look, these are tournament strategies, Crackety. You know how it works. Next time there's a tourney, all right, and I get 10% of the earnings for this.
Points.
Yeah, there we go. You just have to RNG Mongols, which is getting much harder these days.
I did that. I did that when you were still able to like chop through tree lines with China, and during the Outback Octagon I hit my Great Wall Gatehouse in between.
You're a dirty
lines
son
because
of
the
a...
Great Wall Gatehouse didn't need as many tiles to build.
I still the most vile one I still recall was Corvinus as Mongols. Basically, had lost the game straight away, and he had 2 Mongol landmarks wheeling and dealing in tree lines around the map.
Disgusting.
Vile. How dare you, sir?
If I do it, it's fine. If you do it, man, that's ugly.
I mean, that sounds reasonable by me. Like, is that how the Nesta Bees work when you have to bring them out, Crackety? Like,
Oh, I actually don't. I feel physically sick when I have to make Nest of Bees.
okay, so you're not one of those like self-justifiers.
Or any form of siege.
You know, where it's like, I had to do it. It was me or them.
No, I don't make Nest of Bees.
So you don't make Nest
I
of
make
Bees.
like 1 or 2. I don't go up to like more than that. And even then I feel bad.
And you never make the elephants, right?
Typically not, no. I typically just don't
that's
play
a
Delhi
different
at all.
answer. Okay. But when you do,
When I do, I
bad
die in
alpha.
feudal age.
it's because you're rushing for those elephants. CSO, meanwhile, is rushing for aggression. I've seen this before. Oh, he plays this
We've
style
seen
really
the
well.
Mangadai.
Yeah, so...
Yeah, and he's going out with the deer stones as well. So
Yeah.
we're getting the forward deer stones for the bonus movement speed, which means that Ghazi raiders are not going to be able to catch the Mangadai at all.
It's really smart. And then this means if your opponent doesn't react accordingly, you can feudal all in him and have mobility comp in front of his base.
We're getting archer range response still from Lucifron. Great play here. So isn't going to go for Ghazi Raiders. He's also walled off the bottom side of the woodline there, so it's going to be tough for the Mangadai to really find a way to loop around there. But I think the woodline's a little bit too far away for his TC to protect the villagers.
Yeah, they can sliver in a little here, especially with the Scouting Falcon. More are coming. I mean, this is the other problem. Now when you react
Yeah, it's just going
archers...
in. He's passing through.
With
He's gotta
archers
cancel
as
the lumber
well,
camp.
you're not as much
He's
of
got
a
to cancel
threat.
lumber camp. Yeah, if he doesn't cancel lumber camp, he won't have enough wood.
Okay, he did at
Gets
least
cancelled.
top off the villages. So none lost there is crucial for Delhi. They can heal off the damage. But this is a little bit infuriating. I mean, remember, he opened archers instead of Ghazi. If he had Ghazi right now, he could punish this because they'd be stuck. With archers, it's a little bit more, shall we say, negotiate with me. You know, because if you shoot me in the
And he
face,
doesn't
I'll
have any
shoot you.
straggler trees anymore.
Wait, CS's moving away, though. I don't think he
No,
realizes.
he's got the reinforcements there. He's got reinforcements coming around the other side, so he's just circling around with 2 groups of units.
Oh, here we go. Yep, he arrives. And
With
this is
the
the
Khan
other...
Hunter as well.
And that's the crazy thing. The Khan Hunters also can punt Falcons, right? So, like... Remember that correctly? No, scouts. I'm getting mixed up.
They can.
Yeah, they can. Yeah.
No, the Commander can do that.
Why can everything throw falcons? Like, it's ridiculous. Like, it's so hard to actually hide what you're doing these days against Mongols.
It is. And look at that, Lucifer. He's starting to float up so much food just because he can't spend it.
Even Ghazi would cost him some wood. This is smart, though, with the archers. Although maybe the villagers helping as well. I don't think you can afford the extra wood tile now. Uh-oh.
He's got so much food. It hurts, man. It hurts. He
just build
can't
a
afford it.
marketplace. Wait a second. Oh my
That
god.
costs wood too.
This is all because of the fishing. Like, if he didn't fish, he wouldn't have this type of wood starvation.
Oh man, and now the Kashik's coming as well. This CISO is gonna all in this on just mass Mangudai and Kashiks now.
This is ridiculous. He's got a little bit of wood, so a few more archers coming in, but like now, man, you need spearmen or Kelsey.
He can't tell yet. He doesn't know. The Deerstones also hasn't really moved forward. Right now, it's just boosting up the speed of reinforcement troops. Never mind. Doesn't even do that. It's packed up.
It's like, no, I'm doing this too well. It would be unfair. I'm an ethical Mongol spammer. I'm like Crackney when he plays Nested Bees.
Totally ethical, dude. I only play Nest of Beasts with Mongols Fast Imperial Age.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was saying yesterday, everyone's going to try to replicate that Anatan build. You just need to roll Nested Bees 5 times in a row and you can win a game.
Easy.
I do look forward to those.
Now we're getting the Ghazi Raiders in. At least he's got a lot of food to spend on them now.
Yeah.
And with efficient production, he can get them out quite quickly.
I guess that's the perks of being stuck so long, is usually military efficiency not being there would sting you. However, with the Kashiks here, I mean, this is problematic. Is that a marketplace? Please, for the love of God, tell me that's a marketplace.
It's a blacksmith.
Of course it's a blacksmith. Why would we build a marketplace when we can't get wood? Oh, God.
CISO not even committing, but Lucifron, he's feeling the pressure.
Okay, this is good, though. Lucifron, Sanctity just kicked in. And remember, he's got that scholar on the south side sacred site. So this could start to alleviate some of his pains, because now he'll be able to trade for wood. Then again...
You can also use that scholar now to, like, get like, boop, boop, I'm over here. Starts capping the sacred site. This is going to force at least some reaction from CISO. And you can always just garrison back inside the dock.
I don't know if you want the
There we
full
go.
reaction with the Kashiks coming like this, though. It's a bit tricky. I mean, you obviously can just go for the archer ship play, or even a demo pump. Well, it's still not going to one-hit kill Kashiks, though. Might one-hit kill your own base, though.
Scholar's going to be tanky enough to survive the initial charge and hit and blow there, so he'll be able to still keep the Scholar alive. Maybe even kill him with enough of these fishing ships here.
Quite possibly. Not sure he realized this. There you go. Kashik needs to pull back. Army's still standing here. We have got Undermesh queued up, but Lucifron needs some time. Remember, gold has not been an accessible commodity for Lucifron in this game. Nor is wood. Nor is
That's a
stone.
lot of Kashiks that he's going into. Yeah, this mass Kashik play right now, like Lucifron just straight up does not have an answer to this whatsoever.
Feels like CSO is just priming to the point he can dive. Even got the signal arrow
Yeah.
coming to allow for it. Signal
It's going to be
arrow,
a lot more attack speed with it as well.
didn't they buff that as well? I think it was the cost was brought down
Yeah,
and
the
improved.
cost got buffed.
Yeah, quite a bit.
Yeah. So the attack speed arrow is going to last a lot longer. Either that or movement speed, whichever one he's going to choose.
Yeah, I think it's weird because the way it's written is incorrect. It only gives like an extra 1.5 or 2 seconds on attack speed. So not crazy.
It is weird. Okay, decent engagement. Start to the engagement here from Lucifer. Actually, really good start to the
what?
engagement here.
He's
Magdala
outnumbered.
getting completely pushed apart. Yeah. Where are the rest of the Kashiks? There's only 4 here, but he's got 9 out on the field.
But look at the timing. The undermesh as well. That's the other thing here. CSO needed a few more seconds. He only just got that extra layer tankiness. So full strike back there. Lucifron able to now force the retreat. And CSO, his own gluttony catching him here. Because look at the macro. Either lost track or was thinking about castle. But either way, all of a sudden new problems emerge. Because this is a Delhi game where the scholar count is not deceiving on military. There's only 4 of them. This is raw military mass for Lucifron.
Yeah. And economy is also looking good for Lucifron. Still has those fishing ships working for him. Grant, they're not going to work forever. The shoreline fish is going to like expire at some point, but this is a great for his tempo right now. And I mean, it shows off, right? Like he's got so many Ghazi and archers in combination. That's just not something that he could afford otherwise.
No, it's
Even
crazy.
with all the idle time.
It is actually crazy to think with how this game started that you could afford anything that costs wood and oh boy. Well, that's pinned. CSLO's like, I don't get it. Like, I could have sworn in Feudal Age you have 2 landmarks. It's around here somewhere. Lucifron just dives past it. He's been a little bit careful here, though.
Coming in now. There is no Pierce armor in yet. Pierce damage in yet for Lucifron.
No, and...
So right now, the archers are not that good.
No, he needs to rely on the Ghazi to win this fight, but maybe an awkward way for them to engage. Check this. It's going to be a V formation, so no overwhelm by the Ghazi. Keshiks stand their ground. Counter's getting a little bit low, and the trade on the backside is at least looking good, but the Yam does allow disengage. At the end, it's like the Keshiks.
It's not enough.
It's not enough for them. They are going to be overwhelmed here. Lucifron now extending his lead in a position to potentially dive the deer next, but he will require a few torches.
Back to the silver tree. Silver tree, deer stones.
Who cares? Whatever it is, it's never going to be what it is.
It's a landmark.
It's a
They
wagon.
look the same if they're packed up. It's not me, it's them.
Yeah, it's not my fault, guys. Like, whoa, don't judge me for my comments on this. All these landmarks look the same. Look at it. It's just, this could be a Gur. It's a very tanky Gur.
That girl looks different.
Don't care. It's packed up. I'm shooting it. I can't believe that he's still not moved it. Like, I'm starting to wonder if it's actually stuck in the tree. Is it stuck in the tree?
Dude, it might legitimately be stuck in that tree. But if it was, then surely he would have sent a villager out to chop that one tree, right?
I don't know what to think of this, but like, it is looking like it somehow got bugged. Because he did deploy it and then undeployed it, and it hasn't moved since then. But like, but here's the thing, like, I think you'd be warranted to ask for a remake because of that. But CSO wouldn't have because of how good his position was, right? Like earlier on.
Yeah, but now we're getting... Earlier on, yes, but now we're at a point where it's 13 to 57 military and Lucifron's flirting with Castle Age.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem. It's kind of like when you watch a referee give advantage to a team that's been fouled, but after a while, he drops his hand, right? You can't, after you fail to finish him, go, okay, can we like because my deer stone wasn't there the whole time. Oh my god. I mean, we'll have to double check that. It does look like it is just stuck.
He's still trying to go for mass Kashik here.
Siege engineering now come from Lucifron, so you know, with this many archers, he could look for an all-in, but he could just as easily skip to the next stage and move us on to a game number 5.
It looks very likely at this point in time, right? Getting even more Kashyyyks in now, though. Lucifron, he is reinvesting, so no Castle Age yet.
CSO, I mean, this many Kashyyks, it's awkward against Deliafine as well. Because let's say we both go castle. Wow, you've got all this heavy cavalry. Queues up one war elephant. Anyway.
That's true. Also, Kashyyks now going down this time. Lucifron's got the pierce damage in. CSO's not too far away from Castle Age as well. But it's definitely going to be Lucifron that gets it in first. House of Learning coming in, 26 villagers on that. This is what I appreciate and hate with Delhi. It makes so much sense rushing the age up so much because you're getting all the tech ups in for free.
Yeah.
So you want to have it up as soon as possible.
Especially with this many archers, just vetting them up would instantly win the game. CSO, I think he knows what's up. It's just sad the way this is happening. Forced to dive when he's trying to tech himself. So Kashyyks are going to be shoved away. Lucifron will make it to the third age. 7 Scholars is not going to give an insanely fast tech unlock speed here, though.
It's still going to be decently quick, I want to say. Like, especially with efficient production, like on the military production buildings, it's going to be fairly quick. Separate out now also coming in for CSO.
Yeah, and CSO going in again here makes sense in a way. Yeah, like his thought process is correct. My opponent teched, I should punish that. But the numbers were already so against you, it always felt ill-advised. So minus, what, 4 or 5 more Kashyyks? And now taking up with
that's
only
just
7.
what happens when you weren't able to punish the fishing ships.
Okay, and this is the weird thing about Mongols. While I think this map is very good for Mongols, I think Castle Age is not. Think about where you have to build a step redoubt. Think about where it's going to go. Look at how far out of his real base he is with that landmark.
And he's got villagers all the way at the top side on the deer. His economy is very exposed, and I think Lucifron, look at that. There are some units, probably Ghazi Raiders, going towards just that side. Actually, they're just looking for that Keshik. No, they're not
he's
looking
fishing.
for that Keshik. They know exactly what they're looking for.
Yeah, there is an outpost, so I mean, you could actually burn this down, I think, this many torches.
He's gonna burn down.
Yeah.
This is so many Keshiks. No way.
Because the thing is, like, the torch damage isn't attached to veterancy, it's attached to age, right? So, like, he just has extra burn damage already.
A way to keep those villagers alive. No reinforcements nearby. CISO tries to go for repair, but
Even
the
at night
sprinkler
now.
placement wouldn't help him.
No fortifications that you could try to go for instead. All on the base.
And immediately 4 relics being picked up.
Oh yeah, just casual deli things, you know.
And by the way, the 5th relic is right in front of Lucifron's base. Like, he's getting every single relic here.
And getting a lot more than that. Lucifron now coming in from the north
All
side
the
flank.
upgrades.
There are
Not
sprinkler
all of them
placements
even
coming.
cute, but that's just
Yeah,
just
he'll
daily
get that.
mistakes that you can afford.
He's just getting what he needs. He's like, I got home blades, I got pakes, nothing else matters. Does he? Wait, he only had 1 outpost here. Are you kidding me?
Second one did just come up, but doesn't quite feel like it's enough at Lucifron. He can just go mass knights now. Has 1 sacred side, about to have all the relics, garrison inside. That's a lot of passive gold income with which you can just spam out these gold-heavy units now. You didn't spend any gold on your upgrades as well, so you still have that pretty much almost full gold vein inside of your base.
Now, you might be wondering in this situation why not war elephants. It's simply because it's only Keshiks. There's nothing slowing them down,
honestly,
right?
AP, he could be making only archers right now and it would work.
Agreed. Like, Keshiks are sad sometimes. I think the other thing as well is, like, war elephants would be a perfect counter to this. The problem is you just wouldn't get to fight, right? You'd buy time for your opponent by doing that. So having a bit more mobility, and now with the crossbow switch, I mean, I just don't see a way for CSO to do this. The gold vein with the step readout is not going to last very long. At which point, how do you get to the next gold?
That's the fun thing. You don't.
You go, game 5. Choo-choo.
Maybe CSO is trying to stall for time for like a fast Imperial play. The issue is Lucifron's got an army big enough to immediately punish it with a dive. Quick enough where you do not have the leisurely pace in order to wait for the units to mess up. And Lucifron knows where the economy is from CISO. So he's just going to go for it. Like, even if Lucifron's about to lose some units inside of his own base, it's worth disrupting the entire economy from CISO for it.
Well, all of a sudden you're now playing Mass Keshiks. You at least did get enough gold in reserve to build a few, but you're on the clock. And Lucifron, with such a huge military advantage, it's almost impossible to see a way in which he loses this next fight. Well, okay.
Summer is being researched for CISO.
I don't know how this ever turns into a true win, but triple Waddle, okay. I thought we might slow down the use of it.
That's just a double Waddle.
Okay, he's
He
got
still
one
has
more.
3 more relics that he could use.
Reload. It's like
He's got
muskets.
5 relics.
Wait, what about
but
these
that's a good
villages?
catch.
Hold on. Keshiks. Big clubbing coming in here. Lucifron, he needs to
that's
run
pretty
across with the
good.
relics. The body blocks cut off the rest from retreating. An absolute massacre on the tree line. CSO now walks away. Now he's still behind on raw
Is it
economy.
enough, though, inside of the base from CISO? He's suffering similar losses. He managed to clean up the front line, though.
Wait, he gets bogged down on the Keshiks. The TC's adding a lot of fire in, so it looks like CSO will be able to hold his base for the time being. He's near the berries.
The villagers once again.
Is this happening again?
Wait,
this is as wild as
Is
game
this
1.
happening?
This is just as wild as game 1. CSO should be dead right now.
He should be. Actually, the archer, I mean, we talked about, right? Like, archers are still enough against the Keshiks here. Grant, there are some crossbows mixed in. But Lucifron still has a villager lead here.
CSO needs to migrate the tree line. There's only a handful of Keshiks left, and it is only archers now, so the Keshiks can absorb quite a lot of blows, so the TC can kind of trade out. He's bringing the rest of the heavy cavalry home, despite a fantastic effort there by CSO to get ahead. He still finds himself almost 10 eco behind now. And Lucifron in the middle of a farm
He's
transition.
got wood for farms. I mean, he's got enough wood for it. I'm only a little bit miffed by the spot of the transition. Actually, second TC now for CSO. Okay, then. There's going to be a little cleanup there, though.
Oh, he's not looking either. Yeah, a little bit of a delayed reaction. Not that it should have made too much of a difference. But Lucifron, he's rescaling the Lancers again. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, the Relics are going to allow him to just pump Lancers like crazy. And we have to remember that the Archers were already losing value.
Reinforcement is crossbows.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So what does he do now? I guess Siege?
What can you go
Static,
for
but
unit-wise?
the problem is anything that would make sense requires gold. He's gone 2 TC, which still doesn't solve the problems, I don't think, here. Like,
He's moving out to the gold mine at the top side there.
could you archer spear
He's
to
going to
survive?
build a lot of outposts.
Because technically,
Honestly,
archer spear
KP,
could survive, right?
I'm a little bit baffled by how much damage CSO was able to do, but I still, at the end of the day, think Ellie doesn't really care too much about that.
Really? What gives you that idea? Is it the 7x more technologies queued up right now?
Part of that, yeah. But also, like, the window is always still there for them to potentially reach Imperial Age with 5 relics and still a sacred site in their control. And once you get to that point in time, like, you could be behind 20 villagers and still be ahead.
Delightful Delhi.
He's gonna at least have to delete some of the fishing ships soon, and then the economy score is gonna look a little bit more even between them.
Yeah, I mean, that is going to suddenly give CSO the lead if that happens. But that is courtesy of the fact he has 2 TC. Now, Lucifron, I don't think he's seen that second TC. So this Lancer, is about to give him some key information. Right? Brother, please. There we go. He does see it, so he knows it's 2 TC. Lucy, once this farm transition is complete, I don't think it's going to matter.
That's the part. Like, the thing is, what can CSO do? Okay, he is starting to mix in horsemen. It's getting the upgrades on them as well. Horsemen are... You need so many of them against this.
It's worse than that.
He might be able to keep Lucifron inside of his base.
Yes.
There's a lot of units coming in.
So, like, there's some other problems here as well. It's the fishing is going to scout a raid early on, so you just have to worry about your north side. So if you wall that, the farms are almost always going to get enough time to vacate the area. And these Keshiks, hesitant about the dive, man. They will just beat that one Lancer down, but no full dive. The crossbows are now arriving. With the Pakes, they have the extra range to engage with. Lack of a front line right now for Lucifron, but CSO entirely hesitant to commit. He's going for Imperial. He's actually... Is he?
He might want to, honestly. Like, I can see Imperial Age being, like, the one chance to, like, help you out here. The timing is just so niche, and he's got 7 horsemen, but this many crossbows easily clean up this many horsemen as well.
Even spears now from Lucifron, so he's looking for that full dive comp. Mahout's in soon. Also, this is key. We don't see it very often, but Force March. Like, it's just going to allow you to flood in to the step readout, whichever location you're looking for. And you cheeky son of a... He's building walls near the gold veins to try and block placements, but also let him know which one's being harvested.
We're suddenly seeing a lot of sprinkle placements coming in. Some random walls coming in for Lucifron here as well. So many farms for Lucifron. But he's getting so many units now as well. Maybe there is little illegitimate timing here for CSO to get up to Imperial Age. And if he is able to thread that needle and get, like, good Mangadai upgrades in as well, there is a way. There is a way.
There is always a way.
Maybe he also needs the 5 nest of bees. Yeah, maybe he just needs those 5 nest of bees. And look at what he did there as well. Look at the shrine there.
Yeah, monastic shrines.
He's boosting up. Yeah, he's boosting up all of those pastures.
It's a big change. So they moved it from Imperial to Castle. We've seen it a few times already. It's becoming a key part of this type of meta strategy. And I don't know how I really feel about this fasting Mongol build. I know Mongol Main's like, please just give us the one thing KP, but my take, Crackety, this is an RTS, not a tower defense game. So why are we playing a tower defense game?
Once again, like CSO, he's raiding the base from Lucifron. Is Lucifron gonna react? He's got a lot of units out in the middle. He might. Oh, he's gonna find the outposts. He found them.
Uh-oh.
2 sprinkler placements.
It's a decent amount of spears as well. Should be enough burst power to at least get through 2 of the outposts, but this is a full distraction.
Using the window.
Yep, carving it on the way.
Using the window.
Wait a second.
Lucifron, he doesn't want to waste the time, I feel like, maybe with these outposts.
No, I think he needs to dive towards the main, and he needs it fast. Veterancy's on the way for archers. Yes, I mean, CSO, I don't know if you have time to get archers here. That's balls.
If this was Mangadai, I could understand. Like, Mangadai deal great damage to both crossbows and spearmen because of their insane attack speed.
The problem is Pakes, so the range advantage is against you, and then it's also, like, you're going to be kiting in your base, right? Knights. Yeah, okay, so that might be the worst roll next to Hui Pao you could have got. Quadra Ram.
Okay, time to get the Rams in.
It's a lot of commitment to kill an Uvu. It's very far away to go for the main base. I was finding on the deal on the north side. This is just getting scrappy. Lucifron in his most comfortable format here. Raid, raid, raid. Warlords are going to come out to block that horseman raid. That's by time for the spearmen to arrive. Wait, did Lucifron... He did drop them off the end. Okay, yeah. Garrisoned it first.
Horse is going to come in soon. CSO, he still doesn't have those knights, and I'm not sure. Can we check the blacksmith from CSO? Does he have the military academy upgrade? Because that greatly speeds up the speed on your Kaganate Palace as well.
He has not got it. Oof.
So that's like more like 500 resource per minute instead of 700.
And also running out of resources to gather with.
He needs to replace them. He needs to replace the building placement, so he's going to get knights again.
Wait, what? Oh, no. Dive coming in now. So discover the pasture area now. Lucifron needs to wait for the rams to arrive. Otherwise, it's going to slowly experience death by a million spirit placements. Keshiks are starting to converge towards the base as well. So this is going to
lead on the crossbows.
Yep. The crossbows? I was about to say, switched over. Yeah, I was about to say, wow, elite crossbows and all 7 of them. No, it goes to the archers. Anything you can truly afford here.
It still feels bad on the archers because archers actually barely get any additional stats from the elite upgrade.
It was because he only has food and wood, really. Like the gold necessary, if anything else, just doesn't exist for him in this game. So dive comes in, Lucifron with an overwhelming military lead here. The Rams easily clearing CSO's last hope in game number 4. Keshiks have gone home though.
It's coming in.
Can they do it
like
here?
50. Look at the mass of green units floating, like running across the map. There are 50 more spearmen coming in.
Yep, and this is just crossbows on their own with a handful of melee. And yet they still hold. Now with the arrival of the torches, the Ram's still alive. I don't think CSO's got anything left in the chamber.
Certainly doesn't look like it. And it's just never ending with 1,600 food per minute. And 1,300 wood in the per minute as well. Like Lucifron, he's perfectly content.
It's in for food.
Just spamming out this trash military.
Yeah, he's got this forever, remember, because it's all those farms. It's not like, you know, CSO sitting here going, oh, there's only got a few deer left. Oh, the berries are going to run out soon. No, this is forever. This is a keeper.
It's never going to stop.
The ram needs to actually... He's getting body blocked by a sheep.
By a sheep.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Sheep. I didn't see you there. Pardon me.
Oh, and the next point is also gonna be knights from the Kaganate.
Please stop. No, please. Yesterday, we had the best RNG I've seen in a Kaganate. Today, it's not the worst,
I mean,
but it's down
good.
there.
It's just the units that are being made against them.
Exactly. Like, I mean, at least if I had a Hui Pao, I could try to snipe him from afar and force him to dive me, maybe.
So he's got a dream.
This is a
I feel like
nightmare. I don't know what you're talking about. When he goes to bed tonight.
And now it's a Hugh Pow.
Okay. Just, it's okay, CSO. Sometimes life kicks you in the nuts and you just have to admit defeat. Just.
You just gotta get your nuts elsewhere.
It's okay, because you know what? Like what I find, there's nothing worse than when you find an ornament you really, really like, but you know when you like, you think it would look better in pairs. So I think really what CSO needs is another Wee Power after this one. That will be the why is he still in this game? Please give him the second Wee Power so he knows it's done.
Lucifron's military count has not budged below 100 within the last 3 minutes. But there it is. GG comes in. We're getting a game number 5, KP.
I don't know if that was like actually helping the morale of CSO in the end. It's almost, you know, he's like a gambler with the last savings he's got at the table there. He's like, if it just rolls the right unit, Crackety, oh, we'll be back in the money. I don't feel like there's any way he's going to get back in the money here, though. Lucifron, a dominant game in the end out of him, and crazy when you consider how this game started. Like, this was the comeback of the series so far. When you think about how wood-starved, rather, even gold-starved, everything starved, Lucifron was at the start, we had a game that easily could have been over in 8 or 9 minutes.
Yeah, this could have almost been like one of those situations where it's like checkmate. I like completely denied one resource, and now you do not have any more moves to make in this one. Next up, though, we're going to be seeing House of Lancaster for Lucifron and the IU bits for CSO. That's going to be a really interesting one as well. We talked about IU bits with CSO. Maybe. There's a big maybe here. Up against the, I want to say, ex-demon Civ, which maybe now isn't quite as demonic anymore as it used to be, but still very strong.
If you dervish into Desert Raiders quick enough, you could, I think you can dive maybe, right? Like, you'd have to circulate multiple Desert Raiders.
The dervish easily out-heals. And let's not
you
forget,
do 3.5 times 2, right? And then you do 1 aura, so it's 8 heal a second. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. 3.5 in combat from each, right?
Yeah.
And then 1,
but
I believe,
you can't
in
garrison inside the House of Lancaster, so it's
exactly.
Like just 1 is enough to out-heal.
So the thought here, though, like there is one catch, one caveat. If it's a close golden stone, I think it doesn't work. Because then the person's going to have probably 6 to 8 villagers in range with a mana and a Lancaster castle by the time you arrive, right? So I think you get shot out. But yeah, like it's feasible. I don't know, though. I hate Dry Arabia right now for Lancaster. There's just something about every spawn that almost guarantees you a golden stone next to each other.
Yeah.
Whether it's the starting one or the secondary. Like, it's always happening.
Yeah, we'll have to see how exactly that one's going to spawn, but there is definitely a way to play it that way.
Yeah, and reminder, there's definitely a way that Lucifron can still qualify here. So, like, he's keeping himself alive. He needs to win this. Now, I just got confirmation. He would then need Vortex to wipe Wham, and that would allow Lucifron to cruise through. Otherwise, what could end up happening here is that CSO and Lucifron could fall, and Wham could still qualify if he's able to slam dunk Vortex. So, a lot still to play for today.
I mean, a lot of these players went 3-3 in the end, right? So definitely a lot of hot contenders there. By the way, KP, you know what I just noticed?
No?
This T-shirt here, what color is it for you?
That's indigo, my friend.
I'm not sure why, but it's very purple in real life, but it's very blue in my camera.
Yeah, like I've said this before. I was like, straight away when you asked me, I was like, yeah, I can tell where this is going. That's like, it looks bluish, but it's not.
What color is that dress?
Does it look good on me? And then you just got to change the colors a lot, mate. Like, you got to here, like you know, what color shirt am I wearing?
That's a black shirt.
What color shirt? It's green. It's just a beautiful green. I got all the funk, man. I didn't expect to go that green. I mean, wait. Crackety. Like, look, check. I'm role-playing how sick you feel when Deli gets picked.
Yeah, that's accurate.
Yeah. But The question is, who's going to be more accurate here? Who's going to strike harder? It comes down to this. A deciding game on Dry Arabia. Can the camels be the hump that overthrows the Broman? Or are we just looking at Lancaster dunks and dubs all the way through? We're going to see game number 5 now on your screen. CSO on the Iobids in the orange and Lucifron as Lancaster with a Dark Age Rush.
Dark Age Rush against the Iobids? Okay, that's very interesting.
I guess it's because, obviously, you know, Iobids love their gold, so he sees some fixation and looking that out. I mean, I don't think it's as much about the deer here for Lancaster. Unless, is he thinking something like an Abbey of Kings build?
Maybe? But Abbey of Kings doesn't really feel that good when you're up against a civilization that has, like, ranged cavalry.
It is weird. Like, I think you'd have to pivot immediately to Yeoman. Honestly, I think they kind of overnerfed Yeoman. Like, the cost means in Feudal Age, without the mana build anyway, Yeoman is very hard to justify now. Let's be real, it's going to be Manas.
I agree. This is... Surely... No, okay, he's actually not going for a deer push. Oh, look at that. He's actually getting a pretty good amount of sheep here as well, which, you know, House of Lancaster, in theory, doesn't need, since they already spawn with 4 additional sheep underneath their base.
Yeah,
but
they scout like a berry sieve is the way I describe it, because they don't have to come home. It's such a subtly big advantage that adds to the complexities of why Lancaster is not a fun experience to run into right now.
Yes, there's more fun. There's definitely more fun to be had with. Is he gonna? He's just going for. No. He's just going for the gold.
This, can I just be very unfiltered? This feels like a terrible spawn for a Dark Age Rush.
Can I just be very unfiltered and say this feels like a terrible strategy from the get-go?
Look, I don't want to be mean to him, because if you're too mean, Crackety, it means he just goes back to building manners. And I don't want that for Lucifron, Lancaster, or Age of Empires.
We're still 100% going to see manners, but something that is going to change now. Okay, so CSO, he's got enough gold to age up. He's not going to go for the Dervish Wing. Instead, he is going to go for the Economic Wing growth. Lucifron does see that. He's not going for the immediate Barry Denial. So CSO, he's going to be able to scale villagers here early on. The question is, what's the follow-up? So already denied off of gold a little bit here. Archer follow-up makes the most sense, for sure. Yeah. And with an Archer follow-up, you're kind of already in a, I want to say, spot where you definitely want to go for aggression, but there's a Lancaster Castle now. And
I'm just going to say
secure only stone? Okay.
It doesn't matter though. Lucifron won with his opening, Crackety. We don't have the foresight to understand what Lucifron was envisioning. He stopped CSO from doing Gamba Wing. All right, that's all I've got, really, with this play. But yeah, the Lancaster Castle on the back feels bad for multiple reasons, right? It only skews the stone, not gold as well, but also it's the back of your base, not the
You can
front.
make the... Yeah, it's like you can make the 3 manors, but after that, you lack the gold, the secure gold income, in order to get the upgrade to continue with making more manors.
So I think maybe CSO seeing this... I don't know, maybe you just open 1 or 2 Desert Raiders and go fast castle yourself, knowing that your opponent's eco lead can't get that big. Because there's no all-in play here, surely. Like, I don't see the picture, because I feel like it's always going to be Desert Raiders for you, and now because he doesn't have the Dervish heal, diving's not going to feel great in any circumstance.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, at least you still have the ability to immediately make a ram. Like, you don't need to wait for siege engineering. That's a benefit there. So you don't need the gold in the first place to start your aggression off. You can just immediately make archers and push across. The issue with that is, if Lucifron reacts with the Yeoman, he's gonna have an immediate advantage with his archers over yours. And we're actually gonna start seeing the stable here. Stable archer range.
Yeah, aggression definitely intended. So it goes for 1 of each. If this was just Desert Raider poke, you go stables only, because then you go Camel Lancers in a rush. So CSO is giving President the Age.
Lucifron, he's almost got he's got enough gold to be able to upgrade the manors already. So he's
Lancaster
completely fine
Castle
with only having the Lancaster Castle on the stone.
Am I the only one that finds it kind of deceitful you can't garrison that thing? When I first saw the Lancaster Castle, I was like, oh my god, they're going to garrison it. I'm screwed.
It's so OP. I can, put like 8 villagers like in a barbican inside. No, you can't.
I mean, this is the thing you got to learn about royalty. They're selfish. There's one king living there, and he won't share. Is he trying to shove the deer away?
There from Lucifer. Yeah, he tried. And he's actually going to be able to.
Yeah, he
It's
actually
too close
made
to Lancaster
Lucifer help
Castle.
him.
The scouts, yeah.
I mean, so we've seen this a lot, right? Once it's underneath the Lancaster Castle, you're pretty much safe. We do have horsemen plus archers, so CSO. I get why he's going horseman here. Like the interesting thought I had though, you're talking about like the defense of yeoman. I think you honestly could have maybe even considered like if it wasn't for that gold placement, hobblars. This might be like the perfect situation as them for a defensive tool. Unfortunately, with them costing gold, that won't be on the menu.
Yeah. I'm not 100% on that, honestly. The hobblars, I like them a lot once you unlock the charge in Castle Age.
Yeah.
From the college landmark. Yeah, because then your charge actually does damage. But if you look at like their base damage, it's similar to trying to make horsemen up against Ghazi or Sapahi.
I think of them a lot like Yumi.
Doesn't feel good.
If you're not building against a counter unit, they're
worse
worthless.
than Yumi.
Yeah, but like in the same category, right? Like you have to be building it to your counter unit.
Yumi you
otherwise
can
it's
at
bad.
least make against archers as well. But you cannot make hobblars up against horsemen.
I think, unfortunately, they just feel like a timing unit for Castle. The only reason why it may have felt good here is that idea when you talked about only archers. Like, if it's archers rams, then like they could have actually been your saving grace. But once again, it's the gold placement. And why am I talking about hobbies? We could just do this.
Wait. No,
wait.
Lucifer,
he only
got
has
a
one
single
mana. Oh, no. Oh.
He might be finishing another mana behind this. Yeah, okay, he's actually getting up to 3 manas, but I still don't like it.
I mean, 5 isn't too bad here, but the Desert Raider, maybe? Then again, your base damage is so low, the Desert Raider debuff is kind of...
Yeah, and they're only going to tickle the archers as well, in theory. Like, with this many, you can't, like, do too much damage to them. I don't know, maybe. Maybe the timing's there, maybe not. We'll see.
Okay, so hits to the ram.
Some wise words I learned from a coach. Sometimes things work, sometimes they don't.
Wow, that's, like, really deep, insightful coaching, Like... Sometimes I need the toilet, sometimes I don't. Yeah, it's true of so much in life.
Have to go that far. Oh man, this is kind of brutal. Actually, I didn't think they would be doing like that well here, but they are.
Yeah,
and the timing was great.
There's a reason why I went for the toilet comment, because right now this all-in is making CSO feel a little bit crappy. The Desert Raider switch as well. Oh, it's so slow, and now Culture Wing advancement coming in, so CSO. Feeling that urgency.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be urgency now. At least, like, it's not that many manners, but Lucifron, he's kind of bought himself the opportunity to, at any point, go for more manners. But look at that, what we're seeing here. CSO going for the Castle Age advancement wing now.
Yeah, but the thing is, obviously, this gives no immediate upside other than just being faster and slightly cheaper, right? It's not like you're getting... the quirkiness of extra villages, dervish straight away. So that is a little bit tricky to try and unravel, considering that Lucifron, I mean, he's being blocked on gold. So, like, he's going to waste some time in this age. And the good news is Camel Lancers can't be stopped those spears. So, although it seems like the correct unit, like, realistically for Lucifron, crossbows or yeoman would be the better way against camels long-term here.
Mm-hmm.
And he is back
Something
on
that
gold now.
CSO still has going for himself up against these the manners is he still has the 3 bonus villagers that he started with, right?
Yeah.
I think there might have been a slight little bit of idle time since he's not ahead by a full 3 villagers. So yeah, maybe slight little bit of idle time. Maybe want to prioritize one of the horsemen. But okay, we're seeing
that might be a
barons.
lot of idle time.
That's a Golem rush now.
Oh, Golems. Okay, so I mean. That's cool in theory, Crackedy, but you know what I'm going to say. How do we reach the yeoman?
Well, you don't necessarily have to, because Golems just have so much more HP than normal men-at-arms, and you might just be able to kill enough villagers beforehand. Lucifron doesn't have wheelbarrows, so Golems actually outmaneuver the villagers unless you account for, like, formation.
And wow, you felt good about your horseman raid, and then all of a sudden, look, Demi-Lancers. They always turn up when you least expect it. There is a tricky thing here. Lucifron, that idle time on the gold vein really stung his timing here. In fact, he's actually gathering up a hell of a lot of wood right now. So maybe, is there any world in which you outpost here? What, for Lucifron? You think Lucifron's going to ram?
Either CISO maybe goes for some forward rams or maybe forward mansionings. No, he's going for archers now behind as well. I mean, Lucifron's just getting a lot of wood in passively just from having the manors as well. Like, every manor also gives you a lot of wood.
I guess, then that's sick then, because you can just sell them across. Like, it might be worth a marketplace to just get a rush timing here. I guess, like, at this stage, food is the bigger issue for him, but you do have the play now into the middle of the deer. It feels like a white tower could be forced, maybe. I mean, CSO's just not really approaching the base yet is the issue.
We're getting the upgrade on the Spearman to get some of the armor destroyed on these units now.
Oh, yeah, good old Billman.
Here's damage coming in as well.
Powerful tech here, especially with the undermesh ticking in. That means the yeomen will be able to double their damage.
Yeah. DSO's also going for Dervish, so I mean, at least relics could help. Once again, like, these are only 3 manors. It's nothing like crazy like we're used to from the House of Lancaster. Like, in part, it's kind of like offset by the bonus villagers and other bonuses that IU bits get here at this point in time.
Yeah.
Like the bonus gather speed in general from the Golden Age.
Yeah, it's like those manors are only 4 relics, you know? That's the way to think about it. And there's 5 relics on the map, so, like, checkmate.
We do have the golems in the front side now. We don't have Pierce Armor level 2, but we do have a ram in there as well. And we do have a theoretical ram. That's a very theoretical ram.
I think that ram just handed in its resignation. It's like, nope. Icy Spears. I don't like them. White Tower now coming. Yeah, it has to be. Like, you just get dove otherwise. Speaking of dives, once again, Demi-Lancers. Jazz hands.
He didn't get a villager kill in there. Did get one in earlier.
But think about what the Demi-Lancers have done. Like, this is the thing. Even when you have games where they don't kill anything, the thing that... And I think it's important to highlight, because, like, you know, some of us just watch and we deal in, like, flashy big numbers, cool. It's the fact that they're idling the enemy, but also idling the army of the enemy. Like, think about what CSO would look like if his whole army had been stationed here right now. Well, Golems is not looking great anymore.
Yeah, definitely not. Immediately upgraded. Yeah, upgrade to veterancy and then the +2 pierce damage. I'm wondering. See, so he's now up to 2 dervishes, so he is at least collecting the relics with a good amount of speed. Almost lost a villager there, but is going to be able to keep him safe.
And this often feels like the hardest comp to pull off for Ibids. Like, on paper, there's so many situations where Golems should just win the game, right? And then you remember...
Don't have boot camp.
Yeah, you don't have boot camp, you have slow movement in general, they cost more than standard men-at-arms, and you don't really have ramped up production. It's not like a Burgrave where you have 5x production rate. There's so many
boot
negatives.
camp just adds so much value. It turns these Golems into pseudo, like, infantry knights from a tankiness point of view, up against archers.
Yeah, and against opponent in feudal, they have limited options due to those double strikes. Like, in theory, Golems rush against someone an age behind should be very good because they have no armored units.
Yeah, Golems might be about to be caught off guard there on the retreat. Yeah, Lucifron's about to catch him.
And switching to Earlsguard as well. Looking at the comp, Lucifron is playing for relics now, obviously heavily delayed, so there might not be much left on the map. In fact, probably only 1 relic you can grab here. The Archer does at least snitch about the Yeoman rotation, so CSO, he could actually hide in the Stealth Forest to play it safe.
Yeah. I mean, Lucifron, the army composition makes a lot of sense, right? Like, he already has a lot of spearmen, he already has a lot of yeomen, so now adding in crossbows, adding in Earlsguard, just... That's a gold sink for him that he can spend his gold on. Since he already has the mass, now he needs quality.
Lucy, I imagine... Do you just go back for the more manas now? He is actually back on the stone, he just jumped there, so we'll likely see the mana transition into level 2 shortly.
Oh, Lucifron already on the berries, just before CSO is about to move out there. Is he gonna find them? He is.
Eyes on. So it does deny the gathering. awkward for CSO as well. He needs any food he can get right now. And the army is so far away.
He did at the very least get all 5 of these relics, so now he can also, like, if it comes to defensive standpoint, he can hunker down, get some manganiques out with his units, help him defend that way. We're also getting some camel lances in now.
Yeah, flank raiding could be good here. It's just difficult against Lancaster.
Overall, like, this isn't that, like, one side of the spot still.
No, it's still competitive, but there's no doubt, like, it's leaning Lucifron, especially now that the extra manas are going to start coming in.
The additional mana scaling is quite nice there. Also got one of the sacred sites. Like, this is actually a lot of gold. 500 gold per minute passively now. CISO just doesn't have the greatest means of spending it right now.
No, it feels like the archers are a bit necessary against the spears, sure, but feels quite budgeted with what you're up against here. It's 20 yeomen now. The old scout as well. Now press forward. Lucifron moves in on 4 berries. Does reveal himself. Says, fear not, citizen.
Springles as well could help. Like the full-on just siege play from now on.
I mean, he has the gold. It would make a lot of sense. And once again, those spearmen slide on in.
So at least should be able to rush the outpost up, but no, he's going to retreat. Does have wheelbarrows, so should be able to outpace them.
It just doesn't feel worth it to lose 2 or 3 villages here. So instead, he sacrifices just having food. It's getting a little bit awkward right now. I mean, I'm never really seeing a big reserve of food building. Every time I look up the army, the number feels like it's not really moving in the right direction.
Yeah. Same for Lucifron, except he already has the army up, and now with more manas coming up, he's working on that actively.
Was 5 relics in the end, right? So, like, there is another thing for Lucifron, like this play into the monastery double monk feels terrible. Best thing you can do now is just trying to capture sacred sites to at least get back what he spent.
Yeah.
And this game, it's kind of crazy how slow this game has gotten, considering how fast these two have played.
Yeah,
in
it's
series.
slowed down a lot now at this point in time. Both players just kind of measuring up against each other. CSO, like, when you look at the landmarks though that he went up with, he doesn't have any benefits from his landmarks anymore at this point in time.
That's always the tricky thing.
Villagers, but Lucifron has more at this point in time thanks to raids and idle time.
Yeah, this is always the weird thing with hybrids for that reason, right? Like, there's not many things that keep their permanence until you're in, like, the Imperial timings, right? Where you have things like the Growth Wing that can give 10% more, or there are certain things that will be perky earlier on, like Atabegs, but I feel like Atabegs literally never gets picked anymore.
Yeah. CSO could be looking for a second TC. He has the resource for it now. The question is, don't you just like die when you put up a second TC? But he is going for it. He has to try.
Like, I don't think there's a keep drop logic here, and you know your opponent has to be scaling manas. Otherwise, why wouldn't Lucifron be diving you right now? And it's going to get harder as well. Lucifron does have the sync shot on the way.
Sync shot isn't the biggest issue anymore, thank God. It used to, like, in low count, be able to one-shot your backline. Now it doesn't necessarily one-shot you anymore, especially when you have +2 pierce armor.
I think it's very reasonable now. Like, especially the delay to the shots arriving was a big deal. Like, I remember Balti was like, KP, come test this with me. And he tried to Pavis drop it. It didn't work. Whereas now you could actually, like, as French, Pavis drop to block sync shot. You actually have enough time, finally. So there's a lot of interactions that now feel balanced with sync shot. I know there's going to be some Reddit threads that are going to argue me on that, but, like, legitimately, I think it's a cool skill. I don't think it's, like, over the top. Only change it maybe needs on top.
It's very expensive to research.
Yeah, it's very... I think you can maybe make it cheaper and then make it take longer on the cooldown, and that would be cool.
Yeah. Shard Levy coming now in as well, and that's going to be... Well, not that many. I say not that many. It's 14 units still. Like, it's
at the threshold where it's kind of worth it, because you paid 1,200 for it, right? And, like, the interesting thing is actually you had to be, I think, at 7 or 8 manas for it. It's very close to worth it now because of the nerf to the cost. So, because it's 5 more resources.
It's 95 resources per.
Yeah.
And you get, I mean, it's very close. Like, you might as well, like, it's gold, right? Like, you might as well just make them normally, honestly.
But that's the thing, right? Like, the extra 5 per, like, actually added up quite a bit. And then also the other thing you have to keep in mind is you are instantly vomiting out 14 or so yeomen.
It is instantly, but I don't see the rush for Lucifron.
Have you never seen Yeoman run? You're about to see the rush. Look at that mini-map. He's heading on out. I mean, it's almost a double military lead.
It's pretty close too. We got the first Manjanique in. Wonder if CISO is able to pump out a second Manjanique until, like, just before the fight happens. I'd need to. Did a good job of just, like, being annoying on the sacred sites and making sure, like, he's got the control over them. Good farm switch behind this as well. If he's able to, like, hold this next fight, he should be in a good spot, but it's gonna be very, very tough. He's got resource in the bank. I don't think he can afford having resource in the bank right now. He's got enough for a keep. Maybe panic keep between the TCs.
He seems a little bit unsure on what he's meant to be building here. I mean, like, why else hold? There's no way you're thinking Imperial here. Like, that would... the temptation has to be there due to Desert Raiders, but, like, it would be Desert Raiders into Mass Yeoman. Not ideal, and although Yeoman do reveal on the small rotation north, that small retinue is going to go down, and also the food. The food is the bigger concern here. The berries at the back, he knows that, but the deer also get scouted out, so Lucifron does catch CSO on the economy, and that's going to be the villager lead they only just built disappearing.
I mean, 10 military units dying is not just a few. Keep goes up. He wants to put in the middle. I'm not sure he can afford dropping it in the middle. Spread formation comes in, so Manjanique isn't going to do too much damage.
I mean, practically done no damage. It hit 2 Yeoman and didn't even kill them, and you're seeing the Billman effect. Spearman beat Gulam. Dives in deeper now. Sink shot is going to be a little bit wasted there. Not exactly high value, but it doesn't matter. He doesn't need high value. All he really needs is an A-click. Second wave of Gulam now arrives with the backstab. Lucifron with the stand ground is definitely not optimal here with Yeoman.
He did also kill the Camel Lancers, though, which were trying to attack from the flank. And just
now
too
he's
many Yeoman.
Yeah, he's raiding into the farms now. This is the big deal. So those Gulams look good because the Spearmen weren't there, right? They were attacking the south side. If the Spears had hit those Gulam again, instant melted. But now Olsgar plus Yeoman on the farms. And I think this is conclusion point. House of Lancaster is going to close it out. It means that Lucifron will be able to keep his dream alive. His fate, not fully in his hands, though. It requires...
There's the string shot.
Yeah. Calm down. This is not a war elephant anymore.
I've experienced string shots a lot of times. There are some Vietnam flashbacks that I suffer from. I think he keeps canceling it, right? Because if you click straight away, I don't think you do the full DPS anymore. Might be, yeah. Makes a lot of sense, right? Since they have to shoot, right? The arrow has to come from somewhere.
Yeah, like the animation and the noise isn't long enough. I think he keeps canceling it a bit, but this is interesting now, guys. It means that Lucifron keeps his hopes of making playoffs alive with this win. Vortex, there's a good sink shot. He's damaged, but like obviously not enough of them. But no, now what happens if Lucifron wins this game, which is looking incredibly likely, his brother could deliver him to the playoffs if he's able to annihilate Wham 3-0.
Now, that's still a tough ask at the end of the day, right? Maybe. There is a chance.
Exactly. And the thing is, you have to think playstyle-wise, the meta and where it's at.
We're getting Hobblers.
It's happening, baby! With White Towel. Why are we with White Towel? I'm so far ahead. I'm going to build the Hobbits.
Just to raid now. Just to have additional torches.
I mean, CSO, like, we know he's not going to call GG. It's the last game, right? And, like, this literally is his tournament life. So he'll play this one out to the small percentile, but we have to be realistic about this.
He can live again in another tournament.
Yeah, like, the probability of him striking back here, I feel like, is, like, under 5% at this stage. But the more Hobblars...
Yeah, this one's run out.
There's an interesting effect here, though, Crackety. Every single time a Hobblar gets added, the percentage chance increases by 1.
That's very... Oh, my God. We're already at 7%.
He's doubled his win probability. Whoa! About to triple it?
I mean, Hobblers have +1 pierce armor compared to normal horsemen.
That's true.
So and if it's just about surviving underneath the TC... Yeah,
if it's just about reaching 200 pop, they are very efficient. And, like, that's the thing with Hobblars that makes them feel weird as all hell and feudal. It feels like you need 30 to 40 of these for it to make sense.
That's the Rams now. We're about to be sieging the keep.
And the Hobblars, here we go, onto the farms. The one unit they can beat in this game.
Farms.
Villagers. Oh, farm.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, the villager fight is a lot closer, though. like you see them square up to a villager with textiles, like, I give him 4-to-1 odds.
More Hobblars coming in. This time, though, they find the Golems. We also have boiling oil.
So interesting fact, Crackety. We usually ordain the reason why a player won the game to be the unit they have the most of.
Yeah, Hobblars win this game.
Yeah, there we go. That's that simple. Hobblars are going to be the cause.
The game.
He's building Siege Tower. Wait, what?
That's a misclick.
Wait, does that mean if you build
any wards to scale?
Wait, does that mean if you build 25 siege towers and win the game, it's because siege towers?
100%. I mean, it has to be. No other way around it. Yeah, there's a fraud. 55 military units. I'm not sure, KP, on it. Like, the Hobblars are just. I don't want to discredit them too much, but honestly, I'm looking at this and Hobblars like trash, dude. Hobblars are legitimately just a trash unit. It's so bad. Like, Lucifron might legitimately just, like, hurt his chance of winning just making Hobblars. Like, he might legitimately lose this game thanks to making Hobblars.
Crackety, you need to be very careful, right? Because that's slander, and if you do that, the Hobblars are going to turn up at your office of work and, like, lightly kick you in the shin. All right? So be very careful.
Say we for slander video.
Like, be very careful. These guys are going to turn up at your office and hit you about as hard as a scout would. So chill. All right? Like, look at this. Villager kill right there.
Oh, my God. Almost. Wait.
One of them died. One of them died.
Wait for it.
And they got a worker kill.
If there was space in DC, he would have lived.
But like I spent 90 resources and I killed the 50 resource investment. Checkmate. Like, look at this castle. This castle right now is like, there's just so many Hobblars to kill. So many. I'm overkilling them.
That streamers can use when they get matched against low elo opponents in 1v1s in order to troll.
So we got hobbits and trolls then in the same statement as what I just heard there. Look at, I mean, look at these camel lancers. How pathetic, right? They cost so much more than Hobblar, and they haven't even killed the same amount, like, they haven't killed a comparative amount of villagers yet. I mean, this is pathetic.
I think they have. I honestly
No. This is fake news, right? Because remember, those 2 camel lancers cost the same as 50 Hobblars. And 50 Hobblars have killed more villagers. Oh, this unit is... It saddens me because I think Hobblars are very unique and interesting.
Maybe if they made the tech speed, like, really fast. Give them, like, mounted
You'd
on
have to make them more expensive. You would have to make them so much more expensive.
You'd have to, yeah, but just imagine. Imagine him with auto-bugation levels of attack speed.
I got something, like, stupid but cool. Makes them a bit more quirky. When Hobblars die, their pony dies, and then it's the guy on, like, foot with 15 HP.
Yeah.
You know? So,
yeah.
like, it's almost like if you have spears, like, okay, yeah, I'm going to lose this fight, but now I get to trade out, like, hit you twice more. Something like that, right? Just quirky. It wouldn't be OP, but it'd be... I mean, I actually think people probably hate that because of pop block now that I think about it.
I mean, you can give them, like... I think you can give them, like, 50 HP or something like that.
Yeah. Like, you'd have to, otherwise the pop block in late game is going to make it bad. But we have got an eco lead for CSO.
Yeah, Lucifron's immediately getting, like, 5 monks out. Well, 3.
There's so many crossbows. Yeah. So many. All right, I think this game has been won by crossbows. Yeah. What a rare occasion. I've never seen crossbows.
You're telling me it wasn't the Hobblars? What? Fake news?
No. They lost the game for him. Look at that. 14 Hobblars and 38 crossbowmen now.
Honestly, the Hobblars almost turned the game around.
But you know, like, when people talk to you about, like, how their country was built by X or Y, right? And it's like, it's false. It was actually built by the native people. It's like that, right? Like, this whole kingdom was built on Hobblars. Just because the crossbows are the last ones here don't mean nothing. You Neanderthal.
I mean,
look at Hobblars are being Desirees have done it. Yeah, I'm wondering. I feel like this has been
a synchronized shot.
That was a. I'm warning you. You know when you've got like someone with noodle arms with a knife out against a guy? It's like, I swear.
I only
you step up. I can't help but feel maybe spearmen would be quite helpful here for Lancast. You know, the trash unit that's actually good.
There are still some archers in there for CSO as well. Oh, and now a keep in front of his base to secure. Okay, maybe he can recover.
Did you see that?
Forget, he still has boiling oil.
Did you see that? Those 2 Hobblars killed 2 infantry of the Ivids. Efficient trade.
No way.
Yeah.
No, you're lying.
It happened.
Fake news.
How is it? Look at CSO's gold. Oh my god! Buy an ally with that much. Turn it into a 2v1.
He could buy Imperial Age almost.
And then we build Desert Raiders against the Hobblars. Nom nom.
Yeah, he's getting to. Yeah, honestly, like, I'm not even joking right now when I'm saying this. I think CSO
He's kind
is
of
coming
surviving.
back.
Yeah, it's getting
not
weird.
Just kind of. He's actually like. Things have turned around. Look at that. We're getting
Oh my
there.
god.
Imperial Age is coming in. Dude, this game is actually turning around. Ayubit's actually going to win this now. I'm not even joking.
He
this
needs
is
attack.
happening.
No,
The Hobblars
not more
actually
Hobblars! Not more Hobblars!
The Hobblars actually just flipped the game around. I'm not joking. This is happening.
I can't believe it. It really has happened. Hobblars are going to win someone the game. It's just not going to be the Lancaster player.
All right, Lucifron, he's realizing that something's going on here, and he needs to do something. He's going for Sacred Sites now.
This is ridiculous. I mean, if he loses this game now.
He's doing it. He's doing it. He's going for the mass Desert Raider army composition. We talked about it earlier. Ranged cavalry is stupid in Imperial Age because they benefit from so many different elite and Imperial Age upgrades from the university. You're getting biology, you're getting incendiary arrows, you're getting the attack range upgrade as well. On top of that, Desert Raiders, they benefit from the Golden Age, like more attack speed.
Yeah.
They get bonus armor with the infantry support. It all stacks up. And in Imperial Age with the reinforcement wing, you're getting like, what is it, 450 resources worth of Desert Raiders per minute. I think it might even be more than that.
It's more than that. I think it was 630. 630 resources a minute. Because it'd be 1260. Isn't 1260 right?
It's 7, and you get them.
It's 180.
1.5 minutes.
I remember it's like somewhere in 600 because I said it so many times on stream. But like, we may have seemed like we were memeing on the Hobblars, but we were for good reason.
Yeah, you're right.
Like, there we go. That's a good feeling. Well, it's not a good feeling, these Hobblars. Like, it may seem like we were teasing, memeing, or whatever, but like, legitimately, you only build them
around
when you're so far ahead you can't lose. And Lucifron may have misread how far ahead he was. I can't believe this.
People are asking why we're downplaying the relics because it wouldn't have mattered if it weren't for the Hobblars.
Like, if he just built, say, more yeomen, maybe added in some Asgard, right? Like, more villages.
Anything other than the Hobblars. Anything other than the Hobblars would have won Lucifron the game here.
The problem is, I've seen him on Lancaster win games, Vortex as well, with this Hobblar push. But it's when they go King's College and bulk 30 to 40 unnoticed. This is
Without
completely
King's
different.
College, Hobblars just straight up aren't good. It's not even that they're not good, they're straight up bad.
They legitimately need the Hill Fort's tech to be available.
Look at how slow they are at killing villagers.
We've almost got him. Hold on, we got this one. Nailed it. I think he's dead. Maybe.
Wait.
There we got him. Free dead.
Imperial Age is going to be interesting once again, though. Wingard Palace has some interesting choices, and I mean specifically when it comes to siege.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Like the Culverin,
Daka boys.
the Mass Culverin and Republican play.
Yep. Into
It's kind of brutal.
like Desert Raiders
you need
lose,
archers.
right?
You need archers with the range upgrade, else the Republicans like range everything. Like Republicans, they are getting too close range-wise against crossbows. Like crossbows aren't good against Republicans. Hand cannoneers aren't good against Republicans. I want to say that even Desert Raiders aren't that great against Republicans.
No, it's rough. Like, you just get melted. And here's an interesting thought. CSO's like, wow, that was a really interesting way to throw the game. I'm going to try building horsemen too. The problem, though, CSO, is your horsemen are actually good.
Man, this is actually crazy now. We do have double Manjanique out now.
Maybe if he gets the castles up, he could go for like an Earlsguard switch here. The bonus damage, maybe, to try and hold. But the issue now is mobility.
Yeah, he does have multiple keeps. The thing, I mean, Outscar, they do have 1.25 tiles per movement speed. They got decent mobility.
Yeah. Compared to Yeoman.
And then the AoE on them. The issue is that Desert Raiders have so much melee armor, but you can kind of offset that with enough keeps.
Well, the daggers are good for that though, because they're classified as range damage, right? So like you can basically do AoE cleave into them from ranged. Yeah. Mangoes are creeping in though.
He's getting elite hobblers.
Please. Lucifer's like, just let me finish cooking. Okay, you guys have not seen its final form. You're gonna eat your words. Yummy shot comes in, nowhere near enough damage.
Hobblers are crazy in the worst way possible.
Yeah, it's also, you're gonna run out of gold eventually, and you're just burning gold to do this as well, right? That's the other weird thing about this comp. Has at least got Scuttage to help that a little bit, and this is not a lot of gold. Yeoman are gonna split up now.
Around.
Mango's dead. Nicely played there. Lucifer with the military advantage now. And no one say it's because of the Hobblers. It's because of the Yeoman.
Dude, the Hobblers are crazy.
Yeah, they're absolutely crazy. Like, if I watched my brothers run into an army and do nothing for this long, I wouldn't run in as well. You wouldn't be able to convince me. But look at him go. That one little guy right there is like, yep, I'm going to take them all on for you.
We're getting incendiary in now. Like, the upgrades are starting to stack up for CSO. Some raids here and there as well. Let's not forget, he also still has 40 more economy, all the 5 relics. Has the sacred side in the middle, at least until now.
Lucy. He's cancelling the sink shot early. I'm certain of it now, yeah. This is the problem. Like Lancaster is bad for players that have high APM. Because you want to click again. He's going to start back, and there we go, sink shot. He's done it again. And the Hobblers are at least meat shielding well.
Or anything like that.
No.
Yeah, the meat shield, they're working.
Because the thought here is, like, in a way, what's happening is CSO's probably overkilling the hobbies a lot compared to, like, a horseman. So it's kind of logic with Yuumi as well, right? Like, if you're shooting them too hard, it's not worth it. It's like Javelin trading into mass Yuumi is weird sometimes.
Yeah. Do we have another keep in the middle from CSO next to the next Clutch Gold? But I think it's already being sieged down. Yeah, it had to be cancelled. There's a race coming in now.
Hobblers MVP question mark.
I mean, for CSO, yes, they are.
See that Luciferon has a notable military lead here. One that could get even bigger.
He definitely does, but I'm still not really feeling it too much, I want to say. Like, mainly because of the Desert Raiders. I've, at first hand, experienced how crazy Imperial Age Desert Raiders can be.
They're ridiculous. Like, it's... And I've seen some of the builds. I still remember Louis MT in one of our more defensive maps, fast imping with the hybrid build. The first time we saw it competitive to the extreme.
The only way this could be more extreme is if he had the the camels to buff the HP on them. The Adabags.
Don't get me started. Like, biology and Adabags. Wow, what a good life. By the way, we're not even in full camel form. He still needs to add in another 24 structures. We'll get there.
I'm not sure if we have infantry support yet. I mean, there's no infantry there, but yeah.
Keeps trying for that castle creep up. I mean, he's got to do something with 2,000 stone in the bank. We do have
gold.
Incendiary.
He doesn't have any gold mines at the moment.
Okay, this is big, though. We didn't have Incendiary this whole time from Luciferon. And he's pretty much leaning 75% into range comp. So a big damage burst increase coming. And bad news to the Desert Raiders. This is some weird walling.
Hobbler raid.
We've done it. We got one. He's fertilizer for the crops. Who?
Another one. And Desert Raiders not enough here.
Okay, yeah. So Desert Raiders go down. Incendiary is going to kick in a second. This is actually good the way Luciferon's done this. Killing him now means he might be able to master the Incendiary until they take a big fight.
I mean, there's already 30 up again.
Yep, but it's only 10 times more than there are Hobblers.
And let's not forget, you can still, like, because you went for the reinforcement wing, you can actually make siege with the with your camels.
Mm-hmm. Like that ram he was building on the south side as a wall was being built next to him. It's like, oh, I guess counter for the counter. Oh, look, another ram. So I guess you could just shunt the farms here, slow them down. I mean, Luciferon's food income is quite pathetic at this stage. And this, I mean, yeah, CSO is not much better, right? But with all the free units that are getting added in from the Desert account, I don't think he needs as much as Lancaster does here.
I keep
Another
going up here
castle.
now.
There's a small group of yeomen here. They are being ignored. And it
I
happened
hear
again.
the sync shot, but I don't see it.
And it's the bait. You're like, oh my god, I need to dodge. And then it's already too late.
Nothing happens.
You know what's probably happening?
We're getting a good amount of spearmen now at this point in time. Oh.
Yeah. Do you know what's probably happening with sync shots? It's like everyone still thinks it's OP because they hear it go off. And then they go, oh my god, where did my 20 units go? And they don't realize they rallied them to the corner and lost track of them. So even with the normal attacks, I'll be trading out here. Pretty damn well against the Desert Raiders. But there's still a dive on that backside. The castle is being blunted as well. No answer to the ram, so Lucifron is going to lose the protection on the farms. This is ridiculous. How is this game still going?
I mean, we know the answer.
I don't know. We might want to repeat it again so chat can hear it.
The Hobblers, I mean, you never want to, like, discredit a player at the end of the day, right? Like,
No. It's not a case of, like...
There might have been a vision with the Hobblers, and I think if
Yeah.
I think it's just like Lucifron maybe slightly misjudging the situation that CSO was in, because CSO with a second TC and he had the food transition, he wasn't completely dead. He had enough resources.
Thought that he
had enough
needed
gold.
reinforcements, right? Like he thought he just needed a new wave to get in there to end the game. And we kind of felt it was at that stage where it could make sense as well, right? But like he just didn't have the firepower behind it. Like Hobbler is almost like a distraction in the composition, if that makes sense. Like on their own, as we saw here, not that great. And I've seen Lucifron make this work. Like truly, I've seen the Hobblers work. Like people think I'm half the hope beam. No, I've seen them destroy games. But it's always
without the college.
Exactly,
Yeah.
with the college.
At least then they get a charge, and the charge actually does a good amount of damage. You do like 28 damage, double that against siege or against range units. Like, they're actually shred range and siege units. Here it's more like don't fault the player, fault the unit in this kind of situation, right? Like Hobbler's baseline are actually just a bad unit baseline, and I feel like they deserve an additional upgrade or something for them.
I think you should be able to get heal forts
into the unit.
Yeah, I think you should be able to get heal forts in Imperial Age, even if you don't have college, right? So like then it's a trade-off of getting early,
sense.
like Roylands 2. It's definitely, like I said, I think it's a cool unit. It just needs some adjustments. Now, some of it is insanely strong. Haddad Jax just came in. So Lucifron's entire comp just got free melee armor.
Melee armor is good, but there's still a lot of bonus like damage being thrown around, and the Desert Raiders do range damage at this point in time. Like, you don't really want to use them for melee that much against a mainly spearman-based army composition.
Yeah.
This game overall has just become very, very chaotic. Even though Lucifron's behind by a lot in economy and he doesn't have any relics, the Manners do make up for a lot of it.
Exactly.
So he
Especially when
doesn't
Scuttish
need
was
to
added.
have full... Yeah, so he doesn't need to have the full army count. He can make up for it with the Manners and instead have, like, more military instead of more economy.
Now, we do have something important coming in. Because this is the thing, Lucifron wasn't exactly swift on his university tactics. Elite army tactics finally got queued. This can be a big game changer here. CSO's army is not going to be well inclined to deal with mass spears. He does, however, have adjustable crossbars on the way. So CSO getting ready to enter his final form.
The mass siege play now from both players, as we do also have some Republicans making their way across the map.
Difficult to reach the fight, though.
Definitely.
Yeah, I love this little
Desert Raiders, they can just kite.
Sync shot just not getting his maximum damage as always. A few more spearmen are going to chase the mangoes behind the palisades.
Oh, yeah, the palisade walls now coming in clutch.
Is he going for the snipe? It's a little bit too gambly. We'll back up and reset. Lucifron with a 2-1 military lead here. CSO.
There's only one Culverin, though, to push in.
CSO's kind of shackling himself because of the eco in a way, right? Like, he's building a reserve. He just doesn't actually have the pop space to full blob here. The mangoes, a little bit exposed. Spearman will just get a dive in.
About to be.
One mango down, second one to full. Republicans get a good shot out to scare him away. will be sniped now in return, but the Omen being ignored as a result of that. And Lucifron looks like he should be able to push in deeper, get that decap on the Sacred Site to remove that pressure.
At the same time, just some small raids here and there in Lucifron's base, but nothing too crazy. Chased away by a couple of spearmen now.
It's the Lancaster life. 10 villagers die. Did he kill my mana? No? Okay, I'm fine.
Still, it's only one culvert, so it's incredibly tough for Lucifron at this point in time to really push into the keeps. Mangonels now with adjustable crossbars, but out of position by a good bit.
Yeah, and you don't want to stand your ground with the Desert Raiders either. Sink shot once again just gets counter short. Spears.
Oh, Mangonel shots though!
The Roboticon also on the side to hold back those few horsemen. Spearmen actually going to redirect over there, but the remaining ones do get rid of the double mango. And the push is on. This is not enough villagers, surely.
This keep isn't going up.
He's arriving now. He has to retreat from the area, and just look at the number difference that's growing here. CSO, it just feels like the Desert Raiders haven't got the potency to keep up with this.
And CSO, I mean, this is the issue, right? He just does not have gold access at all. It's all passive gold income right now for both of these players.
You'd think the
gold
guy
in the middle could not be secured.
But you'd think the guy with 5 relics and 2 sacred sites would win that trade-off, but Lucifron's competing just through Scuttage.
Yeah, it does help a lot when you have very efficient trash units at this point in the game. There's not even that much gold remaining in that gold mine there. Lucifron, he is securing the big fort. I want to say big, but I mean, at this point in time,
the
with
huge
all the relatively,
4K.
it is big. Are we getting trade though now?
Like, I want you to remember...
Here's the IU Betrayers.
Like, it is, by the way, like, to be fair to it, that is a lot of gold. Because if you think about it, if he wanted to build Hobblars, that's 200 Hobblars.
Yes.
All right, I'm done. We're moving on from that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
We're never going back to those.
We want to forget the Hobblers at this point in time.
It is interesting to think of Lancaster in the late game in that regard. Like, they don't have as many trash units as other civs, you know, Food and Wood ones, right? Like,
yeah,
that's another part of why we see Lancaster on Yeoman and Spears.
Only.
Exactly.
It's still a large stone, so maybe we could go back into making keeps into Mass Urgot.
No, CSO's going Golems. He just queued up the elite
Yeah,
tech.
he's upgrading them. Not sure about that. Like
against Padded Jack?
Hilly Billy Spearman.
The Hilly Billy...
Whatever it's called.
The Padded Jack Spim?
Oh, I'm sick.
Hilly Billy. What the hell was that?
Bill Hook.
Oh,
Bill Hook.
Bill Hook.
Yeah. There we go.
You should just call it the Kill Bill Hook. I was like, is he going for the Padded Jack team? Yeah, so it's free melee armor, which is -6 damage to the Golem, and then they have -1 melee armor themselves. Like, you actually get melted by this comp.
Oh, man.
Okay, we just got confirmation in, by the way. No matter what, if CSO wins with this score, WAM will not be able to qualify anymore. So, F's in the chat.
Yeah.
That's one less Canadian. And
yeah, it's a couple less Yeomen as well.
We can make more. Shy of the levies. Stabs coming in.
That's a lot of mangonels that are about to potentially go down.
Yeah, because
not just potentially.
The Desert Raiders aren't your front line, right? Like, they're kiting away. As you said, you always use range form, but that means there's no one to actually protect Matt Siege.
Crazy still, like the mangonels did a good amount of damage even to those spearmen. Even
not
when
enough.
they're like in melee formation. I want to say like the minimum range of mangonels might need a nerf. Oh my god, once again the shots are coming in.
I think whoever loses this one is going to need a shot of a different type, because this has been quite the exhausting experience for both of them. New wave of spearmen are arriving.
Not many military units. Yeah, there they are. It's a lot.
He's trickling horsemen and Golem, right? And the horsemen will arrive too fast. Golem's maybe a little bit too slow is the challenge here. Now the siege has gone full stationary. Nice dive in. Does get rid of the Culverin. Lucifron, it just feels like he's got so much military mass. And look at the right of the screen. Look at the right of the screen. The monsters are coming over the hill. The full reinforcement wave is here. The party is about to rock harder than it has for CSO in a while. The siege no longer easily protected. He's going to lose all mangoes.
Yeah, the mangoes are going down. Another string shot, but there it is. Mango's finally down, but there's 5 more in QKP.
Does he get the gold? This is ridiculous.
He's got the gold from somewhere. I mean, the trade's in. It's not that many traders, but...
I think he's got 5, and then he's got the 8k vein, right? Like, he's literally farming just south of this fight.
He's starting to run thin for Lucifron here.
You know what's crazy? Look at the military now. Lucifron had consistently around 100. Somehow, he's been reduced down to 50.
Oh, man.
This game is insanity. I can't believe this. With mass
so many Ghouls.
Oh, God. I think he solved it. Like, this is the thing we had a concern about, is the Mangoes could not be protected by Desert Raiders. They're useless there. But Ghoulam Horsemen? This is perfect.
It's a lot of them as well. Wouldn't come. I mean, you got all these manners, but at the end of the day, CSO is up to 149 villagers. Or rather, economy. Can't discount the traders there as well.
Does not even have elite army tactics yet. That's now on the way for those Ghulams.
If only Lucifron had horsemen in order to, like, jump onto the siege there.
Yeah, right?
Hovelas are just not... They're just not feasible.
Yeah.
The gold cost.
Yeah, hobos on horseback are just not going to win that for him, unfortunately, against Ghulams in particular. You get more ranged armor, not more melee. And the Mango push continues. I think he might be tempted back towards it. And, well, we have a rarity here. We don't often see that from the Lancaster Castle. It is the final muster you have, but it will not be mustered in time. Lucifron not able to muster the defense. CSO will strike him out and make it through to playoffs of Elite Classic 3.
Man, this has been an absolutely crazy back and forth series between these two players. Honestly, I didn't expect that. I did not expect this set to be as crazy as it was. Like, every single game was incredibly entertaining. Man, KP, I'm so happy to have been able to cast this set, because this one was just incredibly exciting.
An absolute gem, and delivered some interesting turns and lessons along the way. You know, some new units being seen, some that maybe shouldn't have been, but I can't fault the two, you know, like just to reiterate it, Lucifron may look like a throw in some people's eyes because Hobbler is underperforming, but I think genuinely, like, I've seen him make that work multiple times. It's a timing-based attack, and the timing wasn't there, but you can't fault CSO, man. Always on the rise. You know, some people wondering if Lucifron's in his final form. I don't think this is necessarily Lucifron being overwhelmingly weak. I think this is more the competition catching up, and CSO in particular has damn well impressed me in this group stage with his performance.
Yeah. CSO has definitely been very, very impressive. Let's take a quick look at the brackets, see where we're currently at.
Paint me the picture. Look at that. So, yes, CSO locks himself in with 2 points. He cannot be slain. He cannot be moved. Even a clean sweep from Vortex against Wham would not change that outcome. So, commiserations to Lucifron. He, as well as Corvinus Voldemar, cannot qualify. Wham as well. Group A is locked in. Group B still has some shifts, I think, or is that now concluded? I think we've got, yeah, similar there. No change that can happen anymore. I think Anatan series still has to be played against someone who I'm not fit. Cat, yeah, Cat. But DeMu is out.
Even if he were to lose every game, yeah. I mean, Anatan with 12 wins so far, he cannot be upset anymore by DeMu.
Yeah, and I mean, commiserations to DeMu as well. That was a rough series to start the day. I think I saw him tweet out as well that he just felt like he wasn't on form. Nothing was hitting for him. And, you know, rest up, lad, come back again stronger. It definitely felt like he caught Puppy Paw on a good day for Puppy Paw, not so much for DeMu. But that does mean, like, we've locked in all players that will qualify. Now it's a matter of how much you can flex towards the end. So we're going to be heading into a short break. But more series when we come back. So after a short break, we'll be returning for Vortex versus Wham. Get yourself a drink. Get yourself a beer. It's the weekend after all. And we'll see you in just a few minutes.
See you then.
All positions locked in, but entertainment still to come. That's right, folks. We've got 2 more series to round out the group stage of Elite Classic 3. Vortex versus Wham, and then afterwards, Beastie versus B. Unfortunately, Crackety, for Wham, there is no longer a realm in which he will make it to playoffs.
Yeah, that doesn't mean, however, that the set is completely pointless for these players. Depending on the outcome, I mean, it's still like tournament rating that these players are in the end going to be playing for. So if you get a good amount of tournament rating here from like a pretty good set, that could mean that you might be seeded better in the next tournament. So definitely still some things to play for here. And also, of course, money. And
also, something that Vortex can try to play for is placement, right? Because B and him are mirrored in terms of points on performance in the group stage so far. The next 2 sets will decide who gets second. It's impossible to knock BC off of that first, and it's impossible for 4th place and 3rd place to push it against 4th place rather to push him against him. So there's something on the line here, and of course a nice little commiseration prize of $50 per series win on top of that. So
exactly.
Draft. Vortex always seems to sneak this Knights Templar. Yeah, like I don't know if you noticed that. I feel like he always seems to creep it in there towards the end. Like it just goes ignored, and then he just pinches it away.
I mean, players are like, they're typically looking at the map draft, and it's like, is there a water map? No. Okay, so I don't have to ban Knights Templar.
Meanwhile, we always ban HRE. Honestly, I just want them to finally get... I think they just need a rework so we can actually see them again. It is a little bit sad they never come out, but at the same time, when they get picked, it just feels like an insta-win in the draft.
Yeah, it's a thing, right? Like HRE, they do so many things so well. They work against most like really strong civilizations at the moment. There might be like niche situations where HRE might lose a matchup, but overall, like looking at it from like matchup basis in pro level gameplay, HRE has the most positive matchups, I would say. Like they're never bad in any matchup.
Yeah, I'm like that guy trying to get them rebalanced a little bit every time someone brings up House of Lancaster and the Yeoman in the early weeks. I was like, HRE archers move faster and they're cheaper. I feel like it's not the same. It's like, yeah, but HRE has 40% better economy. It kind of is the same in terms of tempo. It's a very powerful element about the Civ. I hope we do see some tweaks because it means we also never get to see the new Black Riders that I think a lot of people were excited about.
Yeah, Black Riders, I mean, they're certainly something, right? Like whenever they come in, they're very expensive. They die to crossbows, but they're very fast as well. They come in at such a late stage in the game where typically you should have walls up at that point in time. So they don't immediately become insanely broken. What is broken is that if they come in a situation where you don't have walls, or they somehow make it past the walls and they suddenly activate their Mangudai-like ability, it becomes really tough dealing with them without losing that much economy.
Yeah, it's quite a comical ability because it punishes people that have to run away, right? It's like, if you're running away, then I'm shooting you even faster, even harder. And it also has some tricky things with like you literally 360 kind of rotate to get kind of pseudo full Mangudai effect where you can run away. But it looks like we're ready for game number 1 here. Vortex versus Wham, a series that could be the defining factor on who gets that second spot in the group stage, just behind Beastie. Delhi versus Malians is our opening matchup. A matchup that once upon a time favored the Delhi heavily. In recent times, the Pro Scouts maybe leans the way of Wham's Malians. But with the Pro Scout nerf, a lot of question marks to be answered. We're going to hop into G1 here in Gorge.
Lead game number 1. I mean, Delhi versus Malians. That is like a pretty old tale, I want to say. Mm-hmm. These two civilizations, they really can go head-to-head against each other without needing to really make anything happen in Dark Age. Like, Delhi is one of those few civs that it's like they don't need to really worry too much about Malian's passive gold income. That goes in like pretty much every matchup, by the way, that Delhi partakes in. The other civilization has to react to Delhi contesting sacred sites. You can't, like, force your own game plan on Delhi. Delhi always forces their game plan on you.
Exactly. And, you know, like, some people might not like me saying this. I like the idea of more civs that have elements like that they can lean into. For example, you know, it's the wrong idea of how it came out, but the idea of, like, manners forcing you to invest is like the idea of, oh, I've got to do something about this play. Unfortunately, it's too defensive, but Knights Templar is a great example of how to do this right. Once again, around sacred sites, where if it's happening, I need to deny it, otherwise I'm going to fall behind very quickly. So I do like this idea of more mid-map objectives. That's why I've been a really big fan of the points of interest in particular. I think they're overall a fantastic addition to AoE4.
Okay.
You don't like POIs? That's why you're going to be like, no, I think they're a POS.
It depends on the type of point of interest. Like the one where you put like your villager inside and you get generate stone. I think that one's kind of like, doesn't really have too much interaction with it, I want to say. I really like how points of interest turned out on Enlightened Horizon.
Yes.
I'm not the biggest fan when it comes to mega random. It's just a little bit too random.
Oh, yeah.
I would love to see more maps that kind of embrace the Enlightened Horizon type.
Agreed. It's like, it takes the good elements of like a Warcraft or even things that Stormgate tried to do that obviously couldn't deliver in full. I think there's a lot of like key things there that is quite viable. It's rewarding people for being present. And you know, I think the biggest praise I have for Enlightened Horizon is literally the only map I feel has made Dark Age relevant and fun. Like, relevantly fun.
Yeah. I agree with that, 100%. I don't think we want to have every map like that. I think there should be like...
It's right?
Instead of one, maybe have like 2 maps per rotation like that.
I think
per map rotation.
You could maybe be a bit
have
more
like
adventurous.
Different versions of them.
Yeah, like I think there should be additional POIs and applied different places. Because like the reality check is, if we don't have, for example, new types of resources to gather and new interaction points, whatever we try to do, we're kind of just to a certain degree going to be forced to mimic Dry Arabia for balances standards, right? So like, I like that idea of different character. Like I even love the idea of having mountains that you could break through. You know, like
you got to be really careful when it comes to the RNG factor. Like if you want to like have a certain element of RNG with points of interest, is that we already have a lot of RNG when it comes to map generation and like sheep spawn and whatnot. I don't think you want to like overdo it with points of interest. It's definitely a very tough one to balance overall, to like get the balance in quite right. But we don't have any points of interest on this map anyways. No. What we do have is we do have a Pro Scout opening here, most likely, from WAM, which I want to say makes a lot of sense. When you're up against Delhi, you kind of have the need to go for Pro Scouts at some point in time. Because if you don't, your opponent will, because it's free. And eventually they will get all the deer in for free. So it's better for you to have them, of course, than for your opponent.
Definitely. And obviously you can play kind of pseudo-aggro into Ghazi with the Warrior Scouts. They're not the best fighting, not the worst though. Overall, also with this spawn, just a really good one for the deer shoving to pick up on Scouts. On the other side, Vortex, of course, going to be prioritizing the sacred sites. Just very good map for Delhi historically for that reason. If you ever get to the stage where you're able to wall across the center, it feels super oppressive here. And there are those impressive cavalry boys. Ghazi, any game, any matchup where you can open Ghazi, I feel like immediately as Delhi, you feel like you've added 20% to your chance to win.
Already getting the reaction there with the barracks coming in, so we'll have Donzos to help defend up against those Ghazi Raider. Makes a lot of sense when you look at the spawn of the deer, both on the same side, so you will need to centralize your effort when it comes to getting them back. Looks like Wham might actually be going for his opponent's deer here, first of all. Okay, that's crazy. That's a little bit crazy up against Ghazi Raiders. And he is falling back. Yeah, I don't think you can pull that off.
Yeah, especially that close to the enemy base. Very high probability of getting scouted out. So, maybe part of the thought process as well for Wham is if he goes to his opponent's side, on the run back, he'd catch the scholars running out. So, like, you get a double whammy there, potentially.
Already so first couple of deer coming in. That's a lot of food already. Like, it's like 1,400 food there with the first couple of scouts.
Yeah, and the torch damage is going to start.
Vortex is going for his own spears.
Makes a lot of sense. You don't really want to go archers to invite javelins. Like, that literally means that Malians get the best composition, right? So, full melee blob also gives you a way of burning through the pit mines quicker.
Ghazi Raiders also doing a good amount of damage here to the Stunzo, so we'll have to be careful with them. One already at very low HP. And we're getting that point in time. Vortex, he's really good when it comes to like getting the getting the timing right on when you move out with the scholars. And now is the point in time where he's sending all the scholars to the different sacred sites to start capping all of them at the same time. And when you cap all of them at the same time, it makes it incredibly hard for your opponent to split up their own military to deny any of them.
Agreed, because if you send the Donzos out to each separate one, the Ghazi can intercept. You also don't know if it's archers or spears behind this. If it's archers, you're just throwing units to the wind. Because right now, like, technically, archers could be what you'd expect. Because although the javelins is going to be the counterplay down the line, both Donzos and scouts will lose to archers at this stage.
Survival techniques now on the way as well for Wham. Pro Scouts roughly halfway done. More production buildings coming in for Wham. But yeah, he's just letting the sacred sites go over to Vortex at this point in time.
Dangerous.
It's kind of dangerous, though.
Yeah, extremely. Like, there's not much to stop Delhi from just bypassing the Age 3 in a rush here. It could also just be a double down on Ghazi Flood, which we've seen time and time again to combat Malians.
Yeah. Just a couple of Ghazi means that you will need to have a lot of units just remaining inside of your base. Because you can't really move out against them, at least not early on. Just a couple, or just with constant raids on the sides, will force you to have your military at least somewhat nearby.
Can't even get the decaps here. It's going to run across the east side one. Ghazi should be able to rotate quick enough to force him off that, though.
Archer range is coming in now, so we are seeing a transition into, well,
good
I
read.
wanted to say Archer, but now it's going to be Javelin Throws, and Javelin Throws are going to be good, of course, and Vortex now also making his own Archers, so that's the full army composition that Malians typically go for anyways, right? Like Donzo's Javelin Throws, you don't need anything other than that. Yeah,
I feel like that was a sick read actually on the time by Wham. Like, it's almost instinctively, and I don't think he even had a scout on Vortex's base, just understanding the dynamics of this matchup. So for now, Vortex is going to start scaling a little bit. I wouldn't be surprised if he just kind of like skimps to the next stage in the next, say, 2 minutes here. As long as he maintains about, on average, 2 sacred sites.
Oh, good timing here. Finds the Spearman.
Yeah, Vortex is done with the age. Look at the macro, look at the queue. Nothing new coming. Well, except scouts, but yeah.
Yeah, Pro Scouts is in now. And when Vortex can now secure his own food that way. So that's 2 of the sacred sites. He is still making some units. It's not like he's all in on the food right now. Could change though, since he will be on deer soon.
Yeah, and this is like always
harassing on the sides.
This is always like the snowball effect of Ghazi. Like, at some point they are just going to get in either on your economy or on your pit mines and cost you dearly.
Yeah. Warrior Scouts also moving out though. Maybe we see a little bit of a trade out there when it comes to the deer. If Wham is able to secure a couple of these deer from Vortex, he's going to be in a really good spot food-wise at least. And Vortex, he is recommitting, so no immediate Castle Age play from him here.
No, he's got a lot of Donzos. Not so many Javelins, so if it was for Rimba, it's not the right timing. Obviously, for Filani, you don't really want to be building that with 0 ranches. In fact, has he added in any ranches at all? It'll be very telling at this stage. I mean, usually you don't have to rush it with PS.
No, he doesn't, so it's most likely going to be for Rimba.
Can be a bit trickier against Ghazi.
It is flavor of the month of KP, so you can't really make it.
Yeah, I mean, that's how it works, right? If there's anything I learned in high school, if someone does something, I should do it too, you know?
Yeah. We're getting a full decap, though, now on the sacred side. So, yeah, Vortex, he's going to have to... Wait, are we? Wham? The middle sacred... Okay, he realized.
No, Crackety. Decapping sacred sites was so last month. Have you not checked the agenda for May?
I haven't read the script yet, KP.
So what's going to happen here is 2 players are going to drop out of Elite Classic, and Wham is going to miraculously qualify and somehow get top seed after beating Vortex, even though that is mathematically possible. Impossible, rather.
Ghazi, okay, we do have the clash coming in now.
Not
Good Donzo Master.
Yeah.
Yeah, so many Donzos that, like, Wham can have the Donzos out, even against the Archers, and be fine.
Wow.
And look at that. This is a great fight here for Wham.
It's kind of crazy. He punted the Ghazi just to try and trade those 3 Javelins. They still alive, but... I mean, Vortex, you said it's a great fight for Wham. I feel like Vortex just won that because the Spears never really died. The Archers weren't falling quick enough. So it pushes them away.
There weren't enough Javelin throws at that point in time.
Yeah.
Yeah, somewhere here at the top side.
This is awkward now.
He didn't have enough to start one-shotting the Archers.
Yeah, he has, like, no Javelins to trade off in the retreat here, so he just has to run. So map control now being forfeited.
No blacksmith upgrades, or at least not enough.
So more Sacred Strikes also coming in, and on top of that, like the Vortex, he's min-maxing the food. Like, look at it, he's barely got any in reserve. The wood is starting to stockpile a lot, but that's actually a good thing here. Usually Delhi, these days, these long feudals, it allows them to organically find their way into a farm transition.
Big still microing back with the archers.
Nice blocker there.
Sacred Sites once again captured, and third one.
There is
Contested. Behind this Vortex, he's on 13 scholars. If he
There's a
manages
upgrade.
to find his way up to next age,
Yeah. It's Warrior Scouts.
Yeah,
like
it's Warrior Scouts.
You have to respect it a little bit.
But he's still not reacting. He's still not reacting, yeah. Okay, he is reacting now.
So he pulls away. I mean, it's still going to be -2 villages a lot of other time as well. Vortex, I don't know if he's got enough food at home to feel safe here. All right, like the deer on the left side still needs to be pulled back. So a little bit of lifeline here, but definitely frustrating.
A little bit of idle time due to getting textiles as well. So overall, villager delta is at like 3.5-ish at the moment. But Delhi, like once they go up to Castle Age, it's all worth it because with this many scholars now, technologies come in quicker than they do for other civilizations.
Yeah, he just needs to solve for the food right now. Wham, I don't feel that this is a confident dive point. It feels like he's accepting it's having to go to the next
too many
stage.
units.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I'm wondering, can we check for any ranch? Like, I'm starting to see a few so far. Sometimes this means the player's inclined to like double ranch and partial Fulani. Nah, it's Frimba.
Nah,
It's
there's no
Frimba.
way. Yeah. Like, if you go for Fulani here, you wouldn't have had nearly as many units in the intermission so far. Or you would be way farther behind when it comes to aging up.
Some players have been doing it just not full Lani, right? They do like maybe 2 ranches maximum.
Yeah, like the empty Fulani.
Yeah,
Yep.
it basically
They
out of
start off
desperation
completely
for
empty and
Sofa.
then they add them around. Yeah. But it is going to be Farimba. Makes a lot of sense. We do have a good amount of jump throws out. Not that many, but he is going to reach the age up a good bit of time ahead of Vortex.
Yeah, and we call it this because it is actually far from Imba. 2 of the choices just don't feel good anymore. Yeah. Very linear in that regard, but does feel oppressive. I think the
I mean, Reborn here could unironically... Nah, the Ghazi Raiders are still...
I was about to say, really? You want to die on this ship? It's weird,
They
right?
have a lot of health. Like, they're a great meat shield either way.
Yeah. I mean, like,
They've been buffed time and time again on the HP front.
there's also, like, Mansa Musafadi just always feel weird because if you've been playing Feudal, there's archers. So you don't want to build them. Even though the melee armor is incredible in that unit. Scarcy.
He baits them back onto the gold villagers just when the army arrives.
Nicely played.
It's a couple of good picks.
Vortex needs that age up ASAP. Looks like he has been found on the flank by the
Sofa,
Sofa.
right?
Nicely done. Can't really fight up against that, especially when you know the veterancy's on the way. So instead, Vortex idling more here.
These small little raids just gave him a lot of value overall. Vortex once again going for the small raids there. Well, it's not a small raid, it's a good amount of cavalry. Well, a couple of Donzos. Defend. And there we go. Poison Javelin throws in now with veterancy. Here's armor coming in as well. Vortex is going to be able to age up soon behind this. Compound Defender. No cancel. House of Learning.
Just feels like he's not able to find that chip raid damage we'd usually expect out of Delhi here. Now, as a result, I mean, the worry here is you won't be able to be in position to vacuum those relics home with map control starting to be forfeited. I wonder.
Looking at the military count. Yeah.
Just Wham, I think maybe just go for the all-in dive, right? Like the javelin count's starting to look really good for it. And you can catch your opponent before you realistically get the veterancy in if you start to push towards the base now. Possibly too paranoid about it? I mean, now that he's hurt the tech up, though, you have to punish this. There's no way you let him get it for free. Scholar has forgotten how to pick up items. He's like me and Marine Lord learning to walk again. But he's done it. He's done it. His first steps. And also his last.
Vortex is getting Lancers in.
Into Donzos. I guess it's one of
Let's
those...
have a good amount of archers. Upgrades are coming in pretty quickly. Can we actually hover over them?
It's
actually, there aren't that
like
many scholars garrisoned right now.
40 seconds? Yeah.
It's still, it's still quick. It's still very quick. Multiple Wolos coming in. Looks like Vortex, he just sent out a lot of his scholars in order to try and get some relics in.
Wham's racing for them as well now. First of the imams in the field, second one to come. Homeblades still a little bit out here. Yeah, when
Dude, the amount of javelins that Wham has out at the moment is kind of scary, considering the army type that Vortex has at the moment.
And obviously the deception of the numbers, like 14 of them being scholars, they're not going to be very helpful here. The villagers, so that count's about to go down. Wham, wham, wham.
He hasn't noticed. That was a normal move command.
So I just realized saying his name like that was almost like a wow, wow, wow. He's going to catch up now with the scouts. Javelineers can actually get them if they peel off from the Donzos, so we'll get a few kills.
Yeah, if you can, like, select singular groups, but it's always the formation shuffling, right?
So we'll chip one or two. Rest get back. And Vortex, oh god, are we at that point? At 50 economy, we're going to try for a castle? That's not a good feeling.
Oh, that's a lot of archers, but it's also a lot of javelin throwers. Donzos might want to just stay back for a little bit here. Wait until the coast's clear.
Gazi interception, though. With the Lancers as well. Goes after the Javs.
Interception.
Okay, so Kaz fighting two, and now he can rally back to assist this one. He's going to need to, because at this rate, it's going to be Javelins trading out against Archers. There's a lot of hesitation here from Wham, though, to commit to that fight.
He needs to get the Donzos back there. The issue is the Archers are in the way, so he needs to take the fight.
This is just weird to watch right now. It feels like Wham had control, and then just threw it in the bin.
Yeah, the army's just split apart here, and getting picked off like it's just a trickling of units.
He's still not turning to attack.
Javelin should commit.
Yeah, I think he's so focused on his base dive, he's not start stepping the javelins at all. He's just losing troops on the retreat.
He is stabilizing in his own base, though, but he did lose a lot of units on the retreat.
He is chipping some workers from Vortex's economy in return, though. But Vortex can afford it with all the free techs, with the relics coming home.
And if he gets a keep in, if he gets a keep in, then he's going to be able to get more villagers out, so it's going to be fine for him.
I mean, that is the craziest part about this.
Garrison scholars.
Like, usually
6
when you...
more that he could garrison.
But the thing is, usually when you go for a castle like this, you get punished, right? Like, this early, it's such a huge part of your economy. 630 income, like, 25% of his workers are trying to get that castle up. That usually kills a player at this point. Especially against an all-in for Ember timing. Yet somehow, Vortex is the one bullying him.
That is pretty scary at the moment for Wham. Still, it's just mass archers. And Wham, he is remassing javelin throwers like crazy. It's just unfortunate that he had like half of his javelin throwers through middle, and then he got split apart by the cavalry.
No, maybe at risk of getting his head split in two at this rate. This is the thing about the Farimba build. It is a tempo build. You don't scale well because you forfeit the Fulani. So if you start losing fights, there isn't really much of a comeback mechanism with this type of build. And the keep drop on the foot. Vortex, it's not even an economy keep. He's looking to end the game. That is disgusting. But I respect it.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it before, right? Like the Spanish strategy here with the keep drop, with the forward keep drop. Wham, he doesn't have the units in the right position at the moment in order to stop that from happening.
It does feel like
he's going to get put up.
Does it feel like Wham's maybe been overly paranoid about taking this exchange with the archers?
I think so.
Yeah. I mean, just look at the body check.
It's the best unit against archers, but he didn't go for it.
That's the thing. That trade there was good for him, and that was when he was hesitating. It's crazy to think how different this game would have been if he was able to micro that group that was on the offensive, trading out against archers, but instead, Vortex...
We're now seeing Sofas.
Okay, so far this stage... I mean, if your opponent stops pumping Lancers, makes sense, but if he keeps pumping Lancers, with Hone Blades in particular, it basically offsets the value of import armors.
Yeah. We are, I mean, more than offsets it, right? Like, import armor is 1 more bonus armor compared to normal knights. They have less HP, less damage, so... The Lancers are going to do a phenomenal job here. Granted, the Donzos are still a good answer to it. I think it's more about being able to snipe the siege and dive underneath the keep with all the bonus armor.
We'll see if it actually pays off for him, because also you've got small things like that mill, the The berry's still alive. That creates these little awkward choke points. Javelins are getting a freebie, though, with the dive in. Villagers are being rushed to repair. Just unfortunately too late.
Good pick off there by Wham. More trebuchets coming in, but this feels very much like an all-in at this point in time from Wham. Could be that Wham might also lose one of his trebuchets here. The timing could be just right.
Oh, he turns around.
Yep.
Jackpot for Vortex, so denies the treb. Gonzo's will punish him a little bit. The rest should be able to get out. And there is a sofa raid. No, he came back at the perfect moment. Vortex was about to finish those berries, so Village is in trouble again. They do at least have the textiles, so should minimize the losses.
Well, saving lives here.
That's right, that wolf was going to kill them all. I've seen things.
Mangonel's coming in next, and Vortex is prioritizing all the production buildings. Makes it very tough for Wham to keep pumping out units.
Looks like Vortex forgot to queue up some freebies, if I'm not mistaken. Is he? Like,
There
yeah,
are a lot of upgrades that he could be getting. Yeah, economy mainly.
a little bit surprising here, considering that would assist him with the all-in timing.
It's fine.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's like you have to remember that
It's
APM is a resource as well, and you have to budget it. So, you know, free presses on those buildings, Crackety, could have been free less presses of archers attacking javelins. Gotta measure your
What's Wham
facts.
doing right now? His army, it's kind of split off from the trebuchets. You kind of need your army right next to the trebuchets. Oh, is he going for a dive? Cavalry
Yeah.
going for another dive as well.
Yeah, the lancers are wrapping on that tree line at the back. Sofas,
Oh,
they'll
good
just get
dive on
freebies.
the trebuchets.
And the trebs don't even pack up to
Very
try and move
good.
away. The mangoes as well.
Mangoes as well, that's so much value.
Gets one. Lancers are going to arrive in time,
gets the
so
one.
keeps one alive. Meanwhile, the Lancers at the back of the base, not able to find Wham's tree line economy. And there is a raid on the other side of the map coming in from Wham, so just trying to return the pain.
All villagers have to evacuate.
This game is getting so chaotic.
Really is. That was a lot of siege just lost for Vortex. That buys Wham a lot of momentum. Crossbows are still all the way back in the base here from Vortex. Vortex, by the way, he also sent a lot of villagers over to the berries from Wham. If that gets found out, like now that Wham has a little bit more breathing room, could be a lot of dead villagers. Keep scanning out.
I mean, Wham has to keep so much at home as well, though, because his whole economy is just condensed to the base or to the north side vein. And I think Vortex...
Vortex, he had no backup plan.
Yeah, I think Vortex didn't even see the gold gatherers on the north side. When he ran the lancers nearby, he saw the houses, but not the workers. So doesn't know that that would be a raid point. Mangoes have been rebolstered by Vortex, but I'm more concerned about who's going to be standing in the way of these sofa.
Yeah, there's no keep anymore to protect them. But Vortex, he's going to force the engagement now. He lost all of his siege, so now he wants to do the same to Wham. Might be able to find at the same time. Sofa, big raid, lots of idle time. But what's going on in the base from Wham?
He's committing everything. He sent the crossbows to the front
make it
line.
out alive.
He needs the win right here. Vortex, military numbers favoring him from the time being, but it doesn't feel like it's going to be for long. The sofa, meanwhile, absolutely hitting the jackpot. Back home. Mango wallop decent. The landmark victory not feel feasible.
Siege.
Almost gets it.
Almost gets it.
They can just find the economy.
And now the sofa turned around, but there's the crossbows.
No, but the sofa, it looks like they should be able to trade out. One mango, second one to get tapped down, so worthwhile on the dive for Wham.
TC. TC's gonna kill the third one. Now it's only ranged units, and we got the javelin throws. Wham's got the javelin throws.
This looks over. Vortex, he still has the military lead, but the economy, like, where's the follow-up going to be? They've both suffered scrapes and hits here. But the sofas are still raiding your backside, and Vortex has no raiders of his own.
Javelin's still kiting. Archers and crossbows still doing a decentish job, though, on the kite away. But now the siege, once again, it's gonna be in trouble. Mango's getting a good shot, though. Donzo's coming in.
Javelin count is getting a little bit low, actually.
Most of the archers...
Oh my
yeah,
god.
Javelin count is low.
What?
Most of the archers are gone, though, so now you can kind of, like, use Stonzos as a meat shield or to try and snipe the siege. And they're pulling back.
I think the genuine is the Pegs. Like, Pegs is actually coming in clutch here. There should have been javelins poking and moving away. But no, like, now the overcommitment. Vortex, he's almost drained Wham. Like, they are both struggling. Remember, there's no Fulani behind this. It's not like you have that ridiculous economy of the Malians.
Wham can always at least make cattle in order to have safe food income available to him. It's crazy how... Oh my god, that was a good mango shot. It was a really good mango shot. Sofa's coming in now, though.
The Sofas just feel unanswered at the stage. And, yep, there's no answers left. GG gets called. Game number 1 goes to the Canadian.
All right, Wham able to take game number 1 in the series. And honestly, this was a crazily active game here as well. Vortex with the cap on the 3 sacred sides, but Wham biding his time, massing up units, going for the H up early. It looked very shaky there at the beginning after the H up. He lost a lot of his reinforcements, but in the end, like, just the better units overall. I wonder what would have changed if maybe we saw some men-at-arms. Like, men-at-arms typically don't feel good against poison javelin throws. The difference with Delhi is that you have the Force March ability where you can just, like, activate it suddenly for a limited time. Your men-at-arms are going to be incredibly quick. You can move on to the javelin throws and then have them fight there.
I swear that ability does not get rushed enough. Like, it's crazy. I rarely see it, but when we do see Force March, it completely changes the state of games.
Yeah.
Yeah, this fight. I mean, this is crazy as well. This one from Vortex, just to try and kill 3 javelins. Maybe seems a little bit overkill. Not sure if he needed it entirely, but just shows you how confident he was in the engagement. Like, archers normally are a no-no against javelin spam, but we saw Wham's build very different.
It was a pretty even trade.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a very even trade overall. Destruction value was fairly similar between them. At this point in time, Wham took some much better trades, but here, this is where it all kind of like turned around when Vortex with the cavalry found all of these javelin throwers here. This is where things started becoming a lot more shaky, and you can see like destruction value suddenly started turning around a lot here at this point in time.
Yeah, and you definitely felt the shakiness of Farimba towards the end, right? We saw the starvation. It was a real this type of comp. I mean, I'm impressed Wham got as many Sofa as he did. It's usually actually the weak point of this Farimba build is you eventually need Sofa to end the game. You just don't have that reliable economy to just flood them like we're used to seeing historically from Malians.
Yeah. The key play here, that was classic, just the classic Spanish move with a forward keep drop. Also, just a classic Vortex move. He does that a lot with Delhi, especially.
Yeah, I wonder if he would have benefited more from just trying to play a macro game with like a safe castle back at home. It's probably too slow here against the Javelineer spam, though.
Maybe. The thing is, like, sometimes these kind of playstyles don't really suit the style of the individual player.
Yeah.
And that's also something interesting to think about. Okay, maybe your gameplay style is not, like, the best in a given meta at one point in time. And then it's always like, okay, do you want to change that playstyle, or do you just want to, like, stick to it, maybe adapt your playstyle even more? Different approaches, right? Like, sometimes you feel like, okay, if you now try and learn another playstyle, maybe you lose some skill of your original playstyle, the one that you're usually going for.
You got to evolve like a butterfly, Crackety. Come on, like, I mean, in fairness to Vortex,
it's very. I'm gonna say it's very difficult, like mastering multiple types of playstyles at a high level.
It's also very difficult shaking habits, right? That's the other thing is there are things you do subconsciously. You know, like I feel like my chat's always like, "KP, when you gonna do the Road to Conk series?" I'm like, I'm going to be boring to watch it first because there's so many things that pro players do instinctively without thinking about that I'm going to have to train my brain to do to even think about doing that journey, right? And like that goes even deeper at pro level where, you know, there are certain openings or certain approaches that you do and someone might prove that they are suboptimal, but if you've been doing it for 2+ years, good luck changing that habit. And well, we look at that. We hyped up POIs for good reason. Map number 2 is going to be Enlightened Horizon.
Exactly. So we will be seeing those points of interest coming in. And not just that, we're also going to be seeing Knights Templar up against the Japanese. And I gotta say, personally, I think Japanese are pretty good against Knights Templar when you're looking at like the different unique units that are out there for them. So you get the Chevalier Knight coming in, less armor. So in theory, Onabugashas aren't as bad against them, or you in general just have enough time to go for fast Castle Age, and then you got the Mounted Samurai. In Castle Age, granted, Japan doesn't really like making range units anyway, so the Janitor already sees not a lot of play. Might not be that valuable there as well. I think, honestly, like, the Heavy Spearman, it's just very slow. It's just very, very slow. Also, not that great of a unit. And honestly, the crossbows, the Genu's crossbows, it's supposed to be like an infantry counter, but it gets absolutely trampled by Onabagasha.
Yeah, and this kind of goes back to like the weird thing with Knights Templar. I feel like it's a civ that you almost make the commandery choices more based on the bonus than the unit itself. That makes sense, right? Like,
yeah,
you know, the production speed, the gold discount, and then Genoa is the most obvious one with the gold increase on pilgrims. And then the weirdest part about Knights Templar, and I remember I felt this the first time I played it. I didn't want to build archers, but I should have been building archers. You know, it's like it's the best unit. You're like, I want to have
so good with the resources.
You're like, I want to have the heavily armored dudes, man. I want to have those big brawly men in the heavy armor. Well, let's see if we're gonna get treated to them because we are hopping in to Enlightened Horizon. But the heavily armored boys might be coming from the other side. Wham with the Japanese, and both of them playing those Raxes forward. It's gonna be Vortex in the red on Knights Templar to answer.
And this is always such a like risky move, putting the barracks forward. Now, like, it's at one point on one side you are going to be able to capture up the point of interest here, start generating resources. The point of interest, if I recall correctly, it's worth like 2 villagers worth of resources, so it's definitely worthwhile getting that one early on.
Isn't it 1 or like 1.2? Because it's 45.
Without upgrades should be like a good bit more than 1. Yeah.
Because like
both of them combined are at least like 2 to 3-ish, but yeah, it's a lot of different resources at the same time that you're getting from it.
Yeah, what's the base rate on a village? I thought it was like on average 40-ish.
It depends on the on a base rate it's like 38 for most resources. Some resources even less. It's like 32 on some resources.
Yeah, I think like food is maybe on sheep might be 38 or is it 45? I'm trying to remember because like sheep is obviously a little bit better than some of the other rates. So you're right though. It's like it's 45 because you get 0.75 food per second. So like a little bit lower for the idea of you have to pick up and then drop off. But yeah, like the biggest thing is like even if it was only 1 villager for the merchant camp, the most important thing to remember is if I play for it and you don't, that's actually a 2 villager difference, not a 1.
Yeah. So base gather rate for wood, for example, for every civ other than like Knights Templar is 31 resource per minute. Berries is what is berries? I think berries is like 37.
It's about 37. It might be 38 because it went up, right?
It's less. It's 33.
Okay.
It's 33.
It's at 33.4 because of the change that used to be a little bit lower, didn't it? And then they increased base rates. And then sheep is still 0.75, I think. Which is
sheep is the normal 37, gold is 37, stone is 37 per minute.
Right, I thought sheep gathering rate is 0.75.
37, I mean, like, per minute per villager.
Yeah, but if you... Isn't 0.75 across 60 seconds 45?
75?
It's 45, no? We're just mathing
sure
for the start
37.
here. Am I NA mathing right now?
I'm not sure where you... These are at least the numbers that are being used by the production calculator. I think they're semi-up-to-date. It got updated for the new civs.
But, like, if you times 0.75 by 60, it's 45. Is the drop-off distance
but
that
you gotta
bad?
put the... There is some drop-off distance, like drop-off animation and stuff like that plays a role in there.
Yeah, I'm surprised it like equates to that much of a difference, though. But in terms of what's happened in the game, love this from Wham. He's just diving into pressure onto the merchant camp. He forces Vortex to stay here. In terms of what happened with the
samurai,
goals...
This is what I want to talk about earlier. Like, putting these buildings up forward, it is a risk. It is a very big risk, and we see that risk playing out right now is Vortex just not having full security on these buildings there. Vortex, though, is also going for his own aggression there. So Samurai might be doing a good job here against these spearmen now.
Yeah, and
Now that the upgrades are coming in, this story could change.
the problem usually is if your opponent just blobs spears, you tend to lose with Samurai anyway. Like, the mass doesn't usually check out because you just kind of get out floated and then out paced, right? But I love the way Wham done this. Like, he disrupted the flow of things. Went for that merchant camp, really screwed with Vortex's timings a little bit. We do have the Kurosawas coming in later. The problem is going to be now, like you said, with the harder stats now coming in, like, Wham can't run away. So he's just going to forfeit the boys. Didn't even get the merchant camp.
No other option there. At least he managed to decap it, so that's already value gained here, right? And he does still have a good amount of samurai. They could be coming from front now, from his side. And once the storehouse finishes, he's going to be able to get them upgraded to the early samurai.
I think we're getting the mass samurai build, right? Like, we saw this yesterday from Puppy Paw. He
can't. The Chevalier's coming in.
You don't think he'll try it anyway?
I think it was just the early play up against the Spearhand. I don't think you want to do it that much.
Because I think, if I remember correctly, it was Japanese versus Ottomans when Puppy Paw done it. And I know Sapahi aren't quite Chevalier, but kind of similar stats, right?
I'm fully on board with Mass on a Geisha, though.
Of course you are. It's only 2 melee armor, right?
It's only 2, yeah.
Only 2.
I talked about it earlier. Like, Bannerman, you can, in theory, double buff the Geisha.
Yep, so we just need to rush on the stone at 6 minutes in.
Easy.
Nothing weird about this build. Look the other way, please. But Wham, it is going to be the castle play. So, lightly looking at Floating Gate. I don't know if you really want to be monking it up here against
It's going to be a
KT.
little bit more wood because this house is about to go down. I'm not sure if he realizes yet. Does he have an outpost on his gold?
We don't have... Yeah, he went for the
outpost is
outpost, but no
finished,
house.
so-
Oh, God.
I mean, the outpost play makes sense, right? Like, you need the defense there on the gold, but he is going to get the resource next up for the house. But yeah, this feels kind of bad now. He's sacrificing a lot of map control, and it is going to be, like, the double point of interest now.
How long
Vortex
has
is making
that
full
bar
use of
been
that as
there?
well. He's going for the pilgrimage.
Yeah, it feels like... Is that 2 villages, maybe he misses
Level
out
2
on?
even.
Like, close to 2, maybe. And Vortex, like, this is the thing, though. Like, if you don't contest the map, these pilgrims are going to allow Vortex to catch up fast. So really what Wham needs is Mount
Very
Samurai
fast,
into an immediate interception before this snowballs up to, like, 6 pilgrims making it through.
Blacksmith also coming in here. So maybe Vortex just wants to heavily commit to these feudal age knights now.
I guess, in fairness, when you think about the gold spawn, if he does shut this place, Japan dies, right? Japan cannot really function without gold as a civ.
Slowly, if you get like the Yoroshiras in, right? But yeah, it's going to be a very rough spot from there on out. You might need to legitimately go for an obligation just because they're cheap. You can trade out some resource for them. You can't trade out resource for knights just because it's so much gold that you require for each and every one of them.
You know what's sad is the amount of people that end up having to trade out for resources, and then they want a Yoroshira drop in the forges. No one ever Yoroshira drops into a marketplace.
Yeah,
I think everyone just forgets about
wonder
it.
why.
You even wonder why. You get gold.
Yeah, but it's like so much more expensive, the market compared to a forge.
That's true, but like if you're going to be trading resources, you have it anyway, right?
Yeah,
I think it's
that's
just
true.
I think it's just
That's true.
forgotten about, right?
Early
Like, it's
ramp
not,
push now.
yeah, this. I mean, it makes sense with the Flame Gate coming in. Like food income, can we check? He's got the deer. I think he's out of sheep already. The Kura has got a few farms. I don't know if this is overly ambitious from Vortex, especially with it now
We're getting a
looking like
barracks.
Samurai. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so Samurai it could be.
I told you
Mass
they were obsessed with this.
This is weird. I'm not gonna lie, like this is actually weird, especially against a civilization that has access to early knights. I'm not even sure if he's seen the early knights so far. Can we check the outpost line of sight? Like, has he seen those units out there? Like, that,
Yeah.
he does
Yeah.
know about that.
Crackety, I watched
He's
his
fully aware.
brother do this against Ottomans yesterday. Like I'm parked in my seat for the weird Japanese, and there it is, the commitment. Or should we drop that?
Inside now.
Gold is good enough. So he will be able to pump out a decent amount of
He's gonna be able
samurai.
to get a few out. Yeah, he doesn't have. Wait, he doesn't even have the early samurai upgrade yet, though.
No, he's
He's
prioritized
still
getting them
Dark
out
Age
first.
Samurai.
Second racks
So
as
he
well.
needs Harden and then he needs Veterancy.
The other thing, by the way, is if Vortex ever has to fall back, remember, he can then rush you on the south ramp. That's the thought process that I think they indulge with this samurai build on this map, is it's very quick to enter the enemy base.
That's true. I mean, in theory, Wham, his enemy's army is a little bit out of position. If he has the opportunity to just go around the other side now, he could hit Vortex. The issue with that is that he doesn't have any Pierce armor upgrades yet, and his Forge just got destroyed.
Yeah, and this is the tricky thing about this build. Like, what you're watching is a less effective version of what the HRE could technically do on this map if they didn't get banned in a series. It's like a Burgrave type effect.
Veterancy has come in. We got enough gold for 2 more Samurai.
Woo!
That's it. No Pierce armor yet. No Pierce damage yet in as well.
No health at this
The
rate.
Chevaliers, they're doing good damage.
Yeah, I've got the Katana Bannerman now arriving, so the buff aura is there. Still not in just yet. Vortex is going to bide his time backing away here. Rams have done decent damage. He's just trying to catch him full on right-clicking onto the Ram. But instead, it's going to be an engage. 2 Samurai to go down. Wow, he's now officially out of gold.
He's taking the fight.
He will get the win here.
No more gold at all for him. Actually, okay, he did well. That fight went a lot better than I expected here.
Yeah, the problem here is like these spearmen aren't exactly going to be hitting very hard. The archers were not ready, Steel Dara not in. So Wham found the succinct timing, and now, look at that, a switch into Yumi and a reclaim on the gold. The Chevalier are on the way back in, but as was just proven, not exactly a match for Castle Age men-at-arms.
Vulture also survives. It's not that much damage on these units, and yeah, Wham, he's threading the needle right now. Vortex might need to think about a Castle Age up follow-up now behind this. Already has a good amount of gold in the bank. A lot more about to come in as well.
Wham's walls on the way. Yeah, ambitious maybe. And we'll find another
This time
one to
Villager
kill.
does go down.
Backstab here, might find additional.
Kills here.
Ah, yes, we found the weakness of the samurai. They're quite, I don't want to say chunky in a shameful way, but they don't know how to run very fast, do they?
Yeah, now with a lot of archers, but once again, like, no Pierce armor, and this time Vortex does has Pierce damage.
Yeah,
So Vortex is gonna start taking better and better engagements here.
it just feels like you're basically maybe killing one spear and losing a samurai, which is a terrible exchange, even more so when you're meant to be so strong for being an age ahead. Vortex, he's ready to pull the trigger, and we have to remember, for Knights Templar, this comes down quick. 45 seconds out, Republic of Genoa now on the way.
Right, blocking that charge there. Relic about to be coming in. Actually, second Relic in as well. It's going to be 2 Relics secured.
Makes sense. On this map, you have the Carmel effect. Both your starting golds are baby veins, so with a comp like this, even, you start to burn through fast. Chevalier do get a freebie onto the Yumi. Meanwhile, archers just keep kiting. Never look back.
Chevalier just being so annoying. Wall's not up yet.
We'll dive in there
Sure,
again.
it's going to be found.
Might even be worth killing the Monk here just to slow down his relic grab. And, oh, cheeky.
Oh,
Vortex.
Takes
Oh,
it
the
alive.
body
Oh, that
blocks.
wall.
Perfectly timed there. Traps him inside. And
done.
we run. This is annoying though, because you can see Wham, like this many villages over here, he's running out of food. So the longer these Chevalier are
he
alive,
needs these berries.
exactly, the more frustrating this becomes.
He does have some farms working for him, but not that many. But with the walls, does secure the next gold there, and Scout has been killed, so there are 3 sheep there, which are making their way away though. They're running. They're on the run.
We just double checked. We are definitely watching a Wham game. More walls.
Yep.
It's something like my favorite part. Like I called him out in the past. Like, you say that he walls a lot. He's like, I don't wall that much. It's like, it's the meta. And then we're in the meta where no one else walls. And he'll always find a way to somehow make these type of walls work. Tricky, though. Archers.
I mean, you got it, right? Like, against knights especially, it's just a situation. These are veterans here already.
Mm-hmm. And on top of that, an archer group is now diving north side. So the wall's going to get intercepted. Also, the gold vein, he built the wall right next to it. So that could also get shut down as well. We'll lose some more villagers.
Going to have to evacuate. 1, 2 villagers down. Suddenly, villager lead for Vortex. And he doesn't even, like, the Civ isn't meant to have a villager lead.
No. And check what's else coming here. It's so slow, but Templar brothers. These are going to be the unkillable kings of this fight. Because it's Samurai Yumi, the worst thing you could imagine against these big boys.
Also means, though, that Wham has the barracks to potentially just go into mass spearmen now. Granted, Vortex, he's still making a lot of archers. Man, these knights are coming out very quickly.
Mm-hmm. Just enough to kind of keep that harass up, slow Wham down. Behind this, we don't have Vortex looking at Relics himself, but he's at least playing blocker to the remaining 3. Even Undermesh now coming in.
Now coming up.
There's a lot of archers still from Vortex,
Still lacking
though.
a lot of the blacksmith upgrades from Wham.
Yeah, at this point, it's a little bit less excusable. He's got decent gold, but there he goes, prioritizing the Yumi.
Yep. Granted, there were no Pierce Arm upgrades yet from Vortex as well. That kind of evens things out a bit.
Will be helpful here. Looks like the dive in is going to be awkward. It's going to be a Templar brother going down the expensive knights. I don't know, man. It feels like Wham has actually somewhat weathered the storm here. Vortex is starting to lose that stranglehold on the base.
He's getting a 3rd relic in as well. On the retreat, loses a couple of units here.
Good guy Vortex just makes it easy for Wham to get back in space.
So, yep.
Yeah, Human Bannerman is just frustrating as well. Like, they take a lot of effort. Look at that. It takes ages to actually snipe them with archers because the armor built into them.
And then they still leave the banner.
Yep. Like, go on without me, boys. I've tanked it all. It's like when you play Overwatch, you don't have a Reinhardt. So, like, the Hanzo's like, I'll tank, guys. I've got this.
I'm just going to dodge the shots. I have infinite HP if I don't get hit.
Like, it's actually, I think the fairer comparison is a Genji tank. It's like, I deflected. I done it for you guys. I tanked for 5 seconds. What do you mean we're losing?
You just put the DPI on like 9,000 or something like that, and then it's like, okay, I'm just gonna spin around so much that they can't hit me.
And then you have that soundtrack playing from, what was it? I can't remember what that's from. I just remember encountering it in Prop Hunt a lot.
Something like that.
No, it's just generally a guy.
Be careful when you hum melodies because, yeah.
No, I was going for.
PMCA doesn't.
I was going for. I think it might have been Fist of the North Star. It's literally just a guy full on like karate chopping constantly. Yeah.
Yeah, Fist of the North Star. That's the one.
That's what we need to make Samurai truly great again. They need to have an activable ability that deflects all shots for like 3 seconds. They're just swinging around the Nagadan like crazy.
It's too original.
But this is looking great now. I mean, Wham. He's got the military lead.
Push out.
And the Templar brothers are just trash.
This is what Wham, like the situation that Wham really likes when he's able to even beat armored units with mass archers. Now he's feeling at home. Pierce 2 armor was missing. Pierce armor level 2.
It's all about those Yumi, man. I mean, the Canadian bros have been crafty with this type of build for a long time. Like, they convinced me it could even beat Delhi at times in the weirdest of fashions. The fortress is now coming for Vortex, so does need to stabilize. Unfortunately, that fortress is nowhere near where he's going to actually need it as the pressure's coming into the main.
Secure steer, but yeah, he's going to need units inside of a space. Now his point of interest is immediately going to be captured up for Wham.
Finally, after letting Vortex have this merchant camp for a very, very long time, it is mine. He's still building progress.
Wham can once again get even more relics, and he's already got 3. He's moving out to the 4th one in the middle. 5th one, I mean, the fortress got to protect that one, but yeah, this is not a bad spot at all for Wham right now. He's got such a massive military lead, and Vortex is completely out of food. He's only just now about to get his food income back online, thanks to those deer. But he's not going to get any more gold now with the Pilgrims. Another fortress coming in.
Well, this one is...
be in time.
This one's going to require a stand ground moment out of Vortex. We'll look to dive past the Samurai.
He's about to lose all of his units.
Yeah, like, how do you dive past Samurai when they're everywhere? Sorry, let me just get the fight noise ready. Anyway, Jimmy, you're going to dive in.
Jimmy split up.
A lot of workers, so should get it up, but it's definitely going to cost him the eco lead. And balance restores.
It's a lot of workers going down now. Wait, is he even going to get it up?
It is becoming slightly doubtful.
He's going to get it up, but...
Just about 3 left alive. 2 left alive. What? 1 left alive? No, they've killed a pilgrim instead. Just in time. The clutch pilgrim to save the day.
Oh my god. He gets it up, but still not ready for round 2.
I'm just going to say it.
I had to.
Templar Brother just... Honestly, these guys just feel so sucky to build. Like, can we just agree on that? It should, in theory, be such a good unit, but it's so hard to build them quick enough.
I'm not sure. Like, sometimes it really depends on the situation. I think this was just an issue with the food income, with the farm transition, right? Like, and I think also upgrades, like the Pierce Armor upgrades, were just lacking for too long. By the time Vortex got the Pierce Armor upgrades, and he didn't have the mass any longer in order to take the confident engagements.
I mean, that's the thing as well on this map. It's very hard to raid. Right? It's a defensive start. Usually the raiding works when your opponent exhausts their safety resources. And for Vortex, it felt like he went into the Templar Brother before that even happened for Wham.
Let's not forget, he also put 1,800 resources into these fortresses now, which aren't going to pay off because he can't get the Pilgrims out.
What? But, like, we just need another one. And then they'll be safe. And then maybe another one.
Maybe. We're getting to some pretty good...
Of course. More samurai. More samurai.
Yeah.
We found our long-lost brothers.
Japanese.
He's like...
That's a lot of gold invested, though.
I mean, worth it if he wins the fight. They are quicker. They're also less tanky than their brother.
They're also weaker. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They are somewhere between samurai and Onabagation in the most confusing way possible.
And they're pretty much already gone. Mostly low HP now. They just blend in with the samurai.
Hey, that's not like, if you look very closely, they wear different hats. Okay, they're not the same. They also hold their sword.
My glasses, KP. I can't see.
It looks like the blue blob is losing right now.
They all look the same.
Like, you take your glasses off, you can't see the arches.
No. Oh, another fortress? This time, though. This time he's getting close to securing the full round.
Do you think they said the same thing when all the Crusaders came across? Like, this dude. Like,
maybe?
Get an original look. Giant-ass tin cans. All right, fortress going up. These do all look the same.
Oh, it's not being spotted. Oh, this is great, though. It also secures the board there. So Vortex, he's leading Wham right away from that. And now he's going to get a great, like, if he's able to secure the gold, he's suddenly going to get, like, what is it, with Genoa?
Yeah, it's...
this has to be like 800 gold per minute.
Yeah, and I think, you know, if this ever just turns into too many samurai, you could even consider Genoa's crossbows. And
it's close.
Uh-oh. Alert. We may need to abort this.
It's going to go up, surely.
Yeah, but no, it's going to be so close. The villagers should be able to complete, but there will not be anyone left.
Wait. Oh, it's so close. He got it.
2.
But he lost so many builds.
Not just that. Those 2 villagers were 1 hit from death. That barely went up.
Absolutely. Wham. He managed to reinforce the archers now behind this. But I think at this point in time, he's going to need siege to break through this. And Vortex, he's got enough for another fortress.
Are you suggesting that he might add in another fortress?
I'm suggesting that he might potentially just add in another fortress.
Because it's only fair if like these Ronin and Samurai all look the same. Now you have to have something that looks the same. So what if we just littered this entire area with And I don't know what we call it. Like, I mean, it's a French variant, so maybe something French sounding. Maybe we have a Maginot line here? That sounds very French.
Fortress.
A fortret? Because there's 3 of them?
Might be about to be for quatre.
If you
sprinkles instead.
You know, if there was water here, it could have been Fort Sank. Just doesn't feel right
Getting
otherwise,
some
though.
Templar brother raids.
Finally! The brothers have found something that they could truly be.
At the same
Villagers to
time,
death.
archers are kind of being thrown away.
Micro? Vortex? It's okay, though, because we are playing a tower defense game now.
It is officially a tower defense game. Where are the trebuchets at?
In Imperial. Oh, you mean the real trebuchets?
Yeah. Kiljardi in chat asking what the fortress buff actually is for units. For the Knights Templar. It's bonus range on range units and armor on all units with an upgrade.
Yeah, it's 15%.
The radius
so...
isn't big.
No, it's basically the Mongol Khan Hunter buff, but the other big one is getting the +1/+1 armor, especially against Yumi. Yeah, but like we have to help Kiljardi out. That poor guy. I mean, you took your glasses off, Krakady. That's how he sees naturally. It's tough. You have to read everything out to him.
What if I take my glasses off? That's how I see naturally too.
There isn't a lens strong enough. The Finnish healthcare system won't reach.
Oh man.
He's got those little fancy, like, Venetian 16th century spectacles.
26 minutes into the game. The first sacred site starts being captured up. Second TC, okay. Not quite 4 minutes in, but
one
better
more
late than
keep.
never.
One more keep.
Another one! There we go! And it's on stone, so we can get even more keeps in.
And then let's not forget that we can get the good old treasure towers now. We need to get extra gold.
Why is he sniping out the pilgrims?
Are we actually doing this again?
He could be.
We're just gonna
pilgrim.
We're just gonna headbutt the fortresses again.
It's starting to become difficult, right? It's a lot of fortresses. Maybe we need siege.
Krakady, if there's something I've learned from Total War Shogun 2, if you run enough Yumi at the enemy's castle, you will win.
Sorry, I skipped that one.
They're cannon fodder to the extreme.
Rome 2 was the last Total War I played.
That was after Shogun 2.
Was it?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then I have no excuse.
A shameful display.
Indeed. You know what I played a lot of? Imperial Glory. I don't think they make that one anymore.
No, that died out many years ago.
Yeah.
Here we are in an officially Microsoft-sponsored tournament talking about other strategy games.
You wait until what I say next. That one ran on Mac OS.
That's it. Funding car AoE force going under. There is a gap here, by the way. A slightly big one. All right.
You can go through, but then you might not be able to get back out. Are we getting horsemen? Wham really... I understand Wham. I understand Wham on a mental level here. I also dislike Siege. So now he's going into full horseman spam.
Yeah, but like in 10 minutes from now...
against the units, right?
Yeah, but 10 minutes from now, it will end up in Siege with Wham then afterwards saying, like, I didn't want to have to do it, but it's the meta, so I done it.
He made me do it. Yeah.
It's always the excuse. You forced my hand. I mean, just look at all these castles.
I didn't want to.
He doesn't even leave a screen between them anymore.
Yeah, it is crazy. Like, the fortress spam is actually real here in this one.
If he caps that out at maximum keeps with Genoa and treasure towers, he will generate, I believe it's 2,030 gold a minute. Totally reasonable.
It's stacking up. It's stacking up. We're about to be getting, right now, it's 4, going to be 5, going to be 7 pilgrims every time. Mm-hmm. You're getting plus 20% with treasure outposts. You're getting plus 30% there. It's 130 each. You're eating good. You're eating good there.
Like 130 base, it goes up towards at 169, and then like the final layer, yeah, with the 20%, yeah, it's 203. I'm
Like
pretty sure it's
210, like 210, something like that. And
it's ridiculous.
yeah, that's it. That's 1,400 gold per minute, almost 1,500.
That's enough gold per minute to buy yourself a friend. Like, it's that impressive.
Crazy.
I haven't googled
I mean,
how much
with
friends
this
will cost.
income, with this income, we can like reasonably start
What
making.
is that?
What? Okay. Wait,
down.
I
Wait.
was gonna say that's a little bit too ambitious. So we're going one tile further back.
Yeah, but if Vortex just rushes an age up now, what if we just could have a way of building trebuchets without a siege workshop?
Oh my god, yeah. Trebuchet emplacement could actually be the bane of Wham's existence there. Vortex is also making these palisade walls that are going to redirect his pilgrims.
This would be so cruel. The amount of times that Vortex has barely got a castle up. If now Wham doesn't get a castle up. Okay, there we go. He has the army
he's
flood.
going to get it. Yeah.
It's like, oh no, I'm losing this
Enough
fight.
Yumi.
If only there were some towers that could defend me.
Wait, Wham, he can just rush through
He needs to
now.
go past. Yeah, he needs to run past.
Yeah.
Like, this is
Gotta
worth
fight
it.
the economy. It is so worth it. No
Maybe leave a few
fortress
Yumi
in
here.
the economy from Vortex.
I mean, the irony is you find the economy of the Knights Temple on the front line, courtesy of those pilgrims, so that wave goes down entirely. Tech up completes. Vortex's farming area is now at risk. This is practically all of his reliable food income now getting ordered out. He may have to actually buy, and there it is. He sells across on the gold to try and afford the tech up. He's going to finesse it. And he's going to pull the trigger. Kingdom of Poland now on the way. But, Roro, where's your army? Oh, another fortress. Of course.
Fortress.
Because, you know, he's like, this is tough. Turns out, if I'm not near a castle, I lose a fight. If only there was a financial incentive for building more castles.
Can never not be near a castle.
If I built them across the whole map, he can't even landmark snipe me.
Oh, the poor pilgrims. About to be found out. Maybe not. They're trying to sneak past. Nah, Yumi see them.
They are not pilgrims anymore, they're tanks. They can't tank this,
And
I can't believe it.
GG comes in.
He gets the win. The gap just a bit too big. Incredible.
An impressive here. Wham. Now, leading 2-0.
Honestly, like that, I feel like that's the type of game that scrambles your brain a little bit if you're Vortex. The swings and roundabouts of it, the mental gymnastics of Japan's position in that game and how they actually threaded through. I mean, for Vortex as well, I think, and you'll know where I'm going with this, so you've played enough Templar. You get to that stage, you almost feel like you're unkillable. You're like, oh, this is great. I'm in cruise mode. I have better economy. Like, it's just a matter of time. But wham, looks like he just chose the pitch perfect moment for that dive to seal the deal before it would have become impenetrable. I kind of just want more of this map, to be honest with you. It's so refreshing. I don't know. There's something about some of these new maps that when we go back to the old ones, I roll my eyes and go, oh, come on. Can we just... More Enlightened Horizon, please.
It's a really interesting map. I like the dynamic on it.
Yeah. It's,
Really do.
I think it's like... The way I described it earlier, I think, said to you, was... It feels like they got Forts right. You know, because like you can see the elements of what Forts was meant to do, but it's very obvious why it
Forts
failed.
Forts was such a... Dude, they could bring it back now with points of interest.
Oh yeah, points of interest and the golds. Like if they just changed them to be the baby veins, I think they've actually got a really solid map there. I can't believe how often this happened. Literally the death stroke of the hammer there.
2 times, dude. 2 times. Imagine how this game would have gone if he had like another fortress next to the farm cluster.
Yeah, if the gap was
and then
filled.
with the age up, you get the age up in, you get the trebuchet. Suddenly you can hold. Suddenly you can clap back.
I feel like he had the resources for it in time if he'd done it earlier, right? Like that's the crazy part. Like he could have filled the gap, but maybe the Yumi would have just still dove past.
Didn't realize. Yeah, I think he just didn't realize that like Wham would have the option to just charge through. Because like you think about it, like 2 keeps is a lot of DPS.
It is, and I think
he
also
kited through.
He didn't respect the fact that he was winning the previous fights because of that DPS, right? He dove to stop the Cast of the Crow, and that ultimately cost him the game. But you know what? We'll see if this now costs them the series. It looks like it's time for game number 3. And we're going to be heading into Lipany. This could easily end up being the longest game of all of them. Because Byzantine and Chinese kind of does that in Lipany, Crackety.
Byzantines, they can get a lot of that oil going. A lot of oil, a lot of mercenaries. China, I wonder how you play China as Vortex up against Wham.
It's weird, right? Because this matchup, I think it used to be quite Byzantine favored with like a longbow build. Because back when you had the Nesta B Spim and Rush, China just disintegrated to like longbow Landsknechter. Whereas nowadays, I think China competes a little bit better, especially with like an archer all-in build, like the type of build that people like understand historically do a lot. And that is an aggressive build, so it wouldn't surprise me if Vortex leans that way. Let's see what he's got in mind, though. Lipany, game number 3. China for Vortex in the red. Wham. Across on the Byzantines. As if the has become a little bit slower and more greedy, I'd say in a beneficial way, with the system changes.
Yeah, the system changes, they mix up a lot of things. Looking at the map here overall, look at how far forward Wham's gold are. Overall, they feel very detached from his base. Means that you cannot get the cistern to buff up like the berries and the gold at the same time. And even if you like get a second one, it's a very, very far stretch with the aqueducts. Actually, it makes it fine. Yeah, never mind, that's fine. But he's not going to be able to immediately buff up the food and the gold with it, so he prioritizes the stone and the food.
Yeah, and we do have a very close merc camp. And I don't think Wham historically does it that much, but... Okay, no, forget about it.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't want that crap. Refund.
Oh, wait about it. Wait a second.
No, please stop.
You sneak a villager, you go all the way around.
Stop.
You go for the hidden elephant rush.
You've been watching too many Fae games. I think the undeniable king of neutrals, if you get it in a game like this, like with the close posts, it is Sapai Arbitrary. Like, I just think by far, there's nothing as good as that option.
The pie are really nice. Yeah, I agree with that.
Like, even the Arbitrary, because of the unique interaction with the foreign engineering company.
What bonus do you get with the foreign engineering company for Sapai? Like, there isn't anything, right?
No. Which is kind of depressing a little bit, but you still get...
Like, pretty much every other unit gets a bonus, right?
It's like you're born into a family that's billionaires, and then you go, yeah, but like, you know, what unique, like, ethical trait do I have? It's like, you're a billionaire. Like, chill,
Then
crackety,
again,
you don't need more.
I don't think Shuganu get anything special from it as well.
They might get the Chushi tech, the extra range.
KP,
I'd have to double check.
KP, the Juji tech got added in after Byzantines got released.
Yeah, but they might have like updated it.
I don't have faith.
I mean, like, are you kidding me? They've been buffing Byzantines recently. You should have faith.
Buffing Byzantines? Okay, replace the Longbowman with the Omen.
Please stop. We need less range options for the mercs. Like, it's
and then
too
they get
much.
synchronized shot.
And why stop there? You should also let them for free get the tech from the King's College that increases the bonus damage by 20%.
And the armor.
Oh yeah, padded jack. You're right. Like, I mean, it's only fair if Arbitrary get both gambesons and crossbow stirrups.
Why stop there? Bill Hook limit nay.
Oh yeah. I actually want someone to go and create a like mod that is that easy, cool idea for a mod. It's almost like you create your own unique civ at the start. Like you buy, like you have a certain budget and you pick certain techs, etc. So yeah, like you could actually have Limitane with Bill Hook and Phalanx. That would be so much fun.
Spear upgrades.
Yeah, that would be so much fun.
Teardrop shields as well.
Mm-hmm. I'm telling you, that would be the most popular mod within like 3 weeks in the game.
Man, You know something that's like absolutely broken and we don't ever want in the game again, but somewhat I want to see it again, just for like a day or so. The bug where you were able to research Phalanx infinite times.
Oh god, yeah. I mean, we can do that for you. Like, have you not played the 10x mod? We've had that crap.
But I wanted in a, you know how you need it in a situation where your opponent doesn't have access to it, so it becomes a really, really boring one-sided game for them, but you have fun.
Oh, so you're a piece of crap. I'm surprised you didn't hop straight on with that Mana Lancaster spamming when it first came out.
Oh no, I wouldn't do that. No.
No. Only stuff that ruins their day by killing them, not by draining them.
You only do it once. Realize it's OP, and then you stop and you're like, oh yeah, I'm the sane dude. I'm doing it morally correct. I'm doing it once, never again.
I feel too dirty now. I need a different form of dirty. Yeah, it's no, the 10x mod was quite fun though. Like you'd have Keshiks, you could get the Step Lance attack 10 times. So they pretty much
10x mods in general. I wish the game
fun.
was more stable and we could play 265x mod like in AoE2.
Could you imagine 10x sync shot? Like how would that even work? They just keep shooting the entire time.
They just never stop.
And they can move while shooting as well. I'm telling you, like, I want more broken stuff. I keep telling Winston, like, more broken stuff, please. It's like, you like Dota 2, you know why I want more broken stuff. I'm such a big fan of that balance style.
The Sihabo upgrade on Mangadai. Get like that good old 10 plus 10 range on him.
No. So we done a 10x mod Mongol only, and literally it just turned into someone with the pack up tech 10 times, and you couldn't catch them for 2 hours. But early game starting to pass us by, and we don't really have much activity, which means we get to talk about more mods.
It's good that we like distracted everybody, so nobody had to like suffer through the early game here.
And they're economying.
Because nothing really happened.
Yeah, this is like someone giving you the...
Oh, and we getting dealer in?
Wow.
Okay, stuff is happening.
You thought you built Limitane to attack his opponent? No. No, Wham is here to attack wildlife. It makes sense. Canadians live in cabins in the woods. And if it's not going to be a moose, it's probably going to be a bear.
We're getting pro scout into mass archers and horsemen.
Wait, I predicted it correctly? Okay, we're in danger if I'm getting things right. Yeah, it is Fort Berries. So, like, in theory, it hits. But Wham went longbows. I kind of like this defensively. I like to look at the aqueducts on the minimap, because they happen so early these days, and figure out what they're trying to communicate to us. So...
yeah, I gotta be really careful with them sometimes.
Yeah, Wham right now is telling us he's a dyslexic Superman. Actually, more like a Zoro.
Hope on my planet. How do you spell hope on your planet? Soap?
Close enough. But say it with a lisp, it sounds believable.
Wham just added in his stables, and let's not forget, he does have a pretty good network right at the moment with the aqueduct, so he could flat out horsemen quite quickly. And there isn't really a direct counter that Vortex has access to other than his own horsemen.
I mean, this is the play. I feel like whenever you see your opponent go lombos, you have to expect this. The problem was I don't think Vortex ever saw those lombos. They were just vibing in the base.
At least Gus does get picked off there.
Polar bear ride. I mean, yeah, like, I would take that, you know. I've played enough Kislev to know that bears can be fun. That's what we need as a point of interest next Crackety, is that there'll be like something you tame. You have to kill it first, and then you ride it. You know? Like the bull,
By the way,
yeah.
also big shout out to Jigglypuff, who is currently also getting married, so big congratulations to him and Heather.
That's right. Congrats to him. He's a pinnacle of proof. You can find someone that loves you, you can get laid, and you can also simultaneously...
even if you do spam Byzantines,
exactly. Everyone is lovable.
Somebody who loves you.
Yeah. Statistically, it's maybe like the only person, but like there'll be someone for you golfers out there.
Yeah. Big congratulations, Jigglypuff.
Oh no, he's trying to remove his S, which is now turned into a stick man with one arm and no head.
They're playing Hangman.
Like, guess the word. Vortex is like, is it wall? You got it. Yeah, it was wall. Okay,
Well,
so
he's just building up the numbers, but behind this, we are probably going to see the cast late transition. And with a good amount of units, like, the question is what's the follow-up? Is he just going to go for veterancy on these units, or is he going to transition into something like a mass palace guards build now? Because he does still have a lot of deer available to him, a lot of food.
PG's sometimes tricky against the longbow count if they're high enough. Although Wham is missing a key tech. See if you can spot it.
Pierce damage.
Yeah, kind of important on longbows here. Maybe he realizes it with the horseman exchange. It's also, he's being slowed down. Like, Vortex, this drag was perfect. Longbows take a long time to
buying
arrive.
him a lot of time. Yeah. Maybe enough time. So what's the upgrade that's going to be coming in first? Are we going to see veterancy? Yeah, veterancy is coming in with supervision and with enough of these archers inside of a space. You should be able to hold against pretty much anything here.
Yeah, next thing would be Undermesh in a rush would be worth it. Even Stilled Hour, actually, for the faster trade out. Horsemen are going to stab into the base a little bit. Not really much they could find, though. I mean, I guess he's going for the gold.
Rush out to the next berry spot.
That's a long rotation that Wham's trying to achieve, though. All the way around the back, and this is taxation afterwards.
Rushed up.
We scouted them. Look, we've done our job. Don't pretend like you've done this for scouting.
One villager gets the second one. Yep, 2 villagers down.
Gold has been now vacated by Vortex, but it's turning into a healthy little lead here. And first lances have been queued up as well as the range damage too. Like, this is where the game now gets really scary for Wham. I like how we every once in a while check in on how slow Pro Scouts is, just to show how depressing it is to play now.
Vortex now going for Lancer, so we are getting that classic Archer-Lancer composition.
Maybe a premature jump out there by Vortex. His own tree line's actually betraying him. The longbows are trading, and also he's not running away as quickly. So we'll be pushed back into base.
He does have pierce damage too, so we'll at least be able to take down the horseman.
And Wham is buying the time here. Tech up just around the corner. And this is... I think you have to remember, like, economically, like, Vortex is not really ahead, even though it seems like it on the count. Because the system effect is going to mitigate.
Yeah, the issue is, though, that the golds are forward.
Yeah.
So if Vortex now just floods forward, Wham could be running out of gold. Looks like he might still be able to gather up enough of veterancy upgrades. The question is, can he save his military? Like, can he get them back out?
Not looking likely here, because those longbows are going to slow him down, and he can't really afford to be without them either. So might be forced to try and throw something in Vortex's face to cover the escape.
Longbow count is getting very low now. Golden Tower might at least help out. Does have the outpost here. Be able to play around that. Oh, no, Vortex is diving past.
Yeah, he could even just steer a few archers off to the left side if he wants to shut the berries down. So Tech Up about to complete. The good news for Wham is Dialecticus level 5 is no joke, and he does have the gold necessary to get those veterancies in. He just might not have the numbers on his side here. Lances now arriving in that gold vein. Limitane completely out of position to block it.
He is diving underneath the TC. The arrow fire from the TC is able to do some good damage up against these archers. Vortex might be overstaying his welcome a little bit. We'll need to pull back, at least for the moment.
Is he
getting some cataphracts in as well?
Yeah, the problem here is, like, you saw what Wham done there, right? He A-clicked on the left side, so he had Limitane headbutting into archers, and the cavalry was completely uncontested. So Vortex actually absorbed a lot more arrow fire there than would have originally happened had the spinman be in the right position. So instead, Wham, now at risk of losing the entire army. Vortex still with enough archers to shut things down. One kata against the world, it feels like right now. A lot of idle economy in the base. He still hasn't finished the lancers off.
He's going to do the job, but yeah, cataphracts now. It did manage to pick him off. Yeah, he was missing the pierce armor, and now no access to gold at the moment. There is still a gold at the top side for Wham. Might need to move out to that one.
How does Wham...
Lucky for him, Vortex moving to the other side.
Yeah, I'm struggling to see the plan now for Wham. Like, it very much relies on Vortex just going back and being greedy, and that doesn't sound like the Spaniard that I know.
Yep. He is at least like getting the fortification in on this outpost. So he's buying himself like a lot of time. Also killing a good amount of the archers.
Yeah,
he's
he
gonna
needs to
go for a
repair.
little bit of a repair. Yeah.
Loses 2.
Second side. Quite quickly. But at least fortification has come in. Vortex is gonna commit now though. But like the time is the most important thing. Like even if you lose like 5 villages here, time is all that matters.
Yeah, he's gathering on the north side berries now. However, more lancers arriving in the base. Wham! It's okay though, buddy. He's about to 6x his military. Actually, 7x it.
A forward Barbican now on the double gold. Oh man.
Vortex is like, yo, you scrim with your bro a lot. You must be used to this by now. Oh god. He has got gold north side. He hasn't built a cistern out there though, which deeply pains me.
Yeah, he's moving out now with the villagers out there, but I mean, this is the only gold that he really has access to, so Vortex should know that something must be going on over there. Does have enough stone to potentially get some mangonel emplacements. I needs wood first for outposts, and he's not gathering any wood at all at the moment.
Got plenty of food, just nothing to get with it. Well, I'm still, I really want the Frio, bro. Can you just like, just give me the $50, please?
There he goes, units coming in. Arrow slits, not enough gold for mangonel emplacement.
And this one feels like it's not going to be able to fortify in time, especially the arrow slits being queued up first. And also now wrap around the back. So Lancer's going to hit the economy again. I think Wham is just going through the motions at this stage.
Barbican did complete, and GG comes in. Vortex gonna be able to get a point on the board there.
I'm sensing a potentially long day. You ever get like that feeling? Because that felt like a very dominant game. I didn't see any signs of life out of Wham in that one.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's about like signs of life. I think it's more like Wham got caught off guard a little bit. Not even a hard matchup. It's more like Wham got caught off guard a little bit with how quickly Vortex went for the age up behind his initial play. And Wham, he stretched himself kind of thin when it comes to the economy. I'm not sure if he just didn't get enough sheep there to be able to follow up quickly enough. He did invest a lot into the horsemen as well, which didn't end up paying off that much.
No, because he's
the 6-7 horsemen at this point in time, he would have been able to click up.
Yeah, he used them pretty much to guard the army, and Vortex forced that matter when these horsemen were rotating around them as they crossed the map. And I think that's really what was missing there. Like, if you're building horsemen just to escort, you feel terrible. Like, you have to get value out this unit early on. It's meant to be a raider. And what on earth am I seeing there on the upcoming match? Lancaster.
That's a matchup that you don't see too many times. House of Lancaster versus Jean. That's an interesting one. Do you even like get resources from killing demi-lancers? I mean, not resource, experience?
Yes, they have a cost to them. I think the cost is quite high as well. So like,
really? Okay.
Yeah. So wait, isn't this historically accurate as well? I'm pretty sure, like, yeah, Lancaster were still ruling when Jean went down. So there you go, guys. We're full history circle now, as accurate as can be. But I think the Demi-Lancers, I'm pretty sure it's like, if you hover over them on the UI at least, they have the cost of a knight. So we might actually have a situation where Demi-Lancers are bad. I didn't think I'd ever say that.
That is quite crazy. The cost of a knight associated with a unit that is not even as good as half a knight.
That's the bait. You pay 500 resources for the levy. You're like, but look, even just 3 of them, Crackety, it's 730 resources saved.
Dude, look at my army value, man. It's crazy. Should have won that fight.
I can't believe like a Demi-Lancer loses to a Spearman. I mean, that's just crazy. I mean, come on. Like, 80 resources?
Hello. Look at the value proposition here.
Oh, you can't even do Abbey of Kings here, surely. That's kind of eternal sadness. Because,
you can't. Abbey is just because it's also like 20 experience for each one of the lords.
I guess if you play defensive though, but then you're just letting pro scouts happen. So
if you play defensive, then you want to go Castle of Lancaster anyway, like Lancaster Castle anyways.
All right. Well, you heard it here first from Crackety. I hope you guys like manners. Yep. Like I'm British, so I already see too much manners on a day-to-day basis. We created it.
Manner.
Different kind, but sometimes just as tedious. I mean, what can I say? Sometimes when you're just queuing up in line in the coffee barista shop, you really just want to rugby tackle through everyone to get your frappy a little bit quicker. It's hard out there, man.
Oh, yeah.
Also, I need to get my energy drinks out now that we can see the distance. Reminder, guys, by the way, guys.
Cappuccino for Speed.
For JP? It's letters. You can't get it wrong.
With the B.
We want to wham specialists again.
All right, here we go. Potential match point in now for Wham. Vortex just got a point back on the board. Can he go for the reverse sweep? We'll see if we're going to be seeing a game number 5 after this one. Because we got Wham playing as the House of Lancaster up against Vortex as Jeanne d'Arc.
You know what my favorite part about Lancaster is? When people type that they want to have it nerfed, you get to go, ah, yes, Delhi nerfs at the same time. Like, devs are going to get confused and nerf them both.
What is happening here? Why is Vortex gathering up so much wood?
Is he out? Like,
is he?
He's doing a delayed racks opening here. Like, it felt a little bit slower.
What? Why? Okay,
because of the golden stone.
Deer pushing.
It's the golden stone.
No, that has to be for deer pushing. There's no other reason to do it because House of Lancaster villagers have short bows.
Yeah, and you'd think that, but I've literally watched multiple players outpost rush Lancaster because they don't have the attack speed. I'm not even exaggerating. It's wild to watch, but also remember the builder is going to have 150 HP, so she doesn't die quickly. Like if you map it out. Short bows is it 5 seconds to attack? It might even be higher. And they do 5 damage each, right? So
I'm giving, like, Vortex, he does a lot of scrimming.
Mm-hmm.
I believe in him. I 100% believe in him.
We saw this very early on. Sass and Myriad figured it out in the tournament that was featuring the new civs a lot. I forgot what it's called. Where you had, like, Lancaster versus Knights Templar and then vice versa. And they figured it out, like, Knights Templar could actually, like, on maps like Borderland, they could literally outpost rush your Golden Stone.
No, it's for the deer.
Boo! Okay, yeah, well, fine. We'll just do it. Deer shot.
Nah, this makes more sense. This makes so much more sense.
Okay, so...
This makes so much more sense.
That means no pro scouts, but potential for full aggro. I mean, he could even potentially get double deer stack if Wham isn't paying attention here.
Yeah. Honestly, I like this a lot more, I want to say.
Yeah, especially considering those spearmen are going to trade cost efficiently. Because those spearmen right there, Crackety, each will be able to kill a 240 resource Demi-Lancer.
Easily.
No, he's going to lay him
there. He can only lay him those two, though. I don't think he can go around for number 3.
Honestly, I think they're close enough that you're kind of happy as well. Like, if that's the line you draw, like, it's at the gold anyway, so you're maybe already thinking about eventually an outpost down the line.
Yeah. If you lost the sheep there with the scout, that would have pretty much been potentially game over.
I'm just thinking, like...
now coming in.
You remember how we have some historically memorable games where, you know, everyone's had this where there's like, you only have 4 sheep and you have to GG. This is like the perfect civ for Wham, right? You get 4 extras, it can't happen. That's an 8 sheep start. It's too effective.
Yep.
You do admittedly eat them a lot quicker. Double-edged sword. So, Scholar Cavalry coming in. And Wham... Wait, what in the ever-loving love of Lovecraft is that? Because that is a nightmare akin to Cthulhu. His stone is on the opposite side of the base. Can we check vision? Oh my god, he didn't scout it.
He sees it, he only sees it now. I mean, that's at least a stone that he can go
Yeah.
to should he be under attack on that one.
Yeah, he can walk over to it now, but also the other problem is it's so far out. I mean, like, if Range John turns up there, you're never gathering, right? This is tricky now.
Deer are being shoved in now. So we'll have access to a lot of food safely underneath the TC. Not sure if he still will go for... Wait, is he going for 2 TC now? 2 TC Jean? Maybe go for TC on the...
No, it's
the next,
the delayed
deer?
outpost rush. Now I'm kidding. Yeah, it's TC. Well, no, because if you do it slightly norther, you can pull the boar in. So yeah, deer and boar from that TC.
And he does it with Jean level 2, so the TC goes up faster.
Yeah, I love this build. So it's something that kind of made me sad is when we had the 2 TC meta for Jean, people weren't really optimizing the timings for Jean to give the aura. But that aura is a really big deal. So what, 33% increase in build speed? So you can chop off like 40 seconds from your construct speed on a TC.
Ooh, what happened to Wham Stone? He's missing 2. Oh, he's got to send another villager out to the stone.
I'm sure we
Yeah,
can just
missing
leave
2.
this one here. It's not like there's going to be knights coming.
It looks like he's only going to go for 3 manors here.
I'd
So
like
maybe
that.
like a 3 manor fast castle build could be.
Did
He's
he?
got a lot of villagers on wood.
I don't think did he scout this play from Vortex? I don't think so. The scout hasn't been over there in like the
He
last
hasn't
20
yet.
seconds.
Yeah, he hasn't seen it yet. Okay, he's pulling all the villagers off of wood now.
What is this he's looking for? I mean, food and gold,
So
it is just a
this
castle
is-
rush. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a castle age rush.
Won't have much troop to pump out, though, in a rush. I guess you could just go straight into knights. Like, there's something very interesting about this matchup, actually.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, like, something that actually makes Lancaster broken against mass knights. If you go King's College,
It's
just
the
start...
plus 6 damage.
Yeah, it's literally maces, heavy maces for knights.
It's insanely strong. And Vortex, he might find himself in a precarious spot against that. We're also getting Demi-Lances in. I don't like Demi-Lances when you only have 3 manors. I'll say that.
No, if it's about tempo control, the timing's already off. Like, one thing you can at least do with Wham, treat these like a secondary scout to check if you can go for relics, because Relic Rush would make a lot of sense off the back of Fast Castle here, and it would give him the gold gen for that Knight strat.
Yeah, you can legitimately delay Demi-Lancers by like 45 seconds and at least get him out with 6 manors.
I think it's a trade-off in his mind, maybe. Like, he's not seeing pressure. He hasn't scouted the second TC. Maybe in a weird world in his brain, this could be like Jean Fast Castle, and then it's like Relic
He might
priority.
be able to snipe Jean out, actually.
North side. She may have overextended.
Yep, Jean. There she is.
Get her! She's only going to heal harder than I hit.
Spears are moving towards her. Oh, charge expires just before hitting her.
And let's see. You'd need all 5 here to get this around.
Oh, yeah, doesn't feel that good.
No, like, you're like, this is going to be close. Oh. Oh. And watch the XP. Wait. Oh, no vision. No vision. We need to switch to there we go, 24.
Oh,
24 XP.
Oh, that's crazy.
The women are gone. He is going to
Another
need some
wall?
reinforcements. That's 48 XP already. Yeah, this play does not feel good against Jon.
Yeah, King's College now coming in. We're getting more spearmen in on the defense.
Also has the Divine Restoration
Vortex,
still.
though.
Like this should not be a kill. There we go. Just triggers it.
Yep.
She's almost dead. We've almost got her. Wait a second. Wait a second.
He canceled the TC. He's going White Tower? At the college?
Wait, what?
Okay, he is going White Tower now instead.
Is he out of food? Check the food. I think that's why. He got blocked, because if you check the central deer, there's someone camping there, so he can't pick it up. He can't move out to it. Yeah, he's dry. He's got like 3 sheep left alive, so this is necessity to survive, and well, that's a grim look for a Lancaster boy right now.
Up against Jean, yeah. Doesn't feel too good. I think, honestly, like, he hasn't seen even any knights out yet. Could have also just been a double outpost play instead onto the deer. But instead goes for the house flank, for the White Tower.
I think with the double outpost, though, Jean can just like sliver in and poke you occasionally, whereas White Tower, she's just going to melt. So maybe that's the thought process. I don't know, though. This feels bad right now. The Demi Lancer play fed your opponent. The White Tower, I guess you can turn this into mass manners now to justify it. Because now you've secured stone and gold.
Maybe you now go for fast Berkshire follow-up, spam 2 more, 3 more, 4 more keeps out as well.
Mm-hmm. And then, like, you go,
And then you go for mass oil skirt.
Yeah, and then, like, you just rush all the stone and you gain all the spring orders emplacements. You go, look, I'm playing a tower defense game.
Exactly. But then your Earl Scout are going to be beefy. Beefy boys.
That's true. I'm sure they will have a great time up against fully gigaed French knights.
100%. They're going to have the greatest time.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be amazing.
I mean, you know.
They're going to be very nice to the knights, and the knights are going to be very nice to the Earl Scout in return.
And thematically, you just add in a few yeomen and you just all chat type Agincourt, and then all of a sudden, Vortex is like, well, that's it. I of course I lose. It makes sense. Guildhall.
What can you do?
I mean, he used the magic word. I'm just GG. Well played, mate. Yeah, so Guildhall coming in.
Checkmate.
This is full greed by Vortex. This is not the Vortex you're used to seeing if you've tuned out for a while, but it's reformed Vortex. If you offer him a Mercedes-Benz, he's no longer going to punch you in the face. He will say, yes, please.
I like that analogy.
It's fitting for him as well.
All right, Guildhall is going to finish up now.
Yeah.
Yeah, the old Vortex would have never gone Guildhall, right?
No. He's like, well, this doesn't give me more kill power. You know what the funny part is? Like, Kiliardi is still in the punch you in the face, like, analogy stage.
Is he? Is he, though?
He kind of is, but then he also just... He picks up the Mercedes keys, gets in the car, and he's like, I can't remember how to drive.
Yeah, that's the point, right? I think, like, this is what I talked about earlier, like, how difficult it sometimes is to, like, learn different playstyles, especially when you still have, like, a full-time job.
Agreed.
At a pro level. Like, look at it like this. Like, I feel like at the moment, Kiljadi, he's practiced, like, the slower style so much together with DeMu that it's actually kind of hurt him in certain aspects.
Yeah, it's like he can get some surprising victories as well. I've seen him win against Vortex in the craziest of aggressive ways on the ladder. And, you know, it's relevant we talk about this because, like, obviously, remember, guys, the Silver League is going on alongside this. He's sitting second in the group behind MSN, actually, funnily enough. So, yeah, like, some crazy things happening down there with the players that didn't quite make it into the main event of the Elite Classic 3.
Yeah. Bam is now starting to pump out a lot of units. It's in crossbows, spears, the free Earl Scouts from earlier, some knights, a little bit of everything.
I like Wham's comp a lot more. I mean,
a little bit of everything?
Yeah, I'm that guy at the gelato place. Like, I just literally go around with the sample sticks. By the time I'm finished, there's none left. I mean, seriously though, like, crossbow spears and Billman down the line melts the knights.
It's a solid comp.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, Vortex going kind of heavy on the knights right now. Granted, he hasn't scouted that much yet, and Wham only just started making his unit, so it's fair to assume that he will probably change the army composition. But yeah, Wham, he's just going really ham right now.
Yeah, by the way, fun fact, if you get to 15 Earlsguard, you can insta-kill Zhang.
Yeah, that's a funny fact.
16 damage daggers, why not?
Tries to go for raids, about to find out there's a white tower.
Those are like my favorite types of stats, by the way. The ones where it's like, they're never going to do it, but wouldn't it be fun? Like, fun fact, if you build 100 Hobelas, you can burn down the enemy's primary TC in 50 seconds.
Oh man, this reminds me of a scene. I'm not gonna quote it verbatim because that would get demonetized. It's like from, you know the Helsing Ultimate Abridged series?
Yeah.
When he saw the white tower, I was like, oh shit, that's an anti-tank rifle.
Oh god. I mean, if that's an anti-tank rifle, what is the Red Palace? Nuclear weapons in my medieval games?
No way.
You know, I feel like when we go back to the OG days of demo ships where they blow up everything, you could genuinely just have that Hunt for Red October speech where they argue over launching the nukes playing in the background. But then you just you alter at the end so the captain actually does get him arrested and just detonates. We need more explosive units. I kind of would dig a Civ in this, like the new Civ coming up having petards. I'm okay with that. Like,
petards are just like have a petard unit which instantly blows up a stone wall. Like, don't even give your opponent time to react, just instantly run through. We're now seeing a massive horseman, but there's still a lot of spearmen out there. Vortex, he's kind of like committing to this mass infantry blob.
Yeah, and it's working because Wham's army is split. Like, he's running down the center of the map while running this group back. So he can maybe get some eco hits, but he's going to lose this first battle, and that could then flow into his base. Oh, God. Yeah, he doesn't even try to get away.
Getting picked up. Oh, yeah, this hurts. I didn't think he would lose that, actually.
And this is Farmville as well. Jean almost getting the next level up there. Important as well.
She can just get it passively or get the sacred side. That would give her enough.
Yeah, you can just turn her into a raider at that stage. So it's going to be poking the base, but congrats, you lost, 50 military units and killed a mining camp. He did, actually, I think he did get some worker kills on there, so not too bad, but we have to remember this is 2TC.
Yeah, we're now also seeing the 9 mana play coming up behind this. The Wham's still scaling. Roughly up to 1,000 resource per minute now, passively.
I figured it out, by the way. Hobblars just need a little imp tech where they have a grenade in their pocket that goes off when they die.
Actually, yeah, why not?
Yeah, I mean,
give us land demo ships.
Grenadiers can be that as well. I think they deserve it. Like when they die,
imagine, landmark sniping with that.
You just hit the delete key.
Yeah, you just run all of them next to a landmark just to delete them.
I mean, there is some. I think actually it'd be adorable if Grenadiers, when they die, they just drop one of their grenades on the ground. Farewell
that could do
present.
friendly fire as well.
Yeah, that'll teach you to use the worst unit you have. Oh, we do have the levy on the way.
We're starting to see, levy coming in. It's going to be a lot of Yeomen. Vortex also transitioning into archers now. So timing's kind of nice for this.
Yeah, we still have the Guildhall pool, by the way, and he has the gold. So I don't know about you, but I'm sensing a giant red palace coming in soon.
Guildhall, can we check how much there is? 1,200. We're getting close. We're getting close.
Rubbing his
Where do
hands
you want to
together.
drop it, though?
In his base. It's only appropriate. Like, after that Japanese game, you have to stick it right up next to his castle, surely. Like there might be a place on that tree line between his two landmarks where you'd be able to hit both of them. I think.
Suddenly, 17 yeomen enter the field.
Wow, look at this. When birth rates were above 2. Rare experience in the current
And Vortex, there we go. Resource are in. Imperial Age, where is it going to be? I think either left or right sacred side. There it is. Left sacred side it is.
Yeah,
secures
8K gold
the
vein.
sacred side and the large gold vein.
I mean, you've already got a red pulse on the east side anyway, right? So it makes a lot of sense.
Osman's still doing a good job raiding. Distracting Wham from what's going to happen in a little bit. MM's food economy really doesn't look too good right now.
No. I mean, if you saw prices in England right now, you'd understand this is realistic. It's hard to get a mill. Okay, that's a jackpot, though. Thanks. Yep, just stands there with the crossbows and the yeoman. That's turned into a little bit of a bait, though. That Billman.
There. Yeah.
He has no clue what's about to hit him. Well, it's not going to hit him, but...
Yeah, the H-up is going to be a surprise. Splits off the horsemen as well. Some are going to try and find some raids. Top side. That's where the white tower is, though.
Yeah, can at least just dive onto the gold with the knights. Do a little bit of chip damage, but quick reaction out. Wham! And look at this very reasonable landmark with 20 garrison slots. Look at that.
Yeah, you're really going to need an anti-tank rifle for that one. And Imperial Age hits.
I mean, I just don't understand it. There's definitely not 20 toilets in that place. Like, how can all those people live there?
You know, you don't need 20 toilets for 20 people. People can rotate.
if you ask my Twitch chat, not according to the average English cuisine. No. You need all 20.
We're up to 40 spearmen at the moment, though. Like, this time might still be kind of spicy.
Yep. I mean, the problem is there is now a shotgun. Or so say, no. Actually, it's an elephant rifle.
It's a sniper rifle.
Yeah. It's an elephant rifle, which, of course, medieval sniper rifles sitting in that TC. And oh, look.
Another teep coming up as well. Okay.
Another grandpapa with a sniper rifle up top. Okay, we've seen this before for Wham in the Japanese game. Dive castle, bad. Well, unless you have more than enough troops. John is skirting. The problem is Wham's not getting any economy kills out of this.
Yeah, not really. The question is what's the follow-up going to be? Maybe Wham starts adding in some of his own farms now. Looks for age of his own.
He's going to try to kill
Plays a little bit
TC.
slower. Looks like it. Crossbows need to scoot forward a little bit. Oh, synchronized shot. This time no cancel.
Yeah, tickle shot. Doing a little bit of work there. But this dive doesn't feel sustainable. I mean, it's those obelisk shots. It's just two hitting your units.
Yeah. Does hurt a good bit. There aren't that many spearmen remaining anymore.
Norseman will go for the dive in, so he commits the remaining spears to the torch. No villagers inside, so Vortex is just going to sack the TC. Needs to reset Wham's army count. You have to remember, Wham really can't afford a loss here. And, oh no, he has to run away. So he's still an age behind. He's not stopped the eco scaling. And Vortex,
he can go for it again.
I mean, he's going to have to. But the repair's coming through, so it's becoming more painful.
Reinforcement spearmen at least arrived. Needs to deal with the archers, though.
Villagers are going to try to repair again. Sink shot, decent damage that time. John's like, yeah, keep fighting. XP. Like someone just screaming creatine in a gym.
I need some muscles.
Experience.
But yeah, this fight, the longer it goes, the worse it's gonna start becoming here for Wham. At least this is not a situation like in the previous Lancaster vs French game. Or was it? No, it was versus Aibit.
It was versus Aibit.
Lancaster vs Aibit game. Yeah. At least this time there's no like 5-0 relic game.
And you know, at least this time there's no hobblers, so there's hope for Wham. We've got the yeoman count scaling, and now also going into the Elsguard. A little bit tricky now that your opponent does have elite tech on archers, but that's why we have the yeoman.
Shot coming in there. I mean, still a 30 villager difference at the end of the day, but I mean, the manors, they do make up a good bit of the difference at the end of the day. If we're thinking about like once the gold upgrade comes in on the manors, 1400 gold, 1400 resource overall per minute.
Mm-hmm.
That's like 30-ish villagers.
It's pretty insane. And then, you know, some of the units you can have access to, the yeoman, a little bit weird in their scaling point because, you know, the damage increase is a little bit funky, but overall remains relevant. And then things like Padded Jack, just to bolster the trash tier comp. Building Spearman already feels good against Sean anyway, because of practically everything they want to build.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of want to see the usage of the Berkshire Palace here, just to increase the damage that you can get out on your Earl's Guard. Because in theory, Wingard doesn't really provide you with any stronger, like straight up busted units, like it would for the English, where you get like the Wingard Rangers or.
I mean that's fair, but we already yelled creatine once, so like we can't argue too much. We can't ask too much of it. So
you can still get a decent amount of damage just with normal keeps on them.
I mean, you like this is the thing as well. I think Wingard without King's College in particular feels weird. Like your options are even more limited. At least you could think maybe Demi Lancers with like the Colorvesses is kind of cool.
But if you don't have that, like Demi Lancers just suddenly become really, really bad. They don't really do anything.
Like, why did I build these? I'm just giving level 4 Jean quicker.
Yeah. He is starting to mess up a lot of the Earl's Guards.
And this is starting to look like the Wham I came to watch. Wolves. He's communicating with us, Crackety.
Get me out.
No, that is... So, like, he's missing the top part of the heart. and then the bottom piece is I. So he writes bottom to top. I think it's a Canadian thing. We're just not sure what he loves.
3.
Nope, we're in game 4, Crackety. 6 hours with me does this to
Vortex. We're now getting a lead on the horsemen, and royal bloodlines in. Well, these horsemen are going to start becoming really tanky.
Yeah, and it's going to be a focus on horseman flank raids, and obviously with lack of Berkshire, that's less protection at home anyway. We do have the
It's been switched
upgrades.
over to gold a while ago, so that's going to be a lot of gold available.
Yeah,
for
we have
Vortex.
we
At
have
one
Ulscott,
point,
by
like
the
he's
way.
just going to...
Like
Yeah, a lot of them.
You're seeing this, right? He just went and primed Elite Tech. I'm starting to think that, like, you're right. The Berkshire just looks like it would have been better and better with the way he's playing this.
I mean, what's the Berkshire bonus again? Like, is it +6 or +8?
It's so you get up to +4 by default, and Berkshire unlocks you to go up to an extra 2. So
Yeah, exactly. So it's not that big of a deal. +2 compared to +4, I want to say. +6 compared to +4. It's
great.
still a
There
lot
you
of
are
damage
trying to
you're
get
getting in.
Berkshire buffed. I knew this was going to happen.
Yeah, sure.
Why not? I
Little
mean,
raid coming in on the gold, but we do have the... Okay, Wham already had the Spearman prep.
we'll shove
Looks
the
like
villagers away.
Vortex doesn't care, though.
Attack, attack, attack. Has got the John's Riders in there as well, which, you know, have a decent amount of club. Just not enough damage done, really. I think got like, what, maybe 2, 3 kills maximum. Scuttage now coming
Crazy
in.
part here... Yeah, the crazy part here is, like, Vortex right now, he's blobbing only food units. The second he gets, like, a good trade up against expensive units from Wham, he's gonna start redeeming Guildhall and just flat out knights.
It's feeling like it's going to be a tricky fight right now, though. He has at least got cannons on the way. Probably paranoid that maybe some sort of, like, siege is coming the other side. Normally, when we see Wingard, we do end up seeing the good old Reboldiquins and Culverins.
Republicans don't work up against the archers,
No.
unfortunately.
Speaking of archers,
Especially once they get the bonus range upgrade. No boiling oil. Villager's gonna have to evacuate.
Boiling Oil
Wham's
was when
gonna push
those-
forward. No, he's gonna have to fall back.
Yeah, he has to retreat to this. Yeah, Boiling Oil only comes in when those 20 communal toilets actually are overflowing. So, should be able to hold it long enough. Deletes the wall.
Boiling oil, that's the Chipotle Tuesday. Aftermath.
Actually, it's Vindaloo Monday. We're British
Oh,
after
cannon
all.
as well.
Yeah, it's a run here. The Yeoman shot could actually just start to wipe that backline of archers. So showing a lot of respect there. John still nowhere near level 4. There is a raid again on the gold line, but good reactions by Wham. So I think he lost maybe 2 more workers there. Nothing too substantial.
Reminds me a little bit of Little Britain, where the immigration officers are like, oh, you probably like Indian food. Oh, no, man, I actually like British food, like McDonald's.
The updated version will be, oh no, I actually like
Or
British
Chinese food.
Like, yeah, that's it. The updated version will be, I like British food. Like tikka masala and, like, you know, kebabs.
Exactly. Classic English cuisine.
Or like Dolmio spaghetti bolognese. I can already feel vodka spitting on me from a country away.
Oh, healing comes in. Osman are
Sansa's
getting a
gone.
good clash, but there's still a lot of spearmen.
the yeoman actually go for the
Osman
sniper
number
John.
ain't dying that quickly.
No, it takes a while to clear. We have to remember, like,
There
the
they go.
Celery's in.
Earl's Guard.
Reasonable shot.
Yeah. We're getting a good amount of Earl's Guard in now.
Yeah, look at it. He's getting the cleave ready. If
He's
he gets
getting
a
the
good ball
next
up.
levy in. Wait, no, never mind. That's not the levy. That's the cleave. Yeah,
No,
yeah,
that's the cleave.
Throwing dagger drills.
I know it because every time I expect it to matter, and every time, it doesn't.
Incendiary is coming in as well. Still missing tier 3 blacksmith pierce damage.
Knock goes to the cannons. Arbitrary switch up coming in from Vortex. Interesting. Necessary considering your opponent is now going over 40 Earl's Guard. Dagger's getting lobbed. Sink shot in the center. Vortex a little bit late on the reaction
Good
there.
one.
Numbers are against him here. It's looking like Wham's going to be able to break his teeth. John is farming up the XP, but I mean, Rain John, I don't know if she's going to be able to carry this fight.
Range Jean feels on level 4, she feels a lot more meaningful than Melee Jean on level 4. Just because she does the hand cannon shot from distance. But yeah, I mean, the issue is that the Earl's Guard, they move at 1.25 times per second movement speed, so Vortex, he can't reasonably run away from this.
Yeah, adding in the other tray makes it even more problematic on that retreat because of that detail. He's already gap closed him. This has all been done, by the way, without incinerator arrows. That's the advantage Vortex had for this entire fight. We'll reset. So, not many else got left. Sink shot again!
Oh, good
Vortex
shot.
in the panic! Doesn't know where to go! To the shower to wash off because this feels dirty. I can't believe this.
More Earl's Guards coming in. This time we also see the Siege unit being used from the Wind Guard. Honestly, at this point in time, the Wind Guard really didn't achieve anything.
No, they were moral support. This was really like more Earl's Guard. Even like, yeah, I know the Yeoman's going to be the big focus of people. Like the sink shots, as dirty as people like to think they are, realistically, the damage was already being done before that. That was just like almost the kick to the nuts at the end of the fight.
Can we check how much gold's in the... Wait, it's been redeemed?
It has?
Do not redeem it!
Mamma mia, where did the gold go? We need to phone the Medicis. We need a loan. I don't feel...
Why did you redeem it?
I mean, you wouldn't think he did looking at this army right now. Look at the reserves.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like a gold-heavy army. I'm not sure if he got, like, a lot of upgrades in. I mean, granted, there were, like, upgrades, like incendiary arrows, of course. Does have all the economy upgrades behind this.
Okay, so Silk Bowstring's coming in. Vortex is like, well, I mean, he's got more range. It's not fair. So at least be able to contest.
Cannons this time. The keep hasn't been fully repaired.
Well, he's running up the mid at maybe the inopportune time here. Never repaired the castle. Everyone's going to hop inside just in time to die.
Split off on the units.
Okay, so sends one wave back to defend. Jean de Blast is now in effect. He knows he needs to get some counter damage here because Vortex is only able to keep doing this due to how plump his economy is behind it. And that is a lot of Earl's Guard. He's going for landmark snipes.
Yeah, he's got
wait,
a lot of them, yeah.
But there's a red palace.
He can't kill the red palace, but he can kill everything else.
Yeoman dive by. It's got a sing shot. The villagers might be in trouble here. He hasn't noticed yet. Wham.
Split them up into groups. Wham.
Wait for it.
Come on, wham.
Starts to shoot in. There we go. Sing shot on the corner.
Nice. Wait, that is.
And now the cleave. The Earl's Guard, they need to be throwing those daggers. They could actually be the saving grace here. They're killing more than the Yeoman were, but he's still going to get it up. And the dive does come in. Wham has got a line of spearmen to defend. The Reboldaquin not able to hold. But Vortex's eco lead is gone. They are now both a mid-80 economy. And that means the Manners are reigning supreme here. Vortex needs damage, and he needs it now.
Reinforcements are at least very close here for Wham. But the issue is the Manners might be in trouble here. With all the bombards. Could be taking them down. But actually, Wham, he's pushing him back out.
No, you can't like dive this. The problem is like just that trickle damage from the Manners does actually add up a little bit. It helps on the defense. Now the farm's getting out on the backside. Vortex, the thing that's been keeping alive is the ability to keep meat shielding horsemen into the front side of the fight. That's now gone. Food income is plummeting. And by God, it looks like Wham has done it. It didn't feel like it was going to be trending this way at the start of the game. But he cruises and he bruises into the late game of Lancaster. And Vortex seems to have no clear answer.
Wham's food economy, mind you, also doesn't look that great. But he did just kill a lot of the villagers. A lot did go down.
Like, we have to remember...
He's losing his military as well.
We have to remember Vortex done the Guildhall pull, right? And he was still struggling even with that. And that was when he had 120 villagers. So there is a very big problem here for Vortex trying to go back into Horsemen because it's just so much food compared to what Wham is pumping.
Guildhall no longer available to him, yes. I don't know, this still feels kind of tough. We're getting another
it's definitely not over
there with the Wingard Siege.
But it's definitely not over, but it feels like Wham is definitely ahead now. Like, before you could argue it was kind of 50-50 coin flip. Economically he's ahead. Like, military quality as well. He feels like he's ahead.
Yeah. I mean, if Wham's able to clean up the archers, the Republicans are going to really start shining there.
Culverin against cannon. I mean,
actually coming through.
John's cannons can do a
if you
decent
get enough
job.
Of them.
Yeah. I think
If you get to like 5-6 culverins, it starts becoming really tough for the cannons.
I almost feel like,
Like the extra half tile makes a big difference, and the attack speed as well.
I feel like the Culverins are actually the MVP here instead of Robotiquins. Like, there's not as much necessity for Roboties when you've got Osgard like this. This is going to be a very, 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 very long game, isn't it?
It might end up being a very long game, yeah. Kind of feels like it's going in that direction now.
I think this is the thing about these new civs, is like, you don't really know where you're at, if that makes sense, right? Because you haven't played these scenarios out over months and months and months. So it's very hard to know, like, how far ahead Lancaster is or how far behind you are against them. You can create very polarizing experiences.
Oh, he's been making great use of the Wingard army with like the 1 Earl's Guard and like 7-8 Spearmen. John's still making a lot of archers though. This army's pretty big. Like, he lost a lot of economy, now he's got a big army. The horseman value, I mean, they've got so much HP, right? Like, it's very tough to take them down, even with that many spearmen. Up to 243 HP. That's a quick kill.
Maybe Robotiquins will be helpful for once. Well, I say for once. In this matchup, it feels like with the amount of crossbows and archers, they shouldn't have really found value. If Vortex tries to run before he can walk. And you feel like you want to run when you got ponies.
He's going to engage now.
He pulls them all the way back. Yeah, so he's going to cover any sort of flank attack. Shots are now coming in. Jean has already used the attack speed. So we'll give him the quick snipe out against Culverins. Nice sync shot to the back there. Big hit. Should be enough to scare Vortex away. He forces the retreat. Divine Restoration too late.
To the Bombards now. Their Balticans are finally starting damage there as well.
Yeah, just look at them. They're so confident with the way they're moving up into the range mass. So Vortex feels regret for even trying to approach that. Has to reset and look to go again.
He didn't lose any giga expensive units though, but I mean, horsemen are still food heavy. On the retreat though, Wham is starting to lose a good couple of units here. Horsemen going for the dive. Where the Revolticans? Pulled back too far.
All the way back.
Gets sniped out.
All right, so Cannon's still alive. The front line is now dead. And yeah, woo, look at that sync shot.
Ooh, nice.
I mean, wait, it killed 50% of the remaining army because there was 12. So
With the Archer's gun, the Revolticans can finally start doing a lot more damage, but there's a lot of
Quadra cannon
now. Not roll cannons, normal cannons.
A real pain in the arse here because they can actually snipe the yeoman out. Yeah, these are peasant snipers. Yeoman's dying one hit. Yeah, so he's going to have to rally forward with Jean in a sec here at this rate.
And they've also got throw daggers at siege. They should be able to.
They can, but it's range damage, so it's pretty bad. Yeah. So, funnily enough, if you want to upgrade the dagger attack, you have to get ranged attack increase. It's a bit weird. Dive coming in the back. Horsemen are going to slow down the attack. Wham, there is a risk now that we're approaching the base, and he won't be able to get reinforcements in quick enough here.
Yeah. Then it's going to be all the way back again.
Like, look at how bad. You see those 5 dagger throws?
Yeah.
They've done no damage to the horsemen.
The Revolticans also just don't take damage from horsemen, I feel like.
No. It's like, oh, you've come to kill me.
That's not gonna work.
Yeah, you'd think, like, you watch the moments like that, you're like, stupid horses. Why would you charge guns and people and spears? Because they're trained to, in a really depressing way. You know that? Like, they train horses so that when you're, like, practicing with them, there's a guy, they'll be charging into a spear, and then the guy will move out of the way so that it convinces horses that it's okay to charge into someone with a long, sharp stick. And it works.
He's pushing onto the Bombards now. Bombards might have moved out a little bit too far forward.
We'll get the space.
Also, once again, going for the dive, but there's still the Revolticans forward.
These ones saw what happened to the last ones. Like, nope. No. Organ gun's scary. We're back in his base, though. We have got the TC Arbitrary Fire to help out a little bit. The cannons really need to get rid of these Revolticans, though. Wham! He's gone by the long curlies, but he does get the snipe. So one more body down. Sync shot comes in, though.
Great sync shot.
There's barely anything left of him. I think Vortex has just been picked to the bone at this stage, and Now trying to switch hand
No more
cannoneers. Yeah, with no gold.
The thing is, Vortex, he's trying to do a trade transition now as well. But Wham is already like in a spot where he can deny the traders. The markets, they're forward.
And not just that, you're doing hand cannoneers against yeomen. That's not a good feeling. You won't be able to reach them. You'll get sniped every time. So it's very tricky to scale against this. He's going to start poking at the villages that were in the center of the map. May find his way onto the east side where the farms are. Robotic in the meantime. So many horsemen have died to try and kill this thing.
Yeah, and Vortex. Barely any food left in the bank. And not enough units out on the field. This might be it now.
I mean, you say not many
There's
units.
no siege yet, though.
He has got a lot of
anti-building
siege.
at least.
Yeah, like Vortex is the only one bringing anything that can kill buildings. 5 cannons now. It's tricky to dive from here. Really needs to solve that.
This is the issue for Wham. Maybe we need like the wall trebuchets now, but it just takes a long time to mass them up.
Like you can't get them
Forward siege
because he doesn't have the college. So wolf trebuchets,
just normal trebuchets.
Yeah, you could just go for a forward siege workshop, build some rams here. That would solve the problem as well. Well, the trade is going a depressing angle here, at least.
Yeah, the issue is that the cannons always get so much value with every shot onto the back line.
It's so hard. I mean, if only there was like a unit that was designed to take out cannons.
If only.
Yeah,
we don't have that unit.
No, Lancaster, unfortunately, was designed in a unique way. It doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Oh, I know what the unit is. It's Culverins. Yeah, that was the one that can kill the cannons.
Oh, another great shot. We're up to 5 cannons now, and they're getting so much value in.
Oh, they are. Oh, I got the health bars, though. Whoa,
yeah,
big mistake. The Colv's moving in range. That's 2 cannons down. It's starting to fall apart a little bit for Vortex, especially considering half of his army are just archers here against these superior yeomen.
Everyone has to be careful, though. A couple of cannons just been sniped.
Oh my god, you know what it is? Check the vision of Vortex. I don't think he can see that stealth forest, so the Culverin can keep creeping in and getting free shots. Yeah. He actually pulls all the way back because the flanking cap, but like there's an easy opportunity here to finish off the siege. Wait, why is the Culverin leaving?
He's just trickling.
Come back.
And very low HP.
Castle to go up.
Don't forget, there's a range on there. She could, in theory, like just get a little boop up there.
Nice.
On that Culverin.
Double Culverin's now going to be needed for the castle. Cannon count now rescaling. The Horseman has been kind of pitiful to watch in this game so far.
Yeah, I mean, they do a great job still as a frontline, as a meat shield. But other than being a meat shield, they didn't really get too much done this game.
No, they're like, look, we're here to kill. Why is that gun pointed at me?
The issue so far, I feel like, has been the Earl's Guard just being trickled in so far.
Yeah.
So actually also getting killed by the Bombards.
It's also, well, I get why he's doing it. It's so his yeomen don't get traded out, right? Because then, like, your enemy archers are just hitting something they're not going to kill. Speaking of archers.
Oh, he's finding villagers.
Ambitious.
Oh,
the Red Palace. It's the Red Palace.
He went up to 140 villagers behind this as well.
So greedy. I guess he's trying to build the reserves so they can pump down the line. And the cannons, they're looking for someone they really want to snipe. A piece of siege would be nice. The Roboticans are going to move in again. But there's the Culverin snipe. So cannons are winning that fight as well. Vortex. It just feels like it's almost impossible to extend beyond this point.
Yeah. It's also impossible for Wham to really push much further in. Just because of all of these cannons right now. Vortex, these cannons have kept him in this game for so long. I feel like at some point here, the Yeoman might just be able to snipe out the cannons.
It is creeping that way, yeah, because like there's just nothing left for them to shoot at this rate. This is ridiculous. I don't know how Vortex is even remotely holding on, but unless he can somehow mass a huge wave of horsemen. They are on the way now, 11 of them coming in, but in the meantime, he chases it. That's 2 low HP cannons. The men-at-arms to finish it off. There we go. Oscar gets one. Villagers trying to repair the other one. We'll be able to keep it alive, so gets back to the castle. Trade is still operational.
Earl's still going for it. Getting blocked now.
Honestly, if Wham just built some forward infrastructure here, I think he's got it.
Would help him out a lot.
Yeah, it's so easy to forget about in these meat grinders in the late game. But right now, These Earls Guard, they're taking so long to arrive.
They really do, even though they have got like more movement speed than all men-at-arms. The issue is still like the trickling of units and the cannons just killing with every single shot.
Mm-hmm. Maybe a slight overextension here, though.
160 villagers. There we go. Finally, the archers started attacking the cannons. At least for one volley, they did. Got it down to half HP.
Sing shot in. Nice hit. Gets the repair villages. And now you can start shutting the trade down a little bit. It's still a difficult thing because the castle. This game is never ending, I'm telling you. Like maybe some sort of sneaky drop on the trade post would actually just shut Vortex down. He's starting to stockpile a gold reserve.
Yeah, the gold's running out for Wham behind this as well.
You have work in the morning, Crackety?
Start trading it. Unfortunately, I do.
Well, these guys don't. They're full-time players. This is their work. Overtime. We don't pay them more. He even just snipes the traders now. If only he knew just how much gold had already been queued up.
Can we check the guild hall again? See how much is in there? Well, it's still been accruing.
Yeah,
up to 1300 gold again.
And there it is. Adjustable
and
crossbars.
Rushed up in the middle.
Yeah. Wait, what? Okay, that's going to slow things down in a really big way. Look what Vortex just queued up. He needs time for this. Adjustable crossbars.
But Wham, he's now going for 6 culverins. And with 6 culverins, he's going to be able to take care of the siege, finally.
It's been a long road. That means actually the mangonels actually might be the thing that kills
He doesn't have wood
Vortex.
for mangonels.
But the tree lines.
And the villagers are just getting hit now.
Yeah, they're just running through the center of the map. Now, Wham has been pushed the furthest back he has in a long time. But the Sing shot in. There's a decent amount of the archers and arbitrier. And Wham, I mean, he might be queuing up 6 culverins, but he needs to get these ones out alive.
Arbitrier doing a great job up against the Earl's Guards here as they're being trickled forward.
Villagers now to repair those cannons.
Back.
Yeah, just to keep them going. Like, boys, come on. I got a Claire Obscura save to return to. This is getting ridiculous.
Keep does go down. Suddenly the melee troop from the left side also goes forward. Vortex. He still has a lot of resource in the bank, but wood is starting to really thin out for him, and he needs the wood for the horsemen. Or the mangonels. Just Q2.
Wow, it is now 4 culverins. The scary point has arrived here. Finally, an answer to that castle. And also stealth forest. Like, the stealth forest is so key. It just allows him to keep hiding even if he's outnumbered. Sing shot in. Slow reaction.
Shot.
The big money shot he needed.
So far in this game.
I mean, that is the most decisive one. The cannons are now moving in to try and address the culverin threat. They are going to try to go for the snipe, but they don't have the one-hit kill here. Attack speed gets activated, but he overextends.
Oh my god.
That's it.
He couldn't lose them. That might be it. That might actually be it. The siege was so important here this entire time for Vortex. Now the trade is being idled out.
There's no way. Like, the gold is going to drop. I mean, you don't here, right? Like, the cannon advantage is gone. That was your one edge, your one way of maybe holding them back. The culverins now address the mangonels. The yeoman will address pretty much everything else. Another sink shot coming in, but it's not a full wave one. Horsemen are going to try to ride in to come in clutch here, so maybe he forces the wipe, does get one of the snipes. The new Earl's Guard arriving. So Wham will have to slow down temporarily here, but I don't see how Vortex is meant to trade at this rate.
Culverins coming in behind this. Now also going to be able to snipe out the mangonels.
Reveal the adjustable crossbars. I think Wham's going to know straight away what that was. Wow, look at that dagger damage. We got him.
In the back line.
Vortex. I mean, he's putting up a good fight with his horseman wave. I think Wham, like, once again, it's just that case of maybe now spears instead of instead of the Earl's Guard rather would make sense.
He's queuing them up. He's queuing them up.
Yeah.
Through the wind guard. Oh, that's gonna be a lot of dead culverins though.
He's got 2 more behind this as well. Maybe it would be better for them to not be firing right now to give it away.
Trying to body block. Jean also picks one off.
Good attack speed aura. Just the perfect timing there as well. Oh my. How is he not dead?
I don't know, KP. But he's still very much alive.
It's not even the mangoes. That's the craziest part. It's not like, oh, GG, yeah, he's back in this game because of adjustable crossbars. There was one mango.
It's just the horseman. The horseman meat shield and the massive arbalistry behind. John might be going down though.
Needs that
Maybe
final
not.
snipe.
Attack gets cancelled.
Okay, so he's down to just one Culverin. This could pave the way for a Mangonel switch up now, although Vortex still has to answer where is the wood coming from.
John does get sniped, doesn't get reborn. Very expensive at this point in time to buy her back.
Yeah, that Stealth Forest maybe biting Wham.
We've got the Spearman in there.
Sink shot again. It's not as good as it was, though. The count's not high enough.
More and more reinforcements, though. Finally, we're getting back to that line for Wham, where he can start pushing forward again. Oh, man. KP, this game is so close. Back and forth multiple times now.
It's a 100-year war. It just seems like it's never going to end.
Vortex's relics are still lying on the ground, so he hasn't put them back inside.
He's just too distracted right now. The food is lacking reserves, though. I'm getting a little bit concerned that this was not an extensive play for Vortex. I know he's been doing it for a very long time, but like that Horseman wave that reset him.
Vortex is at 3,000 food per minute. Wham's at almost 4,000 food per minute.
Yeah, and it's just like there's no reserve being held, right? Like that's the biggest issue. And that money shot, there we go.
Oh my God,
he rains from heaven.
That was a great one.
Beautifully done. And like this is also sometimes worse. Like
now,
not for Vortex.
Now it's Knights.
Okay. Maybe because Wham at this stage hasn't reacted with more spears. Not even after seeing the Horseman. It's like in theory, if you can get like 20 Knights together and Wham doesn't realize what's happening, that can be a push and a wipe.
He's gonna need a lot of mod quickly, but he does have a lot of stables for it.
First wave arrives. He reveals them straight away. Yeah, now you see how long it takes to kill just one of them. He needs spears. I mean, Wham, it's just going to be more Elsgard, though.
Don't
Seems to be allergic to them.
That cannon from, but there it is. Gets sniped out, though, by the archers.
It's one of those interdimensional pocket things, you know? Plays a lot of D&D. The core was like, wait, I'm out
That's
of
how
here.
it has to be. Let's get picked off, though, by the Knights. All the traders, though, are exposed. I'm focusing them down.
Yeah, it's an overextension now.
That is expensive to reinvest into.
Yeah, the Yeoman, there is a second wave coming, so like maybe Wham just stays here and waits for the reinforcements to arrive. Like if the Knights are here, they're not hitting you anywhere else. And that's really important because Wham is harvesting that central tree line as well. Like what he's doing here is very wood expensive.
It is just standing there. Once again, traders are being focused down.
Kind sirs, what are you doing here? Dying. The answer is dying. I mean, this is... For the Knight pump, this is especially crucial. Like, can we check the merchant count? He must have only, like, maybe 10 left? 15 max? Yeah, 16. So it's shrinking up a bit. And we do finally have more spears from Wham.
Yeah, Vortex, he's lost a lot of his traders. It's going to be very, very hard for him to really reinvest into them. Not just because of the gold cost, but also because of the wood cost.
It's definitely a tricky one right now. We do at least have him going for the Monk now, so we'll be re-garrisoning the relics on Vortex's side. 6-shot, not a 6-shot this time. And tricky, like he went into spears when Vortex switched back into archers, so kind of counters out.
Culverins coming in again. Knights trying to snipe onto them.
Yeah, but the Billmen are going to be there, so that stab in makes the Yeoman the easy clearers for the Knight trickle. Now we're back on a Horseman. It's just not, it's not sustainable. Look at his gold income. Like you can't pump Knights on such a little number.
Not without the trade, yeah. It just keeps going back and forth, back and forth.
But like, has Vortex actually been at 200 pop at any point in the last like 20 minutes?
I mean, now he can't remass Horseman anymore. He's completely out of wood.
I don't think he's actually. I'm trying to think. Like every time I've looked up, it's never been 200 pop. It's been like 170, 180 max. Whereas Wham,
Hey, he's been at 200 pop quite a while, like time and time again. But that was when he was at like 150 economy pop.
Oh,
now
yeah,
he's at
yeah.
120.
But like ever since that went down, I feel like it's like the military has never been able to fully mass.
Yeah.
Whereas Wham's is literally 200, 200, 200, 200 the entire
He's
time.
glued to the screen with 200, yeah. Wham's passive golden come also looked a lot better. Even
Nice
without
shot.
the trading, that's a great shot again. Like these synchronized shots here have pretty much almost won Wham the game, and if he wins the game, then I fully credit the synchronized shot.
Stop it. You're going to start Reddit threads. Oh, ugly retreat as well. The crossbows just can't get away from this. It's impossible against Yeoman. You have more knights, so like Vortex, that pushback seems like it was futile, but it got him the space for the traders to get through again. And I feel like we need more stone on this map. Yeah, like no wonder. Because this doesn't seem to
Also
end.
use the melee armor blacksmith upgrades, so the old guard don't take that much damage from the horseman.
I find this is quite frequent with Wham. I've noticed a lot in the past in the deep late games, he can be missing the melee armor. It's like such an easy thing to overlook.
I know, it's not a very high value upgrade. You typically think about like, oh yeah, how much damage does a knight do? Yeah, melee armor doesn't really do a lot.
Oh.
But then you think about horseman, then it's like, yeah, melee armor actually does do a good amount, and okay.
He has to stand
Wood
here.
villager spotted.
Yeah, and it would have been a good time to sneak in because the sync shot just got used. Just not able to stand his ground.
The army's flatlining.
Yeah,
No
it's
wood.
faltering. And if he has no wood,
No
the
wood.
spearman can win the game. Like, that's the key here.
No horseman.
Another Rave is going to come in, but like I think this is it. Like that tree line there, that's all Vortex has. Once he can't build archers, we'll finally see the spearman able to win. Even if John has trade, like yeah, you can get wood there, but usually you just go
Not
gold.
just the archers, but the horsemen. Mm-hmm. Horsemen are the most important thing here.
I mean,
at least you can still make arballetry here, but
if you have the
the
gold, you
horsemen
can.
have been the bread and butter.
But if you have the gold, you can at least replace them with Jean's riders. Like, I think it would actually be interesting if he'd been able to get the gold high enough to go Jean's riders instead here. Just much more tanky against the
Another
Yeoman.
great sync shot.
It's barely holding on. The cannons just can't compete against this. It's double covering. Repair crew is going to try to make it so, but it's a counter repair crew from Wham. And I think this, surely, this has to be the push to break him.
It has to be, right? Like, surely.
It's not like we've been here before. It's not like he's got another 10 knights queued up. It's not like Wham has 0 spears to defend.
I think this was like the last takeaway from the guild hall. For the next flood of knights.
One last Ura for him, maybe. Sync shot not hitting that well. Jean is still limping around, barely alive, so difficult to use that attack speed aura.
Knights are trying to make it happen now.
No attack speed aura anymore.
There's 30 more Earls Guards around, or rather in queue.
And he has built Ford Raxus, right, in the Stealth Forest area. That's the big difference for Wham. Like,
Yeah.
he's got reinforcements quicker. I think a lot of it might actually be archery. Okay, there we go, yeah. So Raxus, he's just not really queuing up much spears. He's going to keep the Earlsguard going. Scuttage, what attack?
I mean, he's queuing up spearments just from the Wind Guard, and they don't pop out if you're not, like, not missing 9 pop from max pop. That's just not happening with that many units in queue.
Imagine a Archer instead with an extra +2 damage on the things you can produce.
Wait, they just popped out, so Wham must have lost, like, 10 units in the span of a second.
Impressive. Unexpected.
Also just means that he just replenished all of them pretty much instantly.
Vortex is like, oh my god, John is dead for a century. I mean, you know, like, every full game is like to
Back to
pretend
Osman.
that 2 minutes isn't a long time. It is. Take it from a Doa player.
Yeah, depending on who you're with or up against, 2 minutes can be an eternity.
Like, oh my god, Yeoman's spam against me. Boring. When is John back?
Full culverins this time.
Oh
This
god, the
time,
traders. He's not even guarding
without
them.
any cannons. Yeah, this must be it. No way, right? Like, even the School of Cavalry is going to go down.
Good sync shot as well. Catches them as they're trying to run into defend. And Skull of Cav is going to crumble. Jean is back in action. I'm sure she won't get shot in the face by a bunch of cannons. Because that
Surely
doesn't sound
not.
historically accurate. Frontline is dead.
Reinforcements flooding over.
He's trying to snipe Sean here, but she's so tanky against Golfs.
He needs to just tank right now for the Culverins. Make sure that they retreat.
It's key.
It's just really difficult to get them back.
New wave of Earl's Guard is now arriving though. Yeah, and well, there's the dive. Vortex maybe a little bit overzealous trying to get in on the Culverin, and he knows which ones are being sniped. So he pulls it back into the Yeoman Ball, keeps it alive. It's going to die now, but worth it to wipe the Cav. You guys just want to like all chat type a gentleman's agreement? Like, all right, send your best fighter out into the middle of the map. Whoever wins, wins. Maybe a bit unfair with Sean on one side. Then again,
Ice Scouts, middle of the map, no macro A move. Whoever wins, wins.
Okay, we both build a castle. Whoever wins, wins. Oh, look, finally some spears. Just in time for all the cavalry to be dead.
Attack speed coming in.
I can already...
Just a massive arrow fire.
I can already imagine the... Oh my god, Axe Blade! In the chat.
Oh my god, I missed it!
Oh my god, I missed the 15th one of these fights on this screen.
Props to Vodka. He's always, like, still moving the camera.
Dude, are you kidding me? Like, Vodka is just a genius. He's worked out where the action keeps going back and forth from the delta between those. So he's just created like an auto mouse move with handhelds. Just goes left and then right, and then left and then right. He hasn't been at the keyboard for 30 minutes.
I think this is it now, though. Look at the bank. There's nothing left. There's absolutely nothing left now.
This is just exhausting, draining, an hour mark
still
here.
sniping the Culverins.
She's doing her best. But she's really the only one left. Yeah, at this point, it's an RTS versus a MOBA, and the RTS is going to win out. He does it in 4 games. Wham! Secures the win. And that does mean there is an opportunity on offer here in the final series of the day now, because Vortex ended up losing points there. So as long as B doesn't get completely wiped by Beastie, he will secure that second spot in Group A.
Yeah, exactly. Speaking
but,
of
you
which,
know, like,
that is going to be
though.
the next set that we're looking at. Yeah, Whamstead, unfortunately.
Yeah, I kind of skimmed over that.
That's the most unfortunate thing about it. Like, Wham actually winning the set, but not able to make it through to the playoffs. That is very, very unfortunate. All the more props, though, that he did play through it. And, I mean, it is going to be like $50 for each game. It's going to be a lot of tournament rating for him. So, you know, next tournament, that does play into account. So we'll have potentially an even better seat there to play around with.
But you know what? I think what we're going to do, we're going to get everything set up because we need to be in a rush here. B versus Beastie is coming up next. We're heading to a very, very short break. And when we return, the final set of the group stage here in Elite Classic 3 to see if B can hold on to that second place spot or if he might find himself behind Vortex in the rankings.
2 minutes. Be right back.
Ding ding, final series of Elite Classic Freeze group stage and something special on offer. This right here is a fight for top dog, top spot. In fact, if B is able to free over Beastie, he will finish in first. Any other situation, Beastie will just about retain. But let's get into the action. We're going to be fast forwarding. They did already start, so into Gorge we go. Already at the 5-minute mark for Delhi versus French.
Yeah, we're gonna go quickly with that 8x casting here as this game has been going on for a little bit. We do know like the last set has been dragging out for a little bit, so players did have to start at some point in.
What do you mean? They're both in Europe. They're both in Europe. It's balanced. Let them play at 2 a.m.
Oh man, yeah, I mean it's balanced, but is it nice to play at 2 a.m.? That's the real question.
I mean, you know, if you're both equally tired, it's fine, right? Like you just got to prep for that ahead of time. Like Marine Lord, who's already been ready to play DJ hours at like 4 a.m. if need be. So, happening wise, we are going to have Beastie going to the Pro Scouts. We're going to go to the 2x speed here, at least, just so that we can catch up to live. Spin reaction makes a lot of sense from B. Actually, I feel like B is so happy when he gets to go spears. This guy always has these funky timings around like mass blobbing spear Ghazi to kind of aggress you.
And PC is committing hard into the cavalry here. B does spot that out with his own scout, so sees, okay, my opponent's actually going for double stable here. Archrange now coming in. Play onto Pro Scouts.
And yeah, Sanctity timing here, I want to be... There isn't really any night threat, so he could just sneak out very much in a rush for Sacred Sites with little to no pressure on him. Spears do arrive in the gold. Nice blocker against the Pro Scout Dragon. And Beastie likely to be forced into archers. There you go. First one's getting queued up. Second archer range to come. This is perfect for B. It should be a triple Sacred Site cap, at least to begin with.
And there we go. 3 Sacred Sites cap coming in.
Good interception.
Knights though. Yeah, finding that Scholar there. Scholar tries his best to stay alive.
Oh my god, he's actually going to survive.
God, no way.
Yeah, he actually edges through.
Okay. That's a little bit obscene. Actually, not just a little bit. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. That is absurdly obscene.
I mean, B, he's just looking phenomenal at the moment, right? Like, this is a great opening just to punish the greed, but also get his own greed simultaneously. Decap coming to the south side is not going to last. Knight barely gets away there. North side has been captured now. The scout got scared off, had to go deeper for the deer. So B, he's definitely forfeited a lot, obviously on the Pro Scout side of things. The gold is making up the gap, and I think sheep count's going to matter a lot here. Usually Delhi does quite well in this matchup due to staying out longer. But as we know, Gorge is a weird map. You usually always 50-50 divide the sheep.
Yeah. His own Pro Scout just finished up, so now he is going to go for that himself. So Spearman there to take control over that side, and might be just thinking about a castle age up now behind this. Once the Pro Scouts do come in and deliver the deer, that's going to be a pretty big food influx there. He so far managed to kill one of the villagers here. Give it the top side with the knights. B is nearby.
Yeah, you can see B doesn't want to try to be ultra greedy. He just wants to bulk the scholars now before he thinks about a tech up down the line. Beastie, meanwhile, is looking more all-in oriented here. A lot of archers, a lot of knights. Would make sense as well if you let Delhi slip in the next age. Defensively, they can think about things like war elephants.
Recap does go through. Might need to send out another scholar there to recap that. Now BC moving out with the main army through middle. Also has line of sight on the army from B. Does know where those units are at.
Yeah, B's ready for the macro pull. So just wants to try and aggro, draw attention. Has enough space to defend. Could even peel the Ghazi to go hunting a little. It looks like instead BC's going to try to strike first. So approaches the main. We'll just get mirrored. B.
Spearmen have to be careful.
Slams away.
Right on the outpost, but lose a lot of spears.
Yeah, ugly exchange there. Beastie is all in on this, though. He has not saved anything back for an immediate tech up, so needs some punishment here. He knows. Tricky thing is, can he actually stop at Ghazi? They are going to commit in now, so grabs the main army before they can start step away. The knights are actually getting in the way of the retreat. The spearmen starting to slip in. B is still outnumbered. A defensive advantage should allow him to somewhat balance this out. Ghazi retreat now, and the house of loading is about to complete. Yeah, the other problem for B is he doesn't have the food. for something like a war elephant or just opening lances here.
Should have the food in theory. I think he just like got a lot of gold with the villagers, so he can afford the war elephants. Yeah, he even buys additional, sells additional wood to get more war elephants out.
There we go. First one good. Rams from BC is going to be ambitious from this position.
Upgrade speed yet?
BC's already checking the east side to see if there's any sort of sneak out into berries or gold. So he's just looking to starve his opponent. We know BC loves to play this way. We've seen it already in the group stage. He's not a big fan of these traditional French fast castle builds after you like get 15 knights. Probably fast castle the wrong word, but the organic switch. Instead, he tries to catch you off guard with double down, but I think the war elephant is likely to force his hand here. Oh, tries to surround him. He's kind of ignoring him now.
Moving.
Yeah, it's awkward. Like, he's body blocking him from getting back. He needs to get the kill, though. The skulls are now being pulled. We'll start to get sniped down. So good micro target there by Beastie. Gazi are going to push him back. The war elephant gets out alive indeed, and the scholars will be able to top him off.
Yeah, being able to save that unit, a lot of value secured.
Just obnoxious. And now the second one coming out. I think at this stage you kind of accept there's no kill. You just have to go up. Yeah, back to the 2x speed, just because we're still a few minutes away from live here. We'll slow down for any epic fights. Otherwise, just to catch us up to live, we'll keep going this way about it. I mean, oh my god, French got buffed. Look at that movement speed. Whoa.
You see now looking for his own age up behind this. Microing towards it. Elephant still doing a good amount of damage even on the retreat.
It's so annoying to try and capture the elephants compared to like standard units. With them being bigger, the hitbox means you have to go deeper. Do you really want to do that? The spear stabbing you as well. It just doesn't feel great.
Trying to go for the relics here. BC aging up with the Royal Institute.
So many elephants already. You just need out of this. And it needs to be arbitrary. Like, knights will not be keeping winners. The wall on the backside was ambitious. Not going to work out.
A good couple of scholars that did go down.
Is that Mahoots? I'm pretty sure that's Mahoots. Even on like
not sure if it's in yet.
Maybe
we check that wisdom if it's in already.
He's got an elephant. I'd be shocked if he didn't prio it. Yeah, he didn't prioritize it. Wow. Okay, so even hearty rations more desirable for him.
Military not coming in as well. Relic still being denied, but 3 are making their way over.
The elephants could force a sticky situation in BC's base here. The arbitrary defense isn't ready yet. Only 4 of them. Night Raid is good, though. B getting caught in the flanks. The elephants are going to return the favor. They're moving towards the deer and towards the gold.
It's not enough arbitrary yet.
No, he's hiding them in the archers, though. Cool idea. Expensive. Looks like first elephant is going to go down, though. And B, he's on the only elephants.
What are the elephants doing? They're just standing still? Elephants?
Wait, is he got them on stand ground as well? What?
That was weird.
They're exhausted, Crackety. They have literally just ran the entire length of the map.
Elephants
Give them a
finding
break.
gold villagers. Yeah, they have to run away. Oh.
Wait, why are we wall? The wall? Wait, the wall? Oh my god! Alright, he's lucky that wasn't a follow-up hit there. Oh my...
Oh, the pathing's kind of hurting him.
Yeah, this is getting ridiculous. Like, and imagine if there wasn't that stank round as well. Like, he would have been able to sack one elephant getting quicker. Maybe a bigger lead.
He's now messing
Relics are in,
with the elephants. That's a pretty good army composition, archers and elephants.
Now, 1 relic has been blocked, but this is going to be a 4 relic game for B. So, pretty cozy position to find himself in.
Yeah. Only issue at the moment is the army count, so definitely will want to blob some infantry as well. Gets the archers up for that.
He's going to need this switch much quicker than this. Pakes isn't even in yet for these archers.
Oh, villagers
that tree line
getting found out.
Ooh, we'll just run for him. We have elephants after all. Still, it's French.
Resource for some outpost there. Oh, there's a big rush with the Rams now.
The problem is it's French, right? So you've got the scaling advantage in the TC. It's really starting to be felt here.
Oh, it's looking pretty tough now. It's so many artillery. There's not enough archers in yet. He's floating a lot of gold.
You also can't really just switch tower elephants. That's even more expensive on the food that you just don't have. This looks kind of over. Unless he can pull a miracle out of the bag, maybe force B into a weird fight, but that seems improbable here. Woodline is now going to get caught. That means idle out and force the switch. Well. The beast drop is going to be there, so stands his ground. I mean, you just have to migrate the whole line. And also, you're in the infancy of a farm transition. Unfortunately for B, Beastie found the perfect moment. He sniffed it out. And it feels like at this stage, he hasn't really got the capacity to stay in this. Double ram on the backside so that Beastie can guarantee that.
Outpost houses at the moment, so villagers can't garrison inside the houses yet. Beastie, he's threading the needle kind of with the resources that were available to him. Resource just about running out now, out on the map.
Yeah, and even Stone, just a backup plan, discounts on keep probably. I mean, you could just go 2 TC here, but I don't think it's necessary. Crossbow stirrups as well. The 41 crossbows, that's going to be unkillable.
Yeah. It's just way too many here. So elephants play heavily countered out now.
And these farms really only just got started.
Yeah, they have yet to pay off at all.
No, and I don't think they're going to get a chance to.
Elephants getting killed very quickly.
You just can't save them. The beast drop going to be there, so the archers are irrelevant at the stage. Knights are hitting from the north side, so a full migration of the woodworkers, and this is B's last stand. A valiant effort, but too many elephants lost earlier on. I think lost him any sort of tempo control here. French are going to win out.
Yeah, still trying to hold on. Looks like we are caught up live now to the game, but these might just be the final moments, and indeed they are. GG gets called. Game number 1. Ellie up against French, going over to BC with the French.
I mean, B had us believing for a moment there. I got to give it to him. Like that elephant timing did look scary. It just wasn't ever able to find the economy. Just great reaction by Beastie to also min-max his gathering. Like he didn't rush away from that gold vein on the south side, which I think played pivotal into making sure he had the arbitrary switch coming in clean enough. So great win for him. And it means that B now cannot take the top spot from Beastie. So
yeah, that's true. And I mean, French is also like one of the best civilizations to pick into Delhi. Sure, there are knights, but at the same time, French have like the best answer to knights. Because Delhi, they really like going for like an elephant and archer type composition. And the Arbitrator deal great with the elephants, but can also deal great with the archers thanks to the Pavisa.
Now there is a strike back opportunity here. B on what might just be his signature civ. We've got Ottoman's pick in game number 2. I think we're already ready to hop in, so we can actually speed up past the 1 minute mark. Beastie, meanwhile, on the Knights Templar, something that I feel like he's got more reps on this civ in the last few weeks than anything else. He grinded his way through in the early days with the test server. This seemed to be his main focus, and we've seen Knights Templar do have some creativity on their timings, even against Ottomans. Usually it turns into Archer versus Chevalier Sipahi, but let's get cooking. Game number 2.
All right, here we go, and we do have that early barracks and house play outside of the base next to the trade caravan there. A couple of bonus resources coming in here for both players. B obviously saving a couple of resources there with the barracks, having to pay less for that. Beastie on the other hand side gets a good bit more wood income from his lumberjacks. Also needing to build a lumber camp, save some resources there.
Yeah, and it's interesting in the way that this kind of diversifies. Like, you'd think Ottoman's just better for spear production, but Knights Templar do have the interesting detail around the efficiency of wood gathering. That's why I like this build where you just kind of rush out and build the house on there, similar to what Ottomans do. And then obviously you have the nearby trees. Like, statistically, usually, I feel like maybe 8% of the time you do get a tree in range of the merchant camp.
Mm-hmm. It looks like B is immediately going for Beastie's side of the map. So he's not going for the wolf camp. Instead, he is going to be going over to decap Beastie's trade caravan here and maybe even take down the production building.
I really like this idea. It's been coming for a few players. There's certain civs that feel good about it. I think Japan in particular also feels good for this play because the samurai is a little bit weirder. But the idea is like Ottomans should be ahead of KT on the initial spears because of that Rax discount.
Yeah. Nice initial hit in there as well. Another spearman is
just ring rosing.
Yeah, trying to stop the decap from happening.
It's worth if you can get both wolf dens, but difficult. Like, he didn't get that many spears out onto the other side. It's only 2.
Yep.
Now, this is where things get tricky. You need to be able to rush the other wolf den. Otherwise, just decap and recap the other way. Like, the resource difference actually kind of makes this play better.
That's 45 resource per minute, and the delta is actually 90 resource per minute now that B has captured both of them.
Yeah, it's like when you both want it, right? It's not a 45 difference, it's a 90 difference, really.
Now BC's going to be housed.
Oof. B doesn't hang around.
He could be going for the wolves now.
He is. He's moving the new troops over, but he's going to keep these spears here because he sees he still outnumbers his opponent. It's awkward, though, because you've got to be careful. Pay attention. Like, yes, your health bar was better, but barely.
Yeah, has a couple of spears working together with the scout now. On the wolf den.
Yeah, so let's be ringing rosies with the scout and then a slow burn. Actually, I like this, but like now that BC's read for it, B either has to relentlessly chase this or just sack the racks.
Yeah, it looks like BST is now also going for the wolves den here.
I think it's too late.
He's trying to follow him. Yeah, it's too late to follow them.
Yeah, I don't. No, I think B doesn't need to chase him. Like BC's not going to be quick enough here.
I think B doesn't.
He doesn't think
he's going to get it in time, and I'm not sure what B's doing now, where he's going.
I think B genuinely thinks the wolf den wasn't taken. Like it's a bit weird.
You can see it on the minimap.
Then why is he running north towards where a wolf den was?
Yeah, that's.
I think B hasn't. Has he scouted there? Let's check B's vision. Did he actually even scout there?
He didn't.
No, there you go. He has no icon. He didn't look. Oh no, wasted opportunity there. Actually, could have burnt down the racks with that many spears.
Yeah, the racks, like burning down the racks would be such a big win there for him because then BC wouldn't be able to get the hardened upgrade on his own spearmen. He would need to rebuild another barracks. That's 150 resources. No discount for Knights Templar there.
No, and here's something crazy for you. We're going to be heading into Feudal Age. First Vizier point is coming up. Now, Knights Templar, they love building archers. It's just so organic for them. You wouldn't choose the Imam point against archers, would you, Crackety? That sounds kind of crazy.
No, you can still go for it.
It's a bit dangerous, though, right?
Really careful. It is very dangerous. Is the barracks going down before Harden can be researched? I think it is.
I think it is, yeah, now with the burn added in. But this is the thing, I've seen B do this so many times, like Imam in a rush, because if the archer count isn't high enough, it's still risky, sure, but you don't necessarily get those easy kills. And there we go, archery plus the stables. Vizier point is there, and it is the immediate pull into the Imam.
And now archers as well. I mean, early on, especially in low numbers, this makes so much sense. That's when the heal is the most effective.
Yeah, it's 100% a timing type attack. So, like, the catch with this, the caveat, is you have to keep attacking. Because if you just chill and your opponent gets, 15 archers, the Vizier point's wasted. You can't use it in the fight at all.
Do you think B can now kind of start attacking the gold from BST? Because right now there isn't any pilgrims yet.
I do like that idea.
I don't really see it in theory.
Yeah, I also don't really see players do it that often, even when they build the archer rangers in their base, and it would be a shorter route towards the enemy. So it's not a bad idea here. I think for B, like, he preferably wants Beastie to come out because then he can leverage Sipahi. Because that should be like his next target here. Sipahi actually match up pretty well against Chevalier, especially with the melee armor.
Yeah. Definitely agree with that. And we are getting a second barracks in. That looks like it's going to be the play. BC, first Pilgrim, is now coming in.
Yeah, but B's timing with the meta here is going to be key. BC's army is a little bit weird with the spear count, like, by comparison, because you wouldn't have that heal. He doesn't have the hardened either. And look at the time on the Steel Dagger. Like, this is the trade-off of going into the Pilgrims this early. It's very expensive to begin with, so usually you have to skimp on something, and in that case, it's going to be blacksmiths.
It takes a while for the Pilgrim to pay off.
Yeah.
BC won't be able to research it until the Pilgrim drops off. And the army count is looking quite good here for B.
Yeah, and we don't... I don't know if BC... Is he going to rush the blacksmith now? I'm hoping so. I feel like he has to know this timing. Like, he's experienced B's Ottomans before. It's a weird experience compared to most other Ottos.
B's moving out again. EC's getting
Ronins
the
are
Ronin
there.
cam, but yeah, I mean, you don't want Ronins now.
No,
You
you
don't have the gold for it.
I mean, even once you get this deposit, right? Like, would you rather have a Ronin or Undermesh?
Yeah. And pierce damage is going to finish probably just about in time now.
Yeah,
Here we
Chevalier
go.
practically dead. And he has got the heal.
Be
Like,
careful
look at the
with the
confidence. It's just not enough.
That's
Like,
a
if you
big
target the
confidence
Imam,
play.
you just lose. Like, it's such a sick timing. B is so good at this. And Sapai with the meta armor, able to dive a little bit as well, will get away just in time. Another thing.
Okay, that's a lot of value kept there.
I've seen
People
this
get
so
sniped.
often from him. Like, he's insane at this. Even if you pick House of Lancaster, he does this. Like, at 10 HP and they get out. Insane.
More Spy coming in. But there is Sapai. The Sapai are chasing after one of the Chevaliers. Is B gonna... Oh my god, B noticed just in time. Didn't let the Sapai die to the Spearman there.
Nicely played. And yeah, now he's going to react to the archers and being timed back to block the pilgrims. Like a key detail here. Just means that Beastie won't have army mass to fight and gets intercepted. There we go. Double Sapahi. Lots of Chevalier. Smart read by Beastie. Unfortunately, the archers have the damage. It's the only thing he would have been able to save here.
Yeah, looks like he's gonna have to ignore it, at least for the time being. He doesn't want BC to have the caravan or the pilgrim, so he's gotta stick at the front line.
Yeah, the spearmen don't do
might be
anything.
annoying. Yeah, the spearman might be annoying, and you can just kill him with reinforcement archers.
Yeah,
push
it's
comes
like
to
if you
shove.
see them, you just run away as well, right? And it's like,
Yeah.
it's not like archers turning up and, oh no, he hit me 4 times, sort of thing. Pilgrim has been seen, though. It's just awkward. The Chevalier, the numbers just don't feel like they're there. Sapahi, the meta's assistance, not to mention that Imam, it's just, it feels like an unwinnable fight. He does at least have Steel Dower in the way, so we'll mitigate some of the edge that B has built up. Just might not be many archers to use it.
And behind us, the healing's still there. There we go. Spearman now doing some damage.
Second wave of
Finding a way to
Sapahi in.
annoy. Oh, that's great.
Now the Spearman
Just fighting in the meantime, and there's archers. The Spearmen are getting wasted. Managed to
He
pick
does
up
get
the spy,
Sapahi
though.
kill. Yeah, but like the
Look
archers
at
are
the
the
healing
problem.
here. Yeah,
It's
the archers
ridiculous.
are the problem. The healing is just so insane.
He just doesn't have the archer count to snipe them. And like to do so, you'd have to dive in and take 2 hits beforehand, right? Like that's just not a winnable fight.
Red Karen now getting recapped. You see, he's got a lot of villagers and gold. Wants to get more of the Chevaliers out, but I don't know.
He's running out of gold fast for
really
that.
good against them. Yeah.
Yeah,
Now
like, that's the
food
thing.
coming in.
Like Sapahi, you can just keep spamming because it's food wood. Whereas the Chevalier on this map, it's just not feasible. Like if you check that vein, he's probably down to like 400 gold already.
Yeah, he's gonna have to move out sooner rather than later.
And then
Nothing
you
to
don't
do
have
about
TC to
against
protect you.
Pilgrim as well.
And there's the Ronins from B. He's gonna layer them in.
Cavalier
I mean,
about to
it's
start
smart.
raiding. I think
Yeah,
there's
so-
already like the reinforcements for B.
Yeah, he kept the next wave back. Like he just knows he outnumbers right now. He's checking the gold because he knows the time. Like, can we check the primary gold? It's actually important here. Beastie, I think he must be down to like 300 gold.
Yeah. Something that you can do is like leave the primary gold remaining at like 10 gold or something like that, just so the minimap icon doesn't disappear.
But the thing is, like, for B, he's not going to dive the base, so he's going to keep skirting around here right now because his army lead is big enough that he doesn't have to feel threatened by it.
Yeah.
Beastie, whoa. Overconfidence is an insidious killer, my friend. He needs it,
Are
though.
you gonna
He's out
move
of food.
around? Yep. He needs a deer. And now B knows.
He brought the Chevalier back, so, like, you know, Beastie putting his best foot forward. Unfortunately,
The
that Pilgrim
reinforcements are
trips
now
over
being
his own.
pulled. So B waiting for the reinforcements to come in.
Yeah, he'll make it back to the base there. Wait, what are you doing? Sir?
Just waiting for death.
Go, brothers! We were already going. We were gonna... I will save you. We're all gonna be... We're gonna make it back. Go without me! Tell my tales. We're not telling your tales. You're an idiot. We're gonna live.
It reminds me of like Gary's mod clip. With like, you know the game mode where there's like a monster hunting you and some other people?
Oh, yeah.
And there's like the dude shouting, "No, I'll stop him. Go, brothers!" And he opens up an elevator. The friends go in. The monsters well. Then he closes the elevator.
I mean, it's like when you just like watch those Furies on Lord of the Rings. Like, why did Gandalf have to stand on that? Like, why didn't you just like wizard blast it, blow it up, and run away?
Wizard blast. Yeah, sometimes I mean, you just go with the wizard blast.
Yeah, always the wizard blast. Like, technically, magic does not work that way. Well, maybe your magic needs to change its attitude. Them in Imperial Armory now on the way.
Oh my god, yeah, the Castle Age follow-up. BC's so far away, and the military count's actually leading for B. This is gonna be really rough now. What's
He's
that?
even dangling the imams at the back. Oh man, I mean, at this point, even if you killed the imams, I don't think it'd be enough to cinch the fight.
Man, the imams are looking so targetable right now.
You can't kill an archer. He's like, yeah, just a little bit deeper. Come on.
BC notices something's up.
You know how you like Ronin suck? Well, what if I could just use them to tank and then top them off?
They're getting auto-upgrade as well.
BC knows now. Like, at this point, it's too obvious. Like,
he knows,
why would B stop attacking me?
This makes no sense. So yeah, he's gonna have to go out for raids now. Trying at least distract it a little bit.
The problem is Sipahi mirror that very well. They're actually quicker than you.
Yeah. And they do pretty similar damage.
Mm-hmm. You can even just send the meta with them. So Veteran C now on the way for the archers for B. And he should be thinking about just sending it straight to the base. Now, we have got BC coming down here. He's not going to overextend. He's going to capture and see there is a wall up. And he doesn't really have the burn power to break through that.
Yeah. Also going to go for the run around now. He is moving forward. Doesn't really have a lot of units now left to defend his base with.
He's on that secondary goal, so the Chevalier could hit him there, but that goes both ways. Yeah, even
coming in
now.
for BC.
The Sipahi are not upgraded, but still good enough to murder the villagers.
Yeah. But there come the Chevalier on the deer.
They've reached in the deer.
He pulls the villagers back.
We'll lose a few here. Sadly, doesn't have the military schools, so no opportunity to just pull the Janissaries and keep diving.
Here we go. Fight's about to happen.
Dive anyway. This is big. Villagers have to pull away. No wheelbarrow either, so Sipahi are going to look to reap. He's going to force the fight before any sort of veterancy can come through here. We're still 30 seconds away from Genoa. I mean, this is the problem, right? Like, you're just completely outmassed now. It's veteran archers. The Meta Aura isn't reaching all the way deep on those archers, but it doesn't matter, and that is it. GG gets called.
Yeah, without any front line, the Sipahi just too tanky.
I mean, this is also like what we've come to expect. B is just so crafty on this Civ, elegantly executed. There's not many people that feel comfortable with this Imam timing because of how delicate it is, and I've seen it fail for B so much over the last few months, but he really is reaching the point of perfection with it.
Yeah, and I mean, gotta keep in mind, like, B didn't go for a single military school here. He just played Ottomans in a really aggressive way. No scaling whatsoever, just balls to the wall.
I mean, that's the thing as well. Like, this is the type of series I could easily see being 5 games, but I don't expect any of those games to be long. Beastie is in his aggressive form, but B is also just as aggressive with a lot of these picks, Ottomans, Japanese, etc. Curious to see what we're going to be getting next. I think, if I'm not mistaken, like next up is going to be Carmel. And I believe, yeah, we're going to be getting Shushi versus Mongols.
Oh, I know Beastie, he's been on the receiving end of the Mongol Fast Imperial, so maybe now he wants to see what all the hype is about himself. I could see that happening.
Yeah, I mean, we've already seen one insane Mongol game on Carmel that probably shouldn't have worked, but somehow did. Maybe we'll get treated to a second one on the same weekend. It's time. Game number 3. Reminder, at this point, Beastie cannot lose that top spot. Like, he's locked in. But B could still leave this group stage with a very big statement that Beastie needs to watch out.
All right. Jumping straight into our game number 3 now. No breaks here. That's a pretty good spawn, I want to say, for Mongols. Where's the stone? Where's the stone?
Oh no, it's fine. It's on the trade. Okay, so That was close. There is a thing that happens sometimes where like a certain resource will either be replaced by the trade post or the trade post will be replaced by it. Luckily, it didn't happen this game. But hey, that is a sick silver tree. No, I'm kidding. Please don't silver tree.
It's a bait. It's a bait to silver tree, but I mean, at the end of the day, right? Like, you could go for trade. You just don't want to. It just doesn't really make a lot of sense here. Nice little deer pushing in there with the Gur, so a little bit of extra food income there for BC.
Yeah, it's always a nice thing is the deer. You always start with 3 close by, and we've seen that players have gotten quite good at actually just using the Gur. Previously, no one would want that hassle. Definitely worth on this map. High probability we see pro scouts from B, and then maybe like delayed pro scouts from BC, where you could begin Magadai.
Magadai opening never feels that bad, especially when you're up against Juji and they might want to go for like pro scout play. Because Magadai are incredibly good at dealing with pro scout. Yeah. Jugunu also just incredibly slow overall, so hey, you can't really catch up to the Magadai. And Horseman, you can kind of outrun even.
I don't know if B realized it, but he did get the Holy Trinity just south of this one. I think there's 3 berries in range.
That one, yeah, that's a juicy spot for sure.
Vodka, just move down. There you go. Oh. Makes your toes curl a little bit. 108 food. Don't mind if I do, but it's just we talked about this at the start of the day. Just meditation guns on food feel sucky in a pro scouts meta.
Yeah. It always depends on what your game plan is. Like if you don't pro scout, that would be a really, really good meditation garden. Could enable you some really creative play with like I want to say, like, I want to go into a tirade about, like, feudal age palace guards, but then again, like, Mongols, they do have probably best tools in the game to deal with feudal age palace guards.
Yeah, like, it would be pretty bold to just try and PG flood them. The mobility, the heavy cavalry, like, there's a lot of upsides for Mongols here.
If this was English, palace guards would be amazing.
What if they start building longbows?
Well, the thing is, if they go for only longbows, you go for only horsemen. If they start adding in spears, that's when you go for the mass palace guards. And it kind of depends on, do English move out of the base? If they move out, they're dead.
And that's why we picked Lancaster. Because we like winning.
We just like staying in our base.
It's interesting how sometimes, like, when you think of the way the variants are designed, they like to be very different, but they also like to kind of tip the hat to the playstyle of the OG Civ, right? You've got, like, Jean. Wow, French are all about raiding. Jean's just even more raiding. And then you've just got...
They didn't tip the hat, they just stole the hat.
Yeah, they're like, whoa. You have to wait until Imperial Age to get passive income? What an amateur. Okay, so archery range beginning. Looks like we are getting treated to some Magadai.
Alright, yeah. Like the Magadai plays that we're seeing recently out of Mongols. It just makes so much sense. There's such a great synergy with being able to annoy and harass your opponent, making sure that they're going to stay on their side of the map, and buying you time for a potential age up or pretty much whatever you want to do. The world's your oyster.
Yeah, and especially impactful maps like this where you have these tiny tree lines. I think most people learned these lessons on maps like Himiyama, Prairie. Magadai slap pretty hard when you can just slam dunk onto the enemy's economy 5 minutes into the game.
He is going very early on into the Horsemen, so we'll have a response to the first couple of Magadai coming in. There was a stable prep, but cancelled.
Yeah, the immediate pro scouts queue up by Beastie, so not actually going to wait around. Sometimes we see Mongol players just wait until they've got, like, you know, maybe 4 Magadai, 5 Magadai, and poking, but, I mean, he got the Horseman reaction out of B, so in some ways perfect, just going to be a little bit ugly if B goes looking on the enemy side.
Yeah. A couple of Magadai now making their way across. Scout is also making sure that the Khan is staying a little bit away, doesn't immediately get the information on the Horsemen. Should probably see them right about now that they've moved out. BC going for his own pro scout play behind this.
Yeah, like I said, it's sometimes you just go up to the Magadai count, but the way he's done this is pretty smart. Like, he's still going to get his Magadai count before he starts adding scouts. It's just he'll be able to immediately start picking things up. Well, everyone but the Khan. It's kind of a sad reality of this type of build.
Oh. The forward
wait,
deer
what?
stones? Yeah.
It's like,
I'm
well,
just
I'm a
gonna
deer
park
stone.
my landmark next to yours. Wait,
Hey,
does the
did you
deer
miss any
stone
sheep
disrupt
here?
the peace when it's packed up? It should, right? Like the deer stone should disrupt the peace of the meditation guard while packed up, specifically while it's packed up.
I think maybe. Like, well, no, you find it. You discover it if you like looked on the resource. So like it'd be 23 gold or something instead of 25. Yep, it actually does. It's meant to be 25 gold.
Oh, horsemen though, finding the Mangadai, pushing them outside of the radius.
Yeah, this is maybe
should be able to pick them off.
This was a little bit like reaching from BC. I mean, it's just wheel a deer stone across the entire map.
The horsemen though.
Yeah, if the Khan
They gotta
absorbs
go
the
for
shots, it's
Mangadai.
better.
Yeah, you can't hit the Khan. You need to kill the Mangadai because they died like 4 shots. The Khan takes a lot more hits to go down. That's a lot of weak horsemen now. At least though, you can feel fine losing 1 horseman for 1 Mangadai just because of the value difference there.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, Magadai's what, 150? How much is a Khan?
Khan is infinite.
Whoa, he cost me infinite? Infinite what?
Patience.
Oh. So what you're really saying is it's infinitely free.
Kinda.
Bargain. Can I buy 2?
At Costco.
Just stockpile them on the shelves like Buzz Lightyears in Toy Story.
Pierce armor has come in, so now the horsemen should survive a good bit longer.
Yeah, but look at what's coming. Beastie's snuck into Keshik's here, and
Yeah.
there's no reaction out of B to indicate he knows.
I mean, whatever B goes for, he's gonna be lacking on the mobility front now.
Yeah, and that's the point. There's still a lot of D on the flanks. Also, that is what usually opens the door for these Mongol fast castle fast imp timings. Nice play there. Ignores the Khan. Killing the Khan Hunter, a little bit sad, though.
We already ran all the way back to BC space now.
Oh, God.
Gets the Khan at least, so no more
And
movement
now
speed
we
error.
leave. Slowly. This is hurting. Because also, Magadai and Khans have, like, weird movement speed interactions where they go faster and slower.
Yeah.
It's just... Please
Get a little
deploy.
torture in there. He's going up to a lot of horsemen. Does he plan to like fight even against the Keshiks with just horsemen? Looks like it.
Wait, it makes
They're
sense for a castle play
He needs us
eventually where you
around.
just vet up.
Yeah. He needs to round. Oh, we're getting the Dali
Okay.
horses.
Yeah, like this makes it so fluid. They kind of like A-click, start, step, move. And the deer stone still isn't deployed. Finally, eventually, slowly, it will be activated.
The Mangadai. It's so difficult now.
How many people do you think quit the game at AB4's release because of this unit? It's just, even if you know you'll eventually win doing this, does it feel good having to do this?
It definitely does not feel good.
Like,
But
look,
yeah,
yeah, I've almost
eventually-
reached in. Okay, I can get him. And he's back up.
And now you back out.
Thank God back when Mongols was OP, they didn't have the Khan Hunter aura. Just imagine Magadai
Oh,
like they
you
are now
bringing
back
the deer
then.
back to the wilderness.
He's like, oh no, we're gonna
no,
like
he's bringing back,
cull.
okay.
No, he's like, we're gonna cull the wildlife. We're gonna release 2 of them into the wild. They'll rebreed. They're dead, B. It's fine. They'll rebreed, and he got the. Oh god. And now when you try to defend this,
BC
you're
doesn't
not gonna
wanna
have an
give it
aura.
up, though.
He is actually gonna back off entirely.
He could fight it.
Yeah,
He's
I
waiting
thought
for
he was just gonna
Blackwood
dive
upgrades.
that.
Oh, BC is going for Castle Age now. Follow up.
I wonder when it was going to happen. There's no way long term you win against this many horsemen.
Yeah. I mean, the Keshiks are still going to do a phenomenal job against them. And BC isn't anywhere near aging up at the moment.
I mean B, yeah,
He's
like
got-
he's got some
Yeah,
way
B
to
needs
go.
some time. Yeah. Grant, he still has like a lot of resource. Wait, actually, I say that one drop off later. Just a big mass of horsemen, because that is the issue with Mongols when they go for like these fast attack timings. Against this many horsemen, Dali horses with veterancy, BC might find himself in a spot where he's gonna need another unit. He's gonna need some spearmen. He might not blob them fast enough.
So I done the maths, and B, if he was just got all the deer, and then just built the horsemen, he could build 182.
That's a good amount. That's a good amount of horsemen. Now he's
like,
no
50.
deer stones.
Yeah, the Keshiks are going to try to body block. They haven't been vetted up yet. He's just going to die for it. It's like, get back here. Movement speed arrow does get activated, so that's going to buy a little bit of time, but not much.
Time to get into the aura as well.
It's deploying. Okay, but like, now we just do circles, right? Like, but this is where B could just split a second group off. He's getting in there.
Yeah.
And,
oh my God.
That rotation. No. Okay, so Magadai gone. BC may need more time for the Imperial plan here.
Maybe a little bit, yeah. And there's still a lot of horsemen remaining.
Veterancy's being rushed in as well. He will dive towards the workers. Good reaction out B. With Dali horses and the veterancy, you can somewhat square up to the Keshiks.
Yeah.
To do so, Hankan's like assisting them as well.
There is veterancy coming in.
And Beastie realizes that he's been surrounded, so no retreat away from that. A full outnumber, well played. And now B getting real cavalry. Lancers get queued up.
You can see by the economy, Beastie is being greedy. It's being very greedy. And now the Lancers switch up as well.
I think the fact that there's no more troops coming, B has to be getting like a sense that something's not right here. A disturbance in the force. Even being able to yoink the deer away uncontested like this.
There's armor coming in.
Wait, is this his only...
shown any ranged units yet.
I think that... Wait, where's BC's golds?
He's gathered up the first one. The second one is now on the third one.
Okay, yeah, so he cleared the two in the base. Got the third at the back. Wait, where's his fourth? Oh my God, is that one all the way to the south at the boar?
He must be. Hey, that's the issue when you're playing Mongols, right? Like, your TC placement might make it so that you're very far away from resources.
Yeah, but imagine if Beastie got B spawn for this strategy. Like, look at B's gold. He had the one forward, and then he's got second here, and then two in the corner. Beastie must be envious of this spawn right now, yeah.
Be envious of the units here in a little bit as well. The movement speed arrow is going to run out in a little bit. Never mind, he did get the bonus whistling arrow, so it actually lasts for a long time.
Nitro boost!
Any second it's going to end. There we go, now it ended. If the horsemen get us around in, once again, she might be aiming for.
And now that it's Lancers as well, I think BC's reluctant to fight anyway.
Yeah.
Maybe just try to switch crossbows here?
Getting the step lance upgrade. Knights coming in, using some of the scouts there as well to at least have a little bit more of a meat shield. Relic's coming in for both players.
This is the tricky thing about Carmel. You don't want to stop building cavalry. Like, if your opponent's going to keep doing it, you need to keep doing it. Even though crossbows feels like crossbow Keshiks would be better at this rate.
The issue is that's Dali Keshiks, Dali Lancers.
Exactly. And that feels like a losing fight over time, right? So I think, like, for BC, the goal really was to get Imperials. Just, he got caught with his hand in the cookie jar. And now with this type of accelerant, I don't see any world in which he just stops spamming like this. Clash comes in, he goes to the surround. Good reaction by Beastie, pulls away just before the encirclement completes.
Yeah. Now, like, the gates are open, right? He knows the situation. More lances coming in. The Dali horses just means that these Keshiks, even an extended fight, don't get more damage out.
And here we go. Almost gets him again. BC, he's threading a very scary needle here.
Tries to.
Oh, and wait, he's not paying attention.
Oh.
It was final Magadai dead.
And the gold, he's got to move out all the way to the last gold now.
He's also losing the Relic race. And there we go. Goes defensive arrow to try and stand his ground. But the Dali horse is going to offset that threat.
This might be
They're not able to hold on. It feels like it is it.
No way.
We've got more lances on the way. This isn't even the entire army of B. Run, little ones, run.
Now
The step
underneath the
readout will be
TC.
there in 30 seconds.
He's not leaving this anytime soon. He's gonna
this
kill a
looks
lot
over.
of villagers.
It's anything excess above 15 is dead. Like, he's got, what, 10 to 12 on the step readout as well. I mean, you don't come back from this. Not unless you've got a Cargonet coming in 2 minutes, which, looking at your economy, is not feasible.
Yeah. I feel like maybe if he went for Spearman instead of the Keshik, since this was just a mass cavalry play, all in from B. Force him into a different unit composition, one that needs another resource.
It's tricky, right? Like, the step readout issue with the golds, it doesn't really extend your life on one location much, so you have to keep spamming outposts. Maybe that was his fear. Wanted to try and be tempo here. Now, B, he did reduce his army count quite a lot with that dive, but... Oh, please stop. No, please.
He's
Okay,
noticing.
BC.
He notices.
All right, we are down here for 2 minutes, and then we have to move again. So let's build 3 outposts.
It's fine. He just needs to make it to Imperial Age.
Yep, we just need to find food. Maybe we just buy the food. Right.
I mean, you can't really buy the food on these economy, like on these very small gold veins.
Oh god, he knows.
He is, yeah, but he's got the outpost up now.
Yeah,
It's the
but
option of going for sprinkled outposts. And
There
there
we
we go.
go,
Sprinkled placements coming in.
should be double into triple. Does force the garrison. B. He's got so many lances again. Keshiks are trying to stand their ground, but
The deer.
This is
and
a lizard
the
fight.
Tax economy just helping him out so much. Yeah.
yeah, reminder that B is only now going for his third gold vein by comparison. Like, it's just the taxes, the relics, the supervision, it all adds up.
Oh my god, it's so many lances in queue.
It's like, it's constantly 6 to 8. I don't think he's got enough stables for this.
Once again, just a couple of lancers underneath the TC, idling out so many villagers.
And this is burn time. Don't care about the spring on placements. It needs to all go. It's a fire sale. EC, not even trying for the repairs. Too slow.
They're just running.
He's going to hunt them as well. I mean, why not? You've got so many more lances still to come. Over 12,000 food does that for you.
That's how it happens. A couple more kills. Down to 33 economy now.
Remember, BC can't afford more Keshiks because of this idle time. Like, that's why B is committing to it, even though it's spring on the placements. It just kills him.
Still seeing more Mangadite coming in. BC,
This is-
B actually lost a lot of knights here to these sprinkled
Yeah.
outposts.
I think he was rallying more. Yeah, he was rallying more to the base. You can see on the minimap. So all of them didn't reinforce that location.
Mines are still on the top side.
But don't worry, guys. There's more lancers where that came
Where
from.
that came exactly. Can we quickly check the Mount Blue Academy? Does he have the supervision upgrade? Improved supervision upgrade? He does. Okay, so I'm not sure if he's actually actively supervising anything right now from the stables, but he could. He could start doing that.
Yeah, like if we do a rough calculation, he gets 30 deer off the map. He can afford 75 lancers before we add in the extra 20%. Like he's still got a lot of runway on this.
More lancers coming in, and he's just waiting. He's just kind of baiting Beastie more and more into his base.
He does have
Now it's
the
time.
mobility to escape, though.
Yeah, that fair.
Is BC trying it? He's trying it again. Look at the macro.
Oh
He's
my
like,
God,
nice.
yeah.
He's defending. I can age. Why is he attacking again? Why?
Where do these
Why?
units come from?
What kind of
How's
baby
his economy
hospital are
so
they
good?
operating there? it's Carmel. It just never stops.
13 more knights in queue. And insane at this point, even if Beastie somehow got Imperial Age right now at this point in time, might still not be enough.
It's so much worse than that now as well, because remember, he built all the outpost springholds on the gold. So, where's the
stone right
shotguns
there.
to defend my home? Oh god, only 500 left as
And
well.
after this, yeah, like, where's he gonna go next?
So game 4?
That's where it has to be.
He's so reluctant to give this over. It's starting to feel undone. Like, I know what BC's probably thinking at this stage. Like it's that classic feeling for everyone on Carmel. Even when you know it's got this many to do on the map, you're like, well, he's gonna run out of food soon, right? Like he has to run out of food soon.
I mean, we talked about it, right? Like, yeah, 30 minutes into the game, there's still berries, there's still boars. We can sustain this for another 10 minutes, no problem.
Yeah, and it's a civ that supervises to create 20% more of a limited resource, so it's an even bigger extreme.
He's just giving him the ring around the rosy here once again with the Mangadai.
This would be an insane comeback if you could make it happen. Keshiks are gone though. The Mangadai are gonna have to run away. That means more villages hemorrhaged again. Ah, here we go. The ultimate raid. One Mangadai. Yeah, to win the game. Here we go. It's all on him.
There's only a lot of green dots moving towards the base of BC.
If he goes to the other gold vein now, it should be over. Because BC, like, he hasn't got outposts up yet. And there we go. It's going to be over anyway. GG. I can't believe he just decided to sit there taking the pummeling even that long. But the Mongol Fast Imperial will be blocked.
That was a crazy game, though. Like, I'm thinking, like, how could Beastie have made this work? I'm thinking maybe if those 3 sprinkler emplacements were inside of his base, and then he just, like, tries to camp inside of his base with the landmark, Cabinet Palace, just try and survive, get a couple of these elite units out. Maybe that could have worked, but in the end, had to reinvest into units and I mean, that the unit pump was just insane. Absolutely insane.
It's the nuts timing, right? And like props to him as well in the horseman detail. I think if he didn't do that, it's likely BC just bypassed in the Asia a little bit too fast. So it really did actually kind of like buy him that surprise factor. Also, you know, it shows the value of just units existing, right? Like just having actual units to block a retreat is such a big deal, as we saw in those other engagements.
Yeah. Looking at what's next, we're going to be seeing China up against Jeanne d'Arc. And, I mean, Jeanne, I feel like in general, French and Jeanne, they can find some pretty damn good timings up against China.
Yeah, I think for China on this map as well, like Pro Scouts, I don't want to say it's mandatory, but how else are you actually going to access food against Jeanne? So it almost feels like you're inclined to go towards it, but we've seen Jeanne can be super effective at just ignoring Pro Scouts themselves and then playing for that pressure point. So maybe you force something unorthodox. What?
What about 3 TC Mass Jugunu? It might be stupid. It might not work.
But the day will be over quicker.
Never count it out. Never count it out. You might think that it's like bad and that might not work, but there are times where it actually does work, where you have just enough units to, even when your opponent ages up, you can just overwhelm with Mass Jugunu.
I mean, this is... I'm proud of you, my disciple. You've learned. If you say the unthinkable, the unbelievable, no one remembers it, but if it happens, you're a god.
Sometimes things work, sometimes they don't.
Yeah. Like maybe we just see the infinite Jeanne Tower Rush. How about that?
How about that?
It's not good, but how about that? I mean, you're a point up. Why not? You can't top the group stage, but you could tip your hat in this one.
You can have fun.
And there we go. And I mean, like, also, like, something we didn't talk about is actually Dry Arabia as the potential 5th game. Beastie got B's Japanese. And I really do call it B's Japanese because I feel like at this point, he is the player most synonymous with that pick. I'm surprised that to the point that Beastie actually put a ban in on it.
Oh, man. I'm actually wondering, Sacred Grove in China, what the interaction would be, because, like, resources also feel fairly spread out. Sometimes you can get, like, a good spawn where resources are a bit clumped together, where you can get a good Barbican spot in. But for the most part, at least against archers, you can't protect with just Barbican.
But that's the thing. I think if it's Pro Scouts opening from Jeanne, you might be able to finesse a Barbican onto the 4 deer with a slight shove in. And then, like, you kind of have maybe an opening to go, like, FC there as China?
Maybe. I'm in general not the biggest fan of FC with China. I think Zhuji has a lot of mechanics working towards it, right? Like with the immediate play onto the Shaolin monks and the cheaper age up. For China, I'm not so sure. Because you do want Song Dynasty eventually as well.
Yes. It just feels like you have to play such a long and uncomfortable feudal age. And, like, what are you going to do? Like you said, you mean the free TC Master, like that build, I think the issue you have is, like, by the time you're there, it's what, maybe 20 French knights? And I've watched a lot of...
the main issue is that you don't want to fight and give Jean experience.
Yeah. And it's like, you know, even if that detail's removed, let's say you look at the pure comp, like it's French versus China, and you get Chuk Spear versus Archer Knights, it is definitely a skill micro matchup. I feel like if both players are on equal footing, I always side with French because they have healing there. Yeah. And it just snowballs. Like by the time you have 20 knights, you don't even pull the injured ones away because they just end up at the back of the formation healing as you're like fake charging it.
That's true. It's a very difficult matchup. Granted, at one point you're going to be able to pretty much one-shot the knights with the Zhugunu, but it takes a while to get to that point. Like you need like, what was it? Like 70 Zhugunu-ish, like 60, 65 Zhugunu to start one-shotting the knights in Feudal Age. That's a pretty big number.
Not a lot. It's just a few, you know. Not a big ask. I'm curious though. Like, you know, I don't think you can be too greedy here. Especially on a map like Sacred Grove, due to the lack of safety. I mean, like the way I like to kind of compare it is it's kind of Gorge, and in some ways it's more forgiving than Gorge, but in some ways it's actually a lot more merciless with those tree lines. We're going to find out. It could be the last game of the group stage here in Elite Classic 3. Is BC going to be able to do it? Can he drag us all the way to a Game 5? Or B, at least get the consolation prize of saying, look out, top dog. There's a newbie in town.
All right, let's see what we got going on here. We do have an early wheelbarrow play coming in here for B. Built the mill with JD. Now moving over, gets the house up, gets the mining camp up. Already an interesting opener here for JD.
Yeah, and usually when we see the wheelbarrow, it seems unlikely we're going to be going into Pro Scouts. Because, you know, if you're walking, you're not working. If you're working, you're not walking.
Classic early game. Not a lot going on. We do have China with the enhanced line of sight.
Yeah, not Michael Bay enough. Maybe we just need some explosions happening. Like, imagine if just mines are randomly spawning on the map. What if the... Okay, I proposed something. I know it's never getting through, but... I don't know if you played Relic 2. They had attack dogs that could one-hit infantry. What if...
I've not played Relic 2.
Okay, well, what if the wolves could, like, full-on attack lead onto units and kill them straight away?
You know, in Age of Empires 2, wolves are a lot more, I want to say, threatening to units. Like, when you go for, like, a Dark Age rush and there are wolves along the way, you're like, oh, man, fuck. That's not good. I used up our one F-word card there. I'm sorry. We're not getting another.
Naughty boy. It's only been 7 hours and 50 minutes.
Hey, I didn't use it so far. I thought, okay, I gotta use it at some point.
Gotta get it in there. It could already be over. I wonder... Nah, there's no way Jean would try to force 2TC. I don't think you need to.
Today, right? And it almost worked?
Yeah, but that was against... Like, that required your opponent to be greedy first, right? And, like, if your opponent's greedy here, I don't think you want to TC race China.
Honestly, I think China, typically when they're up against French or JD, they want to mirror the TC count.
You don't think that Jean can all in quick enough?
That's the thing, right? Like, mirror the TC count. If Jean goes 2TC, then as China, you're kind of free to go 2TC as well. In that regard, and then I don't think Jean would be quick enough with the all-in follow-up. Yeah,
I mean, it's a little bit tricky. I think, like, for B, it's going to be the leverage of maybe Pro Scouts here. It just feels too organic. It's just a kind of case of who blinks first, because obviously that is the number one play for both of them. It's a good amount of sheep being brought back now by BSD. Girl Academy
gonna be finishing up any second now.
What's the final sheep pull? Like, normally you expect China to be a little bit ahead
Should be.
due to that ridiculous vision.
Yeah, should be. So we got 8 sheep for B. And BC's gonna have 10. Yep. Heads up.
You sound so excited about that. Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, it's interesting because, like, you at the start of the evening was China Scout Vision, and then you now without your glasses on is like if you delete the scout.
Something like a build that I want to see more often again is double scout China opening. You're getting so much line of sight there, you can just make your opponent's life absolutely miserable by them just not finding any sheep.
I think it's actually an underrated play on Gorge because you can almost reliably guarantee like at least 75% of the sheep because of the way you split the map, right? It's like it's a super sick play. I still remember Anatan doing it against Wham in one series like 3 months ago, and it was absurd. Like I think Wham had like 4 sheep. It was over.
That's a
right? Like, you couldn't do
pro
anything.
scout. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that bee. He's like counter pushing the deer.
He's like, no, 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 no.
No,
Let's just...
no.
No, 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 no. You'll not need the sheep. It's
No.
fine. Why are you small one scout boy?
Oh, but BC is immediately going for barracks opening.
Like to be expected with the Knights, right? B. He hasn't queued up pro scouts
Nope,
yet,
he
right? Like
cancelled
he's
it.
just
Oh, so barracks now instead. Okay.
wait. No. Oh my god, he's he's doing the deer hide. Beastie's a high fidelity gamer, right? Yeah, I think he has like close to max settings, so the deer might be hard to see.
It's gonna be tough for him to see him. Yeah.
I remember watching Give You Anxiety's POV one time because he plays like, honestly, I think he's on a Windows 98 PC, like lowest graphic settings, and it's really easy to see deer in Stealth Forest. But if you have a good PC and you pay to win, you actually pay to lose because of the extra foliage.
All right. JD Vance is now moving up to the melee form, putting on the eyeliner.
I mean,
Ready
like
for battle?
The war paint. I think that's war paint.
That's the one. That's the one.
when Crackety's angry at someone in the office, just pulls out the wife's eyeliner, smears it across the face. It's war.
Witness me.
This is my moment, brothers.
There, the spearmen. Yeah, I mean, Melee Jean. How many spearmen do you think Melee Jean can take on at one time? I think like 5.
That's rookie numbers. You can take at least like 7 long poles at once, right?
1 2-handed sword. Take the diameter. Look how far she can swing. Average width of a human.
We need, like, you know, when people are like, why are we turning Age of Empires 4 into an ARPG? We need just to go full, like, cycle. Jean uses Cyclone.
Can we get the JD interface?
What JD interface is that? Like the one in the top left that exists in the game now?
No.
Oh. What's he got for us?
Is he gonna do it?
I think I just think he's gone to bed.
He might have. Wouldn't fault him for it. It's been a long day.
Like, I'll be
not sure
back
if
when they
it's
start
even
killing
ready
each
there.
other.
Yeah.
You know what my favorite part is, like, when pro players come in the lobby and like, why is B 5 villages behind? And then they remember that Imperial officials count.
Yeah.
And then obviously the sadness of picking Jean. You get 1 less villager for going feudal age.
-1 will. BC now going into mass off everything. Oh, Knight. Goodbye, Knight.
Okay, yep, the Knight decided to valiantly charge into the mass of everything. That may not have been well advised. Bean looks like he wanted to go for maybe kind of a flank attack approach. He may have just been baited by this detail because Beastie is full monkey man sending it with the spears.
At least has a good amount of archers up against the spearmen already, but I'm wondering if he's going to need something else in the army mix, because Beastie's going for the one-on-one army composition here now. Might be a little bit difficult. He did a great job so far, though, of just denying a lot of the pro scouts.
I think for B, you just kind of want to peel the spear count a little bit and then fully lean into those knights. The classic build. Very innovative.
Yeah. That's the thing, right? Like, in theory, the only unit that really counters you out is the spearmen and the horsemen. As soon as the spearmen are gone, the horsemen kind of stop countering as much because you can just kill them with the knights.
That is how the counter system in AoE4 works.
Yeah, but it's interesting that you can beat like a 3-unit composition with a 2-unit composition.
Yeah. It requires a lot more
units.
micro. Yeah, like, I think it definitely requires a lot more elegance in the micro because there's kind of that monkey man. Oh, wait, we forgot. It is a free unit comp. It's Jean versus the world. How many spears can she take on us, Crackety? All of them!
Oh my god, and she gets out alive? No
the scout
way.
is trying to finish her off. Are you kidding me? She's down.
I just managed to pick her off, but like all the army here from Beastie, it's just gone.
By back as well. B can feel it. He can sense it. Blood in the water, and this boy is a shark.
I really wish we had the League of Legends interface there for JD.
You need to just give her an inventory while we're at it. You know?
She just fought back.
Yeah. Oh, you've given her items? Where's this interface? I better not be all League of Legends items in there or I'm going to riot. Oh, it's full League of Legends. This man doesn't understand. you don't choose Dota, you don't choose League. You have to literally go all the way back to Warcraft 3.
You see out on the berries now. Food's running thin. Oh, and JD almost halfway to the next level. Barbican being rushed up. Where is it being rushed up? Next berries. Yeah, he needs the food. Needs to secure it.
Oh, yeah, it's going to secure the primary gold as well. Staying behind this shouldn't be that relevant. Even sets up the village. That's actually a really smart play. You're pulling a lot of villages here, so you want the 16 garrison slots.
Yeah. Just going into more and more knights behind this. Might be able to see the Barbican, but with this many villagers, definitely going to be up in time.
Yeah, we'll even garrison the correct side of a nice micro there by BC. One villager unlucky in the exchange, though.
Yeah, BC also raiding behind this. Couple of horsemen out and about. Might find a couple of straggler horsemen, scouts rather, trying to find the deer. Actually, just one.
Yeah, I think that was the last deer from that stack. So if he came a little bit early, he actually would have found 4 out there. But, you know, it's like if I invested in Bitcoin sooner, I'd be rich, you know. You can use that for everything. You know, if I just started posting YouTube videos before released, I could have been the biggest YouTuber as well.
If only I would have known. I would have invested. How could I not have known?
Yeah, like it just seems
when time
so
travel isn't real.
Like, you know how B done that like Imam build earlier and you just won in like 10 minutes? It's so obvious. Why didn't we see it? So it looks like PC is going to be bypassing the age now, but B is mirroring. He's not too far behind. Night Count is looking decent for the timing of the game as well, so Royal Institute seeming quite likely here. B sometimes does like to lean to the Guildhall, but I'm not sure if you really want to be doing that against China.
Economy is still looking good for BC. He's just going to play this game a little bit slower now. He is on Song Dynasty, so scaling is still looking good for him. I'm wondering, like, B already has a couple of knights. Is he just going to want to go for, like, Royal Institute now? I wouldn't fault him for that.
I think it's pretty tempting here, but you know, the thing you got to keep in mind is like the Barbican's securing the goal, but there's still food issues, and that's kind of apparent here. Be a very ambitious target there. We'll get hit on the gold line instead, so nice worker chip there. And that, oh,
another fight
no,
he
no,
wants to
no, no,
take.
no, no.
Loses
Messy.
1, 2 knights, make it 3,
Why stop at 3?
make it 4.
Maybe the 4th? I think he got out of range the archers just in time. This is scrappy, though.
Lose
I
the
mean,
4th
BC.
one. Yeah, now he's got to go Guildhall.
Yeah. And we forgot the crossbows. So, like, good thing for B that he actually does go Guildhall, because I think, like, with his timing, with crossbows already in the agenda, your dive wouldn't make sense.
You can also, in theory, now start capturing up the Sacred Site as soon as the Agent comes in. Have enough level for the JD level 3.
Yeah, meantime, we do have the double monastery, so BC is looking to rush relics in a greedy fashion. No
more Horseman raids coming in. Definitely keeping B on his toes.
Yeah, just not really a map you'll be able to wall anytime soon. We saw it in WAM series earlier, but that was a very different state of game.
Horseman looking for the gold again. Gold vein just expired. There they come. Just in time. Looking for the villagers. Moving over. That's a lot of villagers, though. Might not be able to even take the fight with the horseman. Might be able to pick off 1 or 2 vills. Oh, B's actually running.
Away. But he's failing to run. And the mine
he deletes
okay,
it.
this is getting worse. Knights are now arriving. There we go. So we'll end up being 1 villager going down. Not able to bait him in and get the kill.
Sacred Site didn't get taken. Never mind, John's moving back out to it again.
Yeah, but the army's
Now
coming.
SCP's coming in.
This might be about to get awkward. Because BC's entire army is on the way.
Oh,
he-
it's just chilling
he
in
gonna
the
dive?
stealth forest.
I guess he just wants the relic, right? Like, just play it safe. These 4 horsemen are doing a lot of work, actually.
Just a lot of distraction, but B is doing a lot, like, trying not to overreact to it. Just pulling a single knight.
It just feels
Knights
frustrating
gets
when you
taken.
like when you play Jean and you know there's Barbicans as a song. You know, it's doubly bad. Like when you play French, the lead isn't too extensive, so you don't mind 1 or 2 villager losses. But with Jean, you deeply feel the lead already building against you.
Yeah. The timing window, it's starting to close up a little bit here. Or B. Tonight, 1 of the relics. But, yeah, I mean, at most, I guess B is going to be getting 2 relics here.
He could
Potentially
intercept
still
this one
deny
as well.
one.
He isn't moving, though. He just camps the center.
Another Sacred Site. Sends a couple of
Okay, here
knights
we go.
over now.
He's pumping out the monks fast here. Willow's going to come out. B will get the charge in. Relic in the center has now been picked up, so this actually could very easily still be a free relic game in favor of B.
Yeah, might actually be.
No, he's definitely B.
100%. To be or not
then-
to be?
To B or to beastie?
To be beastie?
Or
It's getting
beastie
late.
B. Yeah, so late that you might want to check into an inn, or as we like to call it, a B&B, which is what this matchup is.
Yeah.
It's getting very late.
B and BC. Yeah, very late. It's just the quality of jokes getting lower and lower as the day goes on.
Yeah, but they just come around themselves. I think that's how that works, right? You know, like if you go deep enough into crazy, you become a genius. You know, like at first you think that guy.
Crossbows around.
Yeah, and
B went for look at that. B
Wha-
went for the melee for the champions.
yeah, and he's actually. Wait, has he been queuing them up?
He's
Has
got
it been that
6
long
out.
already?
No, it couldn't have been. I think he built some legitimately.
I mean, we can find out if we just check for Iraqs. Okay, no, it's just been that long.
Okay, it has. Okay,
It's getting
Has it?
really, really, really late.
the time's starting to slip away.
I mean, like, time is just a construct. But if
Honestly,
it
man,
is it
what
a school of
even
cavalry?
is time?
A reasonably decent movie conceptually, but terribly dragged down by subpar acting and a bad storyline.
Yeah,
I thought you
dude.
talked about that movie.
The farm transition is coming in now for BC, so there is the window for B to start doing damage now. A lot of resource being put towards the farm transition there.
Does he sense it though? The timing might be a little bit off here. The army's not really aggroing in a way that it would snoop it out. No, instead B
He has
slow
to kind of
rolling
feel
this.
it. He has to feel it because he has run out of deer, or is about to run out of deer. He's moved out to the berries, so he must know that the same must be going on for his opponent.
The problem
What's in
is
the
the more
guild hall?
nest
How
of
much
bees.
is in the guild hall?
Yeah, can we just leave this age, please?
800?
No, we can't. Buckle
Not
in, boy.
anytime
We're
soon.
here longer.
Yeah, BC is going for the mass nest of B army composition now. He's gonna hunker down. He's gonna make like the all-in pretty much impossible for B.
It's so many nest of bees. Like for all the praise so far this series, like yeah, Beastie playing very aggressive, blah 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 blah. When it comes to China in this matchup, we're back to the old school build: defensive, mass spears, mass nest of bees. Don't leave the base. Now be careful with those granaries, by the way. If you draw crop circles, you might invite aliens here. Yeah.
We're gonna be entering the age of discretion at this point in time.
Yeah. Brings a whole new meaning to when your opponent starts to probe you.
A little more available to be. Yeah, window's definitely closing when it comes to resources out on the map. He's gonna have to make a move soon.
He's going to be shuffling forward with that mass spear nest of bees comp. Interesting, because I don't really feel like he needs to right now.
Definitely doesn't. I think maybe BC is kind of worried because he doesn't have a lot of information, like what's the state, how much army is there, stuff like that.
Yeah, like, is he ready with a guild hall pull? Do I need to be worrying about Red Palace?
Army's moving back into position. BC still moving forward. Oh, this could be dangerous now.
And Sean, nowhere
guess
near that level 4.
BC
Wouldn't
feels
really
like
get
the
off this
farms
fight.
have already played off. They haven't. Like, the army value is firmly in the lead for B. The question is if the Nest of Bees can, like, get really good trades here. That would be
And the
difference
problem is
maker,
you just have to keep retreating as B, right? Like, you can't actually engage into this because of those knobs. So I kind of see where BC's coming from. Using that central line as well, it's kind of hard to cross-rotate.
Kind of have
like-
to, though. You have to take the fight. Similar to cave diving.
Okay, so this is... yeah, in that case, you're fighting against the equivalent of a stone wall while building an archer. So let's see if we can get some spelunking done.
Yeah, B, he's splitting up the units, trying to minimize the impact from the Nest of Bees. Army value even with the Nest of Bees in his favor, but the army mass is very similar, but it's a lot of knights.
John, what are you doing? Oh, she's gone. And the knobs!
archers
Catches him straight away.
take the
Knights
side,
cannot brute
also
force
a
through
lot of
this.
Locking there.
All right, this looks like a wipe. No way. There's way too many spears. All right, Kraken, you pay attention. Those archers right there. That's what's going to happen if you choose to take up cave diving. Hold on a sec,
Spearmen are
though.
starting to thin out.
The
Sean's
buyback
back.
from John. That's clutch. He's breaking him. He actually
It
gets
is
through. Are you
working.
kidding me?
Dude, what? Knights OP? Hello?
Look at the health bars. They
No
are not
way.
pretty. John down for the second time. Knobs get wiped out. This was expensive for B. Beastie,
But it's
he's gathering
worth it.
stone.
What's the guild hall looking like? Did he put it up? Like, did he use the resource for it yet? He must have, right? That was so expensive.
I mean, I think the problem now is, like, how do you win the game?
It's still
Because-
active. He can go in now.
Welcome to discounts. Welcome to Trader's Joe. You want to buy one night? What if we let you buy two? I can't believe that. Like, the amount of spears on that choke point, the nest of bees as well. I think the buyback was clutch, by the way. Like, B getting that Divine Restoration out. I think if he doesn't have that, you're down to, like, maybe 3 knights, even if you still break it. Insane. Absolutely insane.
And there you go, Red Palace. Gonna secure the launch scope. Wait, that's the army there.
Could you just imagine right now if he built the College of Artillery instead?
Scout. Dude, the Scout is being a hero right now. For how long, though, is the question? Dude, no way. No way.
No.
No way.
That's his AK. He's harvesting the other one on the opposite side of the map right now.
That is actually so crucial. Denying so much gold with that.
This is getting ridiculous. B. It's just exceeding expectations in game number 4.
Yeah, this is absolutely crazy now.
I think we're gonna
Archer
maybe
still up for him.
maybe we keep that maybe we keep that guild hall on food for a little bit.
Yeah, food transition's not quite there yet.
Oh.
One lone horseman at half HP. The boys are gonna pull the daggers.
That right there is Scrappy Doo and the Scooby Doo sagas. Let me at him. Let me at him. I can't. We've 7 villages. And
I'm gonna build an outpost. Whoa.
I'm not really dead, but if I don't move, he might not shoot me again.
Gotta play the Roblox Steph sound there.
Maybe go full classic. Original CNC with the Wilhelm scream.
Ah!
Like, I'm not even going to try to do it. My throat's still buggered. I was like, ah! No, that is a bird. No. It's actually not that far off now that I remember it.
Homebot there as well. All right, we're getting the cannons in. The cannons are going to be really, really good. Yeah, and cheap. It's really cheap, actually.
Hive bonds as well. B. Anything to get more food at this stage.
Yeah,
gold is going to last a while.
450 gold for a cannon instead of 600.
But here's the other thing. What if we just queued up 1 or 2 Robotiquins as well?
Would also work. Crossbows don't have that much range.
Yeah, and like before this, your opponent just bulk spears again to try and counter you. So it's a lot of... Wait, Beastie? Like, it's a red palace, right?
Oh, okay. He says if I can't take the gold, then you can't either.
Then again, you may have just agitated the bee. His Elite Knight upgrade's already in. He's going to start marching through here. And if you put the Great Wall Gatehouse too far forward, it means the farms are unguarded.
Choke point.
So the charge in.
He's committing.
Yeah, it worked last time, so I have faith in it this time. Champion's also arriving. Not enough to insta-kill. The cannons.
Never forget the Nest of Bees. They don't have as many projectiles anymore.
Sean's down. The cannons are finally killing the Nest of Bees, but that first shot didn't go into them. Not sure where it went. And the tech up complete. That Nest of Bees is OP. Has to get away from the Great Wall Gatehouse.
Still military for Beastie. It's very low now, and he already has the cannons. 3 of them. You can start sieging down the infrastructure.
And that is hella greedy. Beastie immediately queues up pyrotechnics here.
Oh my god, without the 8k gold secured yet. And B can counter repair for a while.
And not just that, it's like, congrats, you've got pyrotechnics. That's improved your range to 4.5. Have you met the big hand cannoneer that I have 4 of now as B?
El Canon.
Le Canon? Boom boom.
We're not there yet. Say hello to my little friend.
It doesn't look very little to me.
It's
then once again,
cannon, but
yeah, and once again begs the question: where does Young get them from?
That's just to emphasize your own size, right? Like if that's little, haven't seen big yet.
I think you played too much Ottomans, mate. My wife left me for Great Bombard.
Oh man, sad stories like that. That's why we need siege nerfs.
Make the hand cannoneer great again. All right, finally
hand cannoneers normal bombards to carry around.
I mean, why not give them 2 hand cannons? If Daniel Radcliffe can do it with them stapled to his hand, why not us?
There's Republican coming in, and I mean, that's the thing, right? Like against normal hand cannoneers, Republican would be pretty good. But China hand cannoneers with the bonus range, a little bit more tough. I think he's going to want to wait for Royal Bloodlines to come in.
I mean, I know you might not find that cannon big, but I do find that Republican concerning by comparison. 5?
Quantity over quality. It's a lot of barrels.
I think at that point, the crop circles definitely attracted aliens. BC's looking for a keep drop.
The villagers, they're just waiting. They're just waiting. Can we go yet?
Like, we need trees.
Can we get that gold, please?
I think it's more about wood as well for BC at this rate, right? He's like, I could keep drop the tree line,
He
but
doesn't have any villagers gathering gold at the moment.
Which is weird, because there is a bunch of gold veins on the east side. And he does have the stone for a keep drop.
Wants a large gold. He's got the Great Wall Gatehouse there now. Wants to start reaping the rewards.
This is the equivalent of my child when she only wants a toy when someone else wants it, right? This fight feels almost unnecessary over this gold vein. He's going to go for the dive in.
Moving on. Bombard. Oh. SPs first. Nope. Bombard.
His army's not really moving. The villager's going to go for repair. And he needs to get out of here. Okay, so gold secured. The cannons do go off the TC, though, in return.
That's pretty good. No more villagers, but he has enough of them. And a second TC as well.
But the funky thing is, like, his army didn't really move forward. They were just standing on the central sacred site the whole time.
They were waiting for the time to strike.
But I guess, yeah, firm handshakes. You know, he's only got one TC at 125 villages now.
Lock on the population.
He's just scudding the base. Jean's going for the east side sacred site, but like, you don't have a red power scud in the west. It's balls. I'll give him that. The bombards are interesting here because they have the clock tower, right? So like 4 cannons can't kill them. Everything else, however,
they can. This is still looking really, really good. This count does play a role into that one as well, though. Like looking at the unit count, looking at the army value, he's looking really solid there.
BC's like, if we just build more trebuchets, we might be able to kill the cannons. So many archers as well. I mean, Incinerator on the way. Silk bowstrings would be insanely sick here. And yeah, the food stockpiling up.
Potential.
I think you just keep playing archers and just wait for it to get to like 5, 6k. And then Flood Knights on the second wave.
Yeah.
I mean, what's the rush? You're max pop.
You're going after production buildings next. There we go. And the production buildings are the real weakness here for Beastie. He's got a lot of economy population.
Mm-hmm.
So once the production buildings are down, he can't remass. Yeah.
Yeah, like the wood is scary to move towards.
A lot of resources.
Mm-hmm. It also feels like he needs to fight because otherwise you aren't getting these hand cannoneers out. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's okay. I can just build a new one. Is the answer to everything. Yeah. It's just. I mean, it's just like 1,000 wood or whatever. Put it on my Vimeo.
To get really difficult. Nest of Bees, maybe a little bit out of position.
He does get the traps.
So at least for sure, getting taken down. Not that they were needed here now.
No.
Full defense.
Knights are starting to kind of threaten. The Sidney's in as well. This is going to get a little bit funky of a fight for Beastie. Beastie doesn't have any armor tactics yet, right?
Tech range coming in.
Nest of Bees, they do get one of the cannons. Revoltagun's going to move deep. What? All right, Revoltagun's anti-siege now. Times are changing. Yeah, and look at the XP bar.
Almost level 4.
This is huge. This is the timing. This is it. Beastie's got nothing to hold with.
Nothing left.
Jean, she's about to tick up, but there's the snipe. The bombards do get the kill. Immediate buyback coming in. But the Archer Flood is out of control here. Farm's now accessed. Revoltagun's still alive. It's going to get sniped now. The night count is finning, so in theory, BC should be able to eventually push this away. But the damage is going to be big. And the gold is running out.
Still has a lot of gold in the bank. Lots of units coming in as the reinforcements. But yeah, B sniping a lot of the production buildings here. Makes it pretty hard for BC to reproduce in time.
He's still got a cannon there as well. That hasn't been sniped, so it's just basically a giant 50 cal sniper rifle. And the Knights are going to dive in, so Bombard's starting to get access here. Has to retreat them away. Cannon's still alive. The Palace Guard, not really that threatening up against the Knights here. Hand Cannoneer count barely existing. He's queued up 25. Has even got the production for this.
Back, level up. There she
Shoot the
goes.
blast. Spawn, birth the cannon. It's time.
No, she goes for the king. She crowned the unit.
Wait, he did him. Look at the damage. Look at the health on that thing right now. 770 HP.
And
now we just got reminded
as well.
Yeah,
It's a very low cooldown, so she can crown a new unit once she respawns.
in 2 minutes. What on earth? I think that is the first time I've seen that in a competitive game in well over a year. That is wild.
Oh,
I mean, I guess if you're running out of food, it makes sense, but I don't think you are. I think you're fine here.
Yeah, B, he just pulled the guild hall, so there's a lot of food to play with.
New Knights coming in. I think BC's reached the concession point here that the Bombards, it's so hard to hold on to them now. The Archer count has just been carrying this.
Out.
Maybe the repairs? Okay, the PG are now clearing. I think B is going to have to back off and come again. So props to BC. Yeah, he does hold. But that looked ugly. And Bombard count is scaring me, actually. He's up to 3. Props to him. That looked like that was just going to be a hand cannoneer break in GG.
BC. Yeah, no more gold for BC now, though. He put everything into the hand cannoneers.
And he's even losing his backup golds on the flank now. B, he's made off with the relics. It's 5 relics.
And he did get Tithe Barnes.
We don't even need the farms. We've got relics. Just slide it on in.
And trade behind it.
Is there anything he's missing? Well, he hasn't got melee tech 3. Yeah, I knew it's coming. And no eco tech 3? Come on.
Oh, Palace Guards. Yeah.
It's like, wait, this is my gold. What is?
It's not Yuan Dynasty, so they can't outrun the Knights. And he's about to see that he's walled in with multiple layers on the other side as well.
Oh, that makes sense. Bees in the green. Going full ogre. Layers upon layers to this cake. We do have gathering on the central tree line now. PG aren't going to get shut down. So, not the biggest loss in terms of gold, but when the count's this low, every little counts.
Yeah. That's on the food as well.
Death to taxes. Looks like we've got 1 extra landmark left there to clear. There is going to be a break-in attempt, but good thing about having this stone wall, it gives you plenty of time to realize it's happening. And Jean's already in the way.
Action Guild's coming in as well. It's going to be a big boost on food, gold income there with the traders.
It's now just mass spears. The funny part is if B just goes back to archers, kind of solves for everything that BC's doing.
Yeah. He's actually maneuvering all the way to the left side. I think it would be fine to attack from like 2 angles here from top side. He's got a lot of line of sight there. He built an outpost. Well, not an outpost. That was just a scout with the upgrade. A lot of line of sight on him. Will be found out now.
It's a moving outpost. I wouldn't try to garrison units in that, though.
With the line of sight upgrades, it's kind of insane just how much they can see.
It is. I mean, this is why I went full rant mode about HRE's like vision with a relic in a tower. It's just as ridiculous. Like vision is everything in a game like AoE4.
Oh, that's a lot of villagers for B though.
Might get intercepted. I don't know if I'd say it's the end of the road or end of the world if he loses like even just 10, 15 of those anyway. Like, in some ways, he kind of needs more pop space.
A little bit, yeah. We'll be fine with losing like 10, 15, 20. Go for like a decisive push.
All right, this has got to have you smiling.
Off.
What if we just built Revoltaquins?
Again, sure.
Why not?
Only one
56 spears.
And Ken is there as well.
He's got the big promo on one of those nights. Yep. Super tanky, and it is just going to be a wipe. The Spearmen, feels like they're dying quicker than the Knights are getting cleared by the hand cannoneers. It's going to be a breakthrough.
Comes in.
And the Bombards are now forfeit. You can't stand here with these anymore. Tries to retreat them. One down already. Hand cannoneers now being exposed. And this switch into HCs for B has done everything it needs to and more. It's like there's going to be a keep denial
can
elsewhere.
only make spears now.
Yeah, I mean, the Bombards just... I don't know if they make it back. It's impressive he's still got 3 alive, but that is the clock tower effect. This is just getting out of control. I mean, if it was just archers, maybe. Just maybe. Even with the extra raise, these hand cannoneers are struggling to stand here long enough to have an impact. John goes down, but she crowns a new king.
Bombards just getting sniped now by the archers.
Yeah, you've got Sean Squire. You don't care. Go, Squire, go. Kill that clock tower bombard. Bathe in its blood.
It's only Spearmen in queue.
He's got 12 hand cannons left, but they're just not getting away. Like, the micro's on point. You'd think he'd want to kill the Spearmen with the archers. No. He wants that backline gone. It's the only thing that could contest. So,
has to be it, right?
And it has to be frustrating if you're B. Because, in the end, the only thing that protected BC's top spot was one game.
Yeah. I guess BEC got what he needed out of this set, right? Able to secure top spot. But B, he gets a confident feeling out of it at the end of the day. And John...
Is it cleave time? I think it's cleave time.
Not enough to one-shot, but a lot of these villagers are going to feel very hurt.
Activate the chainsaw.
Oh my god, look at Beast.
He just pulled the guild hall.
I thought he pulled it earlier. He didn't. It's
just delete some workers. Like, just delete the workers and put him out of his misery.
Delete all food workers and just go for mass horsemen now. Actually, maybe not horsemen.
Yeah, I mean...
Good amount of spears.
It's pretty ballsy into spears, I'll give you that.
Maybe we go for the Jean champions.
Ooh. And then... Nah, just do more knights, because then we keep promoting them. What was the cooldown on it? Is it 30 seconds to the next? For the next champ?
Yeah, she can, like, recount... No,
oh wait, it doesn't go on cooldown until you die, right?
Only
the 30 seconds.
Cooldown 30 seconds, and yeah, once the unit dies.
I mean, I'd be like, just do a hand cannon there, you know? You cannot promote siege, sadly. Oh god, could you imagine?
It's the reason why Order of the Dragon doesn't have gilded siege.
College of Artillery, and then you just promo a cannon. Or a Reboldequin? Oh god.
Promoted Reboldequin.
Yeah, but like it's got to be reasonable. So like, yeah, almost like Bloodlust from more. Yeah, like as in like like when you do Bloodlust in like Warcraft or Dota 2, the unit gets bigger.
I think
right. So you promote it.
BC's going for an all-in play. Look at the units he's making. He's spamming out rams now.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there is a castle that's going to see it early.
He's got 3 landmarks remaining.
Mm-hmm. He can't afford to build more.
Yeah, one of which can't be attacked without siege, though, from the landmarks.
B is pop locked with no cannons. They're in queue, just not here. Yeah, this is not enough. Keep going.
Yeah.
50 rams. Or bust. And build them out of the clock tower as well, BC. You know why. Clock tower rams are broken.
He goes. Move out's happening now.
BC can't help but sense a feeling like he's been playing too many free-for-alls. He saw it early.
Yeah, through the wood line. He's moving back.
Once you clear this up,
brothers, to glory.
I feel like once you clear this up,
and the villager pull.
You just type question mark. That's the only response you should have to this. And there we are. Knight's gonna lead the way. Jean as well. I mean, yeah, just cleave it. Just cleave it. Just cleave it.
All the villagers.
Just cleave it.
Yes,
just
Sean. Oh my god.
Yes. Feed me. Feed me. An outpost. An ambitious choice. It's gonna be heading in though. Needs to lock this really fast. Like actually deleting any slow army would be a good idea by B.
He's putting all his villagers as well.
Archer's gonna body block this.
Eats a few more units.
If he had siege here, a siege workshop or a revolver right now for the upcoming army. The villagers are gonna get the torches out. This is messy, man. But the ram count is already down to 7. This is just not gonna work, surely.
15 villagers remaining for Beastie.
There is no more where that came from, brother. It is Shiv Zhao. It is a full French Revolution. A delete and a salute. B does it in 4. Oh, God. Gotta respect him there. Just the delete at the end. He's like, yeah, there's no coming out of this. And what a play by B. I mean, Beastie probably tries to see this as a positive of he's got information out of B, but he'll also know that's useless because B has about 1,500 more strategies than the book behind what he's seen here today.
That's the thing, right? Like, B, such a creative player. Props to Beastie, though, for holding on for such a long time, getting, like, reclaiming control over that 8k gold vein. Really, like, making the game a lot closer than it had any right to be, just judging from the situation when it came to the gold control in the mid-game and the fights that B took early on.
Can't fault him, man. It's going to be a bit of sweet feeling, like that game 1, right? Like if it hadn't been the catch of French at Delhi, maybe you had that 3-0 and all of a sudden top spot means you're getting very comfortable because when we look at the standings, it does have an impact. The way that the Elite Classic works, of course, is you're slotted in based on your position in the group stage. And interesting happenings as a result of that. It does mean that Beastie will be immediately into semifinals, but maybe a bigger surprise to people, Crackety, is the fact that Marine Lord is not slotted in the semifinals by default. He will be on Beastie's side of the bracket.
Oh, man. We're getting an early finals then.
And B versus Louis MT is something that, at least in the weeklies and whatnot, has felt like it's becoming a more regular finals in itself. But yeah, Louis able to oust him on that top spot. Anatan versus CSO, Vortex versus Puppy Paw, barely able to get in there in the end. I mean, this is this is pretty brutal. I think, you know, we have a history of Marine Lord playing blocker to Beastie in weird ways. I think the flashback is probably Red Bull Warlord Legacy, where that was the big shake of the fist. Could happen here again.
It's on the table. From here on out, every single set is going to be best of 7. No more best of 5s.
What was the final matchup that caused that? So it was, let me have a look here. Yeah, Marine Lord was able to 3-0 Mia Micah, but Louis 3-0'd Sass. So yeah, it came down to the matchup earlier, didn't it? Where Louis MT beat Marine Lord with, I think it was a reverse sweep, if I remember correctly. Absolutely crazy. But commiserations to the boys that didn't make it. You know, we had the full picture a little bit earlier today. So those just tuning in, it's going to be Wham, Lucifron, Voldemar, Corvinus, DeMu, Kat, Mia Micah, and Sass on the sidelines. A good effort, valiant effort for some of those. Some of them even still up for contests in this final day of the group stage, which honestly is what you want to see. You don't just want to have the final day not really matter. You want it to be make or break and a taste of tears.
Exactly. Oh, man. Crazy games, crazy sets today. But that is going to be it for us today. We're going to round the day out. And, you know, next weekend, we're going to be finally starting off with the playoffs. So that's when the players, it's all or nothing. Whenever you lose a set there, you're out completely. No way back in. Very exciting times ahead.
I mean, that's more of a classic RTS style. Like, I'm still a big fan of double elim, but I think when you look at like OG RTSs, they love these group stages into single elim formats. And like we said, with the way that's played out now, Marine Lord and Beast on the same side could prove quite brutal and merciless for one of those two. I think a lot of people, as you said, would expect that to be grand finals. But folks, Crackety's right. It's been a long day. It's time to bring it to a close. It's been an absolute pleasure. But the action will resume next weekend when we hop into our final 8 in a single elim format. Make sure you tune in then, same time as always, because you won't want to miss a beat of the Elite Classic 3. See you there.
See you then.